Chapter 1. See Calendar 1496. The Goat Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line. The Straw Hat team will stay here for a few days in the future. It is an island with a rich mountain range and forest. At this moment, a wild beast roar sounded from the depths of the forest, which started a lot of birds flying into the sky. I saw a big tattooed tiger with a length of 7 or 8 meters, and ran out of the mountain forest, losing one's head out of fear, splashing a large piece of soil bearing fangs and brandishing claws, as if there was some predatory beast behind him. Weeping and ran away with her tail tucked in. Running. Sunlight poured down through the lush branches, and a golden bright and dazzling figure suddenly appeared, crossing a distance of 3 meters in the blink of an eye, appear out of thin air kicked the tiger's ass. With the wailing sound, the tattooed tiger flew out, rolled up the dirt and grass scraps on the ground, rolled around like a ball for a few laps and then smashed under a giant tree, leaning back and forth quickly climbing up and grinning. It was supposed to be formidable and fierce, but at this moment, he lost his dignity as the king of the forest. Instead, he was begging for mercy and grievance. "You seem to have lost weight recently." The golden bright and dazzling approached. Gaia cows looked disgusted. Year after year, from the beginning of Crossed Over, it has been 3 years since he came to this world. He was calm at the beginning of Crossed Over. After all, there are millions of seniors in Earth Village who get the pig's feet script every month, so they can walk on the path to godhood, sling all enemies in the world, and finally sit on the throne that the world can only look up to. It can be called the road of a generation of counterattacks. Crossed Over this thing is just a job, except for a little excitement and freshness at the beginning. Afterwards, it feels dull and boring. When he crossed over, it was see Calendar 1493, which was a bit early. Sakazuki and Borsellino only joined Marine that year. Doflamingo, who was born king that year, will kill his father. The world #1 beauty Boa Hancock was just born that year. In other words, Kuzan has not yet joined Marine, Gold Roger has not yet become Pirate King, Marine's current fleet admiral is a steel frame, and in the future, Yonko and Okashi Shibukai, some will only show their edge, some still innocent and cute child paper. As for Monkey D. Luffy, who wants to be a Pirate King man, it may still be liquid. This era is the era of the legendary powerhouse in the future. It can be called a flurry of demons. As many people who are chosen by nature, cows still has the most basic cheat benefit. It's just the kind of basic welfare cheat that has already been bad. First, automatically learn Pirate King's language and characters. Second, because of the crossed over, the innate talent, soul, body, etc. get the second development. It can be seen as a genius from mediocrity. Then there is no more. Yes, at first cows still doesn't believe it, but 3 years have passed. Life has to go on. However, cows had a dreamy start, which can also be said to be good luck. At first crossed over I was holding my urine, and I found a place to solve it. I found a golden bright and dazzling thing with a curled pattern on it, which was familiar to me. Cow's heartbeat was a beat slower at the time. Forcibly hold the urine back, pick it up without too much dirty, it smells like urine. The devil fruit of golden bright and dazzling, you can see it is Logia Pika Pika no Mi. At the beginning of the game, we went to peak. He has never eaten shit, but with devil fruit falling off his stomach, cows feels that he has taken the first step in his life. Shit is more delicious than this thing. It didn't take long for his face to turn green. This is not the Pika Pika no Mi he wants. It is Paramecia gold fruit. The theater version of Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro's devil fruit is now cut off by him. But after disappointment, cows got excited again. The dream of the last life can be realized in this life. Pirate King and Marine King are low. Isn't it popular to become the richest man in the world? What can be solved with money, what is it? Look at who is not pleasing to the eye, bounty is tens of billions, and some people do things for him. This corrupt and disorderly world can be manipulated with money. Then Chaos calmed down after getting excited. Considering the current situation and the fact that he is a weak force, he decided to stay for a few years. And this is 3 years. He has been on this island for 3 years, even if there is a merchant ship or even pirate in the middle, he has no plans to leave. Make up your mind to be strong enough to protect yourself before you go out, it's still a high-profile wave. Everyone takes the script of the protagonist. You must speak arrogantly, and the road must be wild. Otherwise, how can you be worthy of the sky and the ground? Roar! The big tattooed tiger's eyes revealed humanized anger and stubbornness, staring at the golden eyes and slowly backing away. Since I met this human 3 years ago, its free days have gone forever. The standard of living was once reduced to poor households. Whether it's windy or raining, the guy in front of me is regardless of weather conditions to find him. At first, he chased him, but slowly he didn't know what was going on and he was chased. Ran away. Since then, its spirit is decadent, and the tiger's life has dropped 1,000 zhong in one fall. The only comfort is that there are 2 guys with it. For example, a lion with a hot head in the mountain next door, and a crocodile with armor in the largest river. Once upon a time, the 3 of them divided the entire mountain range, and they were well-deserved forest overlords. But now every day all is in dire straits. Bite! Cows stretched out the golden bright and dazzling arm, and took the initiative to get to the big tiger's bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl. Looking at the golden arm in front of him, the big tattooed tiger looked humiliated, opened his teeth and bit his mouth with bitterness. Use some strength. Cows was a bit dissatisfied. This guy didn't even leave a tooth mark. The bite force disappointed him, and he was obviously hurt before. Roar! Take out all one's strength, and the big tattooed tiger wailed. It really wanted to kill this guy, but it was too hard. It's useless, you're still the king of the forest. After a while, Cows looked at his yellow cheat arm, which didn't even have a trace of marks on it. It was brown in color. The yellow-black striped body wiped off the saliva, and then turned over and jumped to the tiger's neck to look at his golden hands, whether it is hair or eyes. All body is transformed into gold at this moment. During the past 3 years, he has exercised regardless of weather conditions such as running, push UPS, sit UPS, etc. for many years, and he has become inhuman for many years. In addition, he has been crossed over, which has led to the promotion of innate talent and physique in his soul. There is already a little self-protection. Gold fruit has also been developed to a certain extent. Not only the whole body can be turned into gold material, but also the body shape can be changed arbitrarily. Thoughts move, the whole arm wriggling quickly transforms into a golden long sword. It can be said that Cows can be transformed into a golden weapon all over his body. Just the little tiger under the ass, bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, can easily break a half-meter thick tree, even rocks can be broken, but now they can't leave on Cows' tooth print. You can imagine how strong Cows' defense is now. In addition, the presence of gold can be sensed within a certain range. In addition to the strengthening of physique and the development of gold fruit, Cows has had a surprise in the past 3 years. That is one of Rokushiki shaving. Just 3 months ago, he had a cultivation success. About Rokushiki, anyone who has seen Pirate King knows. Chapter 2. Shaving, within an instant, 0.36 seconds, stepping on the ground at high speed dozens of times produces explosive reaction force to move at high speed, which seems to disappear from the enemy's eyes. This does not require inner strength, immortal chi, battle chi to urge, as long as the physique is strong enough, and the speed of the feet can reach this level, then cultivation success can be achieved. There is no esoteric martial arts secret book, some are just 10 steps in 0.36 seconds. At first, he also went to cultivation with a fluke attitude. There is also Tekai, which is beaten. Jeppo, Rankyaku, and Kami'i have not made any progress, and may not have met that requirement. Although Shigen has no cultivation success, cows can leave finger pits on the tree when his hands are kept in gold. Compared with himself 3 years ago, cows now can hang thousands of them. But now these rewards have been exchanged for sweat and torture in the past 3 years. At first, it's hard to persist, but you get used to it slowly. Lying on his back on the back of the big tiger, Cows maintains the golden transformation all over his body. This duration depends on when his energy is exhausted. The physical energy consumed every minute is almost negligible. If you keep getting beaten in golden transformation, your physical energy will be consumed faster. Roar! It didn't take long for the little tiger to carry Cows to the other side of the mountain. On a piece of grass, there was a 7-8 meter long male lion lying on his face. The scars made him look more fierce than Xiaohu. This is the little lion who is one of the 3 bitches. The experience is similar to that of Xiaohu. Since I met Cows, the lions have been ups and downs. Now when I see the golden bright and dazzling figurines, my fierce and big face is instantly stunned. Go catch me 2 good elk. Cows sat up and looked at the lion's head pulling his face, her golden eyes picked up. Who is this guy showing his face to? Is it the education of love? He is not even afraid of tattoos, and he is afraid of burning his head? On society, he is the master of the biological world. Pucci! The huge lion head shook, and the little lion flicked his tail after a sneeze, and the whole body exuded the melancholic prince temperament. Then the little tiger continued to move forward, and finally came to a large river, lying on the sandy shore of a 15-meter-long crocodile, exposed belly, sunbathing and snoring. With your bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, it's fine, and your tongue is still drooling on the side. Looking like that, I slept soundly. It is the overlord of this river, and his biggest dream is to kill cows. Boom! Cows appear out of thin air on the sand, with his right foot leaning back and kicking on the sharp-mouthed head, accompanied by the wailing of inhuman, that 15-meter-long body soar into the clouds and mount the mists hit the ground and rolled continuously. Turning over from the ground quickly, when I saw Cows, the original anger disappeared suddenly. It's this damn guy again. 10 minutes later. In the dry land on the bank of the river, the little lion dragged 2 elk back reluctantly, and the little tiger also brought back a lot of dead wood from the forest. As for the little jaw coming out of the river, with a few big fat fishes. The division of labor is clear. Cows, who was exercising his index finger upside down, started to make a fire after stopping. 1 person, 1 lion, 1 tiger, 1 crocodile surrounded the fire. Compared with the size of the lion-tiger-alligator, Cows developed again in 3 years, growing from 1.76 meters to 2 meters, but it is still not enough to see. What are you doing? Go and wash the skin and internal organs. Do you still need me to teach you? Cows raised his eyebrows and his eyes were sharp. Roar! The 3 guys were angry and scared, and began to tidy up the big fish and elk. Sharp Claw opens the intestines with a light stroke, takes out the internal organs very skillfully, removes the deerskin or fish scales, then washes it in the river, and then penetrates the branches. The whole set of movements is clean and neat, and it makes people feel distressed skillfully. Cows sat by the fire and watched the 3 big guys cleaning awkwardly, without any guilt at all. Speaking of which, this world is also strange. Some animals have a high IQ, and some even busos hoku haki, such as these 3 guys. In the past 2 or 3 years, he and these 3 guys get along very happily. At first, if these 3 guys weren't chasing him all over the mountain, the current physique might not be so strong. Unfortunately, except for shaving, other rokushiki, even busos hoku and kanbunchoku, have not improved. Busos hoku and tekai, he remembers as long as he is beaten, and the more he suffers, he may suddenly wake up. In the past 3 years, he has endured a lot of beatings, but unfortunately it was useless. but the resistance to fights and resilience have improved, which is very clear. Kanbunchoku also had a cultivation. He blindfolded himself and turned into a little golden man to make these three guys sneak attack him. Dynamic response and these abilities have also been improved, but it's just a layer of window paper. Piercing is still the difference between heaven and earth. In One Piece world, Busoshoku and Kanbunchoku are the most basic abilities and must be mastered. It looks like I have to leave. Cows looked at the fire and meditated. He has dealt with animals in the past 3 years. Although he has encountered mortal danger, there was no fighting between people. This will be a short board. That means he lacks real combat. Only fighting will know one's own shortcomings, and will make a person become stronger quickly. It is not advisable to work behind closed doors. Now that I am more or less self-preserving, it is time to go out and see this era of surging forward with great momentum. Lion, Tiger, Alligator saw that Cows was meditating, and the three guys didn't bother. Instead, he put the elk and a few big fish on the fire, and from time to time he would stretch out his big claws and flip them. As the fragrance continued to pass out, the ferocious fangs began to secrete water, swallowing with his thick throat and his tail. He kept sweeping the ground. Only at this time or in the evening each day, they are happy to see cows. The rest of the time, I can't wait to be killed, there is no bones left. After filling the 5 internal organs temple, the daily love and killing begins. Cows closed his eyes back and forth to avoid the attack of the three guys. Without hiding, he fought hard, and would fight back from time to time. Anyway, he would kill him. The three guys won't keep their hands, hoping to kill cows. Everyone is hiding a killing intent. Current life is really not the freedom that a lion, a tiger, and a crocodile should have. It just killed him anyway. Scratching, biting, and bumping, the three guys reached a consensus just by looking at each other. The tacit understanding has been established in the past 2 years. When this human is killed, everyone will be good brothers. When the time comes back to the lion concubine group, the free life of tigers, lions, and crocodiles peak is not a dream. For a time, the chicken and the dog screamed and screamed again and again until the sun set. Hoo! Sweet! Sweating, all over his body is blue and purple. Cows shook his broken hair wet with sweat and stretched out his waist and body were sore. I don't know if it was an illusion, he felt a little uncomfortable if he didn't get beaten. The three guys on the ground with bloody nose and swollen face stick out their tongues, lie on the ground and breathe shortly, twitching their faces from time to time, and their faces are distorted by pain and despair. It's like being taken away forcibly for the first time in life. They are not clean anymore. More than 10 minutes later, when I saw cows dragging an elk and waved goodbye to them kindly, the three squatting on the ground spit out sputum on the ground. I wish cows would disappear from the face of the earth. They have been praying for this kind of dream for more than 2 years. But it's useless. The beast will still come to them on the second day. Chapter 3. Red clouds hover in the sky, and the sunset is beautiful. The red sun may soon sink into the horizon, and the gentle sea breeze blowing in the mountains makes people unable to stop relaxed and joyful. Cows carried the elk down the mountain, and has been acquainted with the town and other neighbors in the past 3 years. He has never exposed his abilities or found gold on the mountain. He has always been hunting in exchange for some daily necessities, and his home is halfway up the mountain, more than 10 minutes away from the small town at the foot of the mountain. Yo! Cows caught another elk, it's a bit big. Walking on the streets of the town, many villagers greeted cows. Good luck today, you can have a good life again. Cows smiled heartily, and to and fro all new people. He is not an everyday all who can catch prey. Sometimes it doesn't open for 2 or 3 days. Sometimes it only catches some animals like pheasants and hares. Cows sets his own people as ordinary people. It can be said that he is extremely cautious and has perfectly integrated himself into the ranks of ordinary people. Otherwise, with Cows's current abilities, plus the three guys, the liger, the crocodile, and the tiger, it would be easy to catch some large animals. Smiling all the way, these people have helped him more or less. Or send some daily necessities such as vegetables, soy sauce, vinegar, rice, and cows sometimes even send some game and some medicine ingredients. You come and I help each other, and life is still peaceful and peaceful. He carried the elk to the street butcher's house. In the town, the killing of pigs and other things were solved by the butcher. A butcher was also opened. The prey that cows caught was basically sold to the butcher. The price is fair. Don't look at the fierceness of the butcher, he is actually very enthusiastic. After selling the elk, cows went to the Uden noodle restaurant opened by the old man's wife in Thist, where he often ate noodles on credit. Tist uncle, old rules, put more spicy and green onions. Sitting on the stool, cows shouted in the direction of the kitchen. No problem. The Trieste in the kitchen didn't come out to greet him, and he knew it was cows when he heard the voice. There is a new newspaper today. Looking at the newspaper on the table, cows opened it and began to read it. In the past 3 years, he has learned about the news from the outside world. The newsbird of this world is a magical place. As long as there are people living, there will basically be newsbirds that bring newspapers to sell. Read the aloof Patrick Redfield and Marine Headquarters Sengoku. The Buddha fought for 5 days and 5 nights in the New World, destroying a medium-sized island and fled. Iron Fist Garp pursues Roger Pirates. The two sides fought on the Grand Line, the result is unknown. Whitebeard Edward Newgate appeared in New World and clashed with flying pirates Captain Golden Lion Shiki. Marine Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong personally hit Kaido, but Kaido escaped by chance. Charlotte Linlin established Tato Land, which is rapidly expanding its power. The world destroyer Burndy Wapole destroyed a branch of Marine, and Marine Headquarter Black Arm Zephyr made a strong shot. Marines 3 Logia rookies Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kuzan captured numerous bounty on the Grand Line pirate of 100 million yuan. The latest issue of the newspaper has a lot of news reported on it. In addition to those pirates that became legends more than 20 years later, there are also many great pirates that have never appeared in the original works. The bounty is hundreds of millions. The hundreds of millions in this era are 3 to 4 billion in Luffy's era, and they are still the kind without water. In the future Great Age of Pirates, the bounty amount no longer represents strength, but the degree of crime. Like indiscriminately killing innocents, destroying villages and kingdoms, the amount of bounty will rise sharply. Unlike in this era, the amount of bounty is linked to strength. The more bounty, the stronger the strength. It's dangerous to fuck. Looking at the report, many of them are news from a month or even half a month ago. Now all kinds of monsters, ghosts, snakes, gods, and demons dance in a wild. Thinking about it, it is exciting. Although it is said that billowing waves washing the sand, there are only a few that can become legends in the future, but in this era, everything is bounty hundreds of millions, and there are several brushes in hand. As long as it can live to Luffy's time, it will be duly sealed as the legendary pirate. In this era, Kaido and Big Mom are already showing their prowess. Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Red the Aloof, Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, world destroyers are writing their own legends, like Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan. These rookies are also blooming their own rays of light. In the future, the world structure of Yonko, Okashishibukai, Marine, Revolutionary Army, Underground King, etc. has not yet formed, and world government is still the most well-deserved overlord. The group of on the surface mentally retarded in Holy Land is still singing and dancing, living a life of drunken gold fans. Great Age of Pirates has not been opened yet. I have been going for 3 years. It's time to go out to sea and see. It's a wave of waves. The previous life was nothing extraordinary, just the innumerable living beings. When you see those glamorous stars on TV, the rich second generation who goes out of luxury cars and beauties, or the rich and powerful, where is the focus? He also wants to be high profile and arrogant. while others still have no choice but to take him. That kind of life is what he wants. Finally got the protagonist's script, don't make this world miserable, just die. Even if his leg was broken or he died on the way, he had to finish the process. Not only did he have to go, but he had to go high profile and arrogant. B. Must install. This is a matter of principle. No discussion. After eating the Yuden noodles, cows returned to the woodhouse halfway up the mountain. This island is called the Island of Goats, on the Grand Line. In almost half a year, some merchant ships will dock to sell or buy supplies, bad luck, and some pirate. Calculating the time, there will be 3 to 4 months for merchant ships to pass by. Cows intends to follow the merchant ship to sea outside first, and currently has no clear goal. One of the most basic cores is to become stronger. When he has the ability to protect wealth, he will become the richest man when the time comes. World Pirate King is not as loud as his name. After all, Roger's great age of pirates is based on One Piece, but One Piece symbolizes wealth, power, and fame. These 3 things are already available to the world's richest man. Maybe Roger has to find other reasons for temptation to start Great Age of Pirates. In addition, if you are boring, you can also do 2 side jobs, such as getting a Yonko, Oka Shishibukai to Dong Dong. Want to say I am not interested in money? I have never touched. The arrogant and compelling saying of going over money requires a long way to go. Although there are some double labels, it feels very cool. Night has fallen, and there is no entertainment in the evening, so Cows had to continue his cultivation. Although I'm a little tired, but when I think about going out to sea, there will be a mortal danger, that morale suddenly rises. Now I am a little bit tired, but I am preparing for the future. Think of the future arrogant and rich life, these are nothing. 3 to 4 months, see if you can make Rokushiki or 2 haki cultivation success, even if it's just one of them, you can make money. Chapter 4. In the early morning of the next morning, Cows came to the mountainside just after the fish sauce and white belly, and continued to develop gold fruit daily. With both hands facing the ground, I grabbed it in the air. If there is gold, all of it broke out of the ground in a radius of 10 meters, suspended in front of Cows like an arm. Thoughts move. These golds are turned into 18 weapons such as blade, spear, sword, halberd, or compressed and split into small needles, which fly out like bullets, and can penetrate the rock with no difficulty and surrounding trees. This is hardened gold. Immediately after all the gold is combined into one, it is about a 1 meter cube that many, and the weight is very large. It can be said that it is all the gold of the entire island, which was collected by Cows for 3 years and buried here. Under the control of Cows, it began to soften, forming a thick golden poisonous snake that curled around a tree and tightened, and finally the tree broke with a click. This ability is similar to Magneto's superpower, except that Cows controls gold. Strong ability is strong, but it is based on the situation of gold. He still cannot make gold out of thin air, or convert an object into gold, but can only turn physique into gold, or manipulate an existing range of gold. Even the Golden Emperor in the theater version, even if Devil Fruit has awakened, cannot create something from nothing to make gold. Maybe it is possible to develop to a deeper level. The golden poisonous snake seems to have life under the control of Cows. Crawling and twisting on the ground like a snake, soft and boneless, simply not as hard as hardened, now it is fluid and soft. As soon as the right hand was lifted, the golden poisonous snake stood upright and began to produce transformation, and finally hardened and compressed into a 3-meter-long dual-bladed halberd. Cows held it in his hand and danced casually, flying sand running stone on the ground easily torn. Pushing into the air, dual-bladed halberd began to split into a golden long sword, erected behind Cows on the distant mountain wall with sky-splitting sound. This trick is a bit like the treasure of the King of Gilgamesh. Long-range attacks are considered. When Busos Hoku is awakened in the future, the attack power will be more terrifying. Combining with Kanbunshoku, it means to fight wherever you want. After blasting wildly for a while, Cow's right hand pressed all the golden long swords and turned around his body. In the sound of the collision of golden iron horses, several golden long swords began to soften and merge into one. The feet fit Cow's body and spread to the head. Just 2 or 3 breaths, Cow's put on the golden battle armor impermeably. Like the Iron Man nano battle armor in Avengers 4. There is nothing wrong with walking 2 steps back and forth, just because the golden cows on the body can be soft if it wants to be soft, so there is no joint stiffness. Shoo! Disappearing in place and appearing 3 meters away, Cow's punched a tree trunk with a thick thigh, following the caw-chaw sound of the dense tree suddenly broke and collapsed. Right hand, the gold on the back of the hand creeps and spreads into a golden long sword, and it splits against the broken trunk, and it splits into 2 sections with no difficulty. Long-range attacks, putting on golden battle armor, plus the ability to change weapons at will, it is equivalent to offensive and defensive, no matter whether it is melee or long-range, there is no special weakness. When putting on golden battle armor, Cow's itself can also become a little golden man. That way is a double defense. If you learn Tekai and Busos Hoku in the future, the defensive power is definitely a leverage. The golden battle armor on his body began to shrink, Cow's lifting shook his hands, and then took a deep breath. Then a miracle happened, Cow's body began to lift off the ground, and finally stood 10 meters in the air and looked at the scenery all around. The corners of his mouth were split to the roots of his ears, and he was obviously in a good mood. Even if he hasn't learned Jeppo, he can still fly by manipulating gold. I think that when this idea first appeared and I went to cultivation, accidentally every day all would fall freely from the air. It felt like walking a tightrope. Very silky. Boom! The wind and waves swept through Cow's, speeding up, disappearing quickly from the sky to the back of the forest, and then soaring to the sky and standing above the clouds, all around the broad and boundless white clouds. Let Cow's closed his eyes and opened his hands, as if embracing the whole world. Golden battle armor spread to the solace of the feet and finally formed a golden giant sword. Cow's stepped on it and disappeared into the white clouds. It didn't take long for him to burst out of the white clouds in the other direction, and became fat for a while. The Bayun marshmallows are riddled with holes, and there are pits everywhere caused by Cow's flight. The legendary flying sword was achieved. This is also the reason why Cow's has the courage to go to sea, because flying can increase a lot of chances of survival. Can't fly, and feel insecure on the sea. WA. Cool. Cow's laughed wantonly, this kind of free flight, as if the bird has the entire heaven and earth, it feels so cool. The golden giant sword began to soften and spread to the back, Cow's landed freely towards the blue and magnificent sea, but just 2 breaths, behind Cow's, 2 huge golden wings appeared, which rolled up the wind and waves with the flapping. Cow's undulates in the air like a golden bird man. Standing on the top of the cloud once again, the yellow golden feather wings turned into a palm-size mini yellow golden small sword, which carried sky-splitting sound like a bullet, and finally formed a golden torrent. Flying in the clouds. Cow's has a yellow golden small sword at each of his feet. The thought's move is surrounded by densely packed golden long swords, forming a storm winding and spinning. The collision sound of the golden and iron horses immediately makes people excited. To develop recklessly in the clouds, Cow's fell to the island in free fall almost an hour later, and his physical exertion was not light. 3 feet off the ground and slowly landed, the golden battle armor on his body fell off and hit the ground, the weight was not light. But he has already adapted. Unfortunately, there is only so little gold on the island, otherwise every day wearing and walking would be equivalent to a weight-bearing cultivation. Sitting on the right hand and waving at the gold in front of him, he began to wriggle and become a little golden man with a height of 1.7 meters. Under his control, the little golden man turned back somersaults and jumps one after another. Broadcast gymnastics once. Golden Warrior. This is a golden avatar made by Cow's, inspired by Doflamingo's shadow riding line. Such as golden battle armor, flying sword, king's treasure, etc., Cows uses the ideas of others, such as Iron Man, Magneto, Gilgamesh, Doflamingo. Compared with the boring development of the original Tesoro, Cows is more diverse. Tesoro did not think of such things as flying swords. This is the gap between thinking and imagination. After all, devil fruit relies on imagination. As long as there is a little foundation, then some imagination will become real. However, some are unrealistic, without any basis and basic ideas, and they are only impossible in the mirror. Under the control of cows, the Golden Warrior sits in various difficult movements. If you observe carefully, you will find that it is not so coordinated, and it cannot be compared with Doflamingo's shadow riding line. Waiting for cows to develop this trick to be like himself, when the time comes, you don't need to go out in person to break into the sea. After the enemy desperately defeats the Golden Warrior, it turns out that this is only cows' remotely controlled gold. When the time comes, the face must be green. But this trick has a big disadvantage, that is, it is not very coordinated now, and cannot leave cows 10 meters away. As long as it exceeds this range, it cannot be controlled. It would be great if Kanbunshoku is awakened. Cow's side then said, if his move is combined with Kanbunshoku, when the time comes Kanbunshoku will perceive how far away Kanbunshoku will be. How far can be controlled? Obviously, the soul is baptism because of the crossed over, but I still haven't awakened in 3 years. After this is still baptism. If there is no baptism, with the innate talent of the previous life, it will take until the year of the monkey to reach the present achievement. Sorry. The other is Jeppo. Even if cows can fly through gold, cows made up his mind to learn. If one day loses gold fruit, or there is no gold to control, he can also increase his survival rate with Jeppo. This is a matter of principle. Not only Jeppo, cows also wants to learn all Rokushiki, and even awaken Seimei Kikken. The physical skill must not be let go. It is related to resistance, resilience, endurance, physical fitness, and so on. Throughout the power system of One Piece world, physical skills are important. Chapter 5. Spring is passing and autumn is coming, and the sky is falling with big snowflakes. I thought that the merchant ships would come to the Goat Island in 3 to 4 months, but 5 months later, I didn't even see a shadow. I miscalculated. At this time, Cows is like a bald green pine, standing proudly on the highest mountain on the island, with white snow at the entrance, and only half of the mountainside and the foot of the mountain have some greenery. This is a very boring winter. He is undergoing ascetic-like cultivation, with a pair of big pants all over his body, and the muscles are not so obvious. Combined with Cow's height of 2 meters, he looks a little even and slender. In this One Piece world with an average height of more than 3 meters, Cows is undoubtedly a disabled person. This is a very sad thing. Looking at the endless sea level, where a big ship is approaching the island, Cows has a good look, and he did not see the pirate flag. It is a merchant ship. After waiting for 5 months, it's finally here. With a spit of mist from his mouth, Cows jumped directly off the sheer cliffs and precipitous rock faces. When he was 30 meters above the ground, he suddenly hung in the air and flew towards the foot of the mountain as if he was running in the air. Go with Jeppo, Cow's cultivation success in these 5 months. The main thing is to shave cultivation success. After all, Jeppo is strictly regarded as an evolutionary version of shave. As long as you shave cultivation success and master the balance of relevant forces, Jeppo will naturally be fully integrated. And not only Jeppo, but also other abilities. Now that he has begun divine art great accomplishment, it is time to go out to sea to express his legend. I have been here for 3 years and 5 months, and now I see the value of counseling. While flying through a jungle, Cows grabbed the ground. A fist-sized gold floating in the air turned into a few mini flying knives, with sky-splitting sound like bullets. Accurate shots hare and pheasant hit 20 meters away. Finally flew to Cows with the prey. Neither did he bid farewell to Little Jaw, Little Tiger, Little Lion, Cows can't wait to go home. Standing in front of the cherry blossom tree in front of the door, grabbed the ground, a large piece of gold broke out, and finally the golden bright and dazzling covered Cow's body, forming the leggings and inner armor, and then entered the house and put on the shirt, jacket, and trousers. Simply can't see the golden inner armor on Cow's body. This is Cow's whole card, this golden inner armor. As long as Cow's is willing, it can be turned into a murder weapon or a defensive shield. Offensive and defensive integration is a must-have for home travel and house robbery. Moreover, this set of gold inner armor material is a concentrated gold essence that has been continuously removed from impurities by Cows. When you enter the town, you can see that many people are purchasing supplies, and some leaders or guards eat in the tavern. Generally, merchant ship supplies are when everyone makes a lot of money. It's also when everyone spends money. Cows carrying hares and pheasants, as well as a lot of dried animal skins, came to the port and looked at the giant ship about 30 meters long. There were many people carrying supplies, just the size of the merchant ship. I know at a glance that it has some abilities. Generally, pirate ship really dare not rob at sea. Just the artillery fire on both sides of the merchant ship, as well as the guards all around patrolling, some wearing armor, some holding muskets, well-trained merchant ships of a certain kingdom or power. Now there are many villagers and people on merchant ships trading things on the shore, and everyone gets what they need. Many villagers greeted Cows. Now the animal furs that Cows is carrying will be collected by merchant ships. However, this time Cows does not intend to exchange money or materials, but wants to exchange these things for a ride on a merchant ship. First, see if the merchant ship is going to the Four Seas or the second half of the Grand Line. It is best to go to Water 7 or Sabayati Archipelago. The animal fur is here. A small steward of Merchant Marine looked at the animal fur that Cows was carrying from a distance, with a smile on his face, just a little sly. At a glance, he can see that these furs are well preserved. Some rich and famous ladies are the most hobby. They only need to go to some wealthy countries or towns and sell them for more than 50 times the profit. On this small village, he can fool around as he pleases. Should I exchange the supplies or sell it? When Cows walked over with his fur, he kept quiet. There are several well-preserved tiger skins. The most important thing is those snow-white fox skins that are not stained with a trace of dust. There are also a lot of other animal furs, but they are of no value. Hi! Where will your merchant ship eventually stop? Which islands will it pass through? Cows blinked, looking simple and honest. The final location is Sabayati Archipelago, and we will pass Alabasta Kingdom, Water 7, and some other islands in the middle. The little steward continued to observe the fur without raising his head. You may not have heard of these islands before, and it's useless to ask them. Is it for supplies or belly? Can these things let me take a ride? I'm going to Sabayati Archipelago. Cows didn't hesitate too much, and just happened to look at the little steward who was raising his head. Are you sure? The little manager hesitated for a moment, meditated for a moment and coughed too. I can let you on board, but these things it's all about the boat fare, and I'm not responsible for any pirate or danger encountered during the journey. Okay. We will sail in 3 hours, this you take things, and when the time comes, someone will lead you to your residence with this on the boat. The little steward took out a ticket from his arms. It's really a boat ticket. A situation like Cows will be encountered by every merchant ship. Nowadays, there are many people on the boat, like Cows, who boarded the boat on other islands and then went to the next island. In this era, small merchants or ordinary people are going to other islands through merchant ships. After all, it is a bit safer. It's the most stupid to go out to sea alone. Even more how here is Grand Line. Luffy like pig's feet, he dared to drive a small boat out to sea at the beginning. Cows asked himself to be unable to do it. It can only be said that he is worthy of the destiny of this world. If Cows had a look like this and went out to sea like this, he might not find the dead body, maybe it has become a baba and the sea merges into one. Cows, you are leaving. There are a few big mom uncles next to them, but they don't show any unexpected expressions. After all, everyone knows that Cows is a foreigner, and one day they will leave. Not surprised by surprise. Yes. Cows handed the hare and pheasant to the two big moms. Looking back at the town and the mountainside, Cows was still a little bit disheartened. After all, I have been here for 3 years and 5 months. When I become stronger, I may come back here one day. Here is my starting point, and the most important years of youth in my life are also lost here. After bidding farewell to the crowd of Big Mom Uncle, Cows got on the boat. With the ferry ticket, under the leadership of a messenger, enter a room at the bottom of the cabin. It is small, crowded, and messy. It is just a room the size of an ordinary bathroom. The only thing is okay. The only thing is that there is a window to see the sea, and Cows lives alone. The point is that I can't live with 2 people. There used to be many rows of corridors in rooms like this. They were all for people with no money. Some wealthy people would live on the upper floor. The rooms are bigger and more luxurious. Cows doesn't plan to change, just this kind of room is also good. The wealth is not exposed, he still doesn't want to cause any trouble. 3 hours soon, as the merchant ships started moving away from the port. And on the snow-capped mountainside, 3 huge creatures squatted on the ground and looked at the merchant ships going away, all sighed in relief. The goddamn one finally left. Never say goodbye to them. No animality. Chapter 6. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, the eyes are full of endless waves. 1 day has passed since the merchant ship left the island of goats. Cows left the cabin early in the morning and came to the deck. He took a deep breath of the sea breeze and couldn't help but think of a poem. Ah! The sea, you are all water. In the vast uncultivated sea, a merchant ship is like a flat boat. I didn't encounter any pirate ship or other ships in 1 day, which made Cows' original desire to see pirates suddenly fade. This is different from watching anime. Blowing the sea breeze on the deck for a while, Cows was not good at cultivation, so he had to return to his home. There are some entertainment programs on merchant ships, such as gambling. Cows is not interested in these. It is worth mentioning that he can sense a lot of gold, and this merchant ship is quite rich. Back to the narrow dwelling, Cows started doing push ups and other cultivation. It may be a habit that caused Cows to be a little uncomfortable all day long when he didn't cultivate. This habit is very good. Cultivation by noon, Cows pulled out gold the size of rice grains and went to the kitchen to change some food. Then returned to the snail house to lie down and prepare to take a nap. Continue cultivation after waking up. But something happened just like that. In a daze, Cows felt like he was in the cradle, as if someone was whispering in his ear, as if he was coaxed to sleep when he was a child. Somehow the drop flew out of the cradle suddenly, hitting the ground full of heart palpitations, opened his eyes and found that the entire merchant ship was shaking violently. I can vaguely hear the sound of gunfire and shouting and killing outside. Looking out of the basin-sized window, there is a huge pirate ship next door. With the skull flag flying, you can see many pirates who are licking blood and holding fierce spears or swords. Fire the gun! Don't let them run away. Such a large merchant ship must be rich in supplies and money. Shoo! One after another grenade was shot from pirate ship, and the merchant ship also counterattacked. The two sides greeted warmly as soon as they came up. Big surprise! Cow's face changed, and a grenade was shot at him, but he didn't panic. I have confirmed the look in his eyes, even if he is shelled, it will be fine. But still have to hide. Open the door quickly and close the door, and move in one go. Hong long long. Behind, a torrent of fire rushed. Cows held the hatch with one hand and looked at the person who lost one's head out of fear in the corridor. Slowly speaking seemed a bit out of place. Run! Pirate is coming. We will be safe. This ship there are still a lot of merchant guards. Damn, my cargo. That is all my property. Help. Every state of life is on stage, and Cows is ready to take a look at the deck. Passing by some rooms, they were all shattered by artillery shells and burned with fire. You can see the waves swept by the sea outside close at hand. Many bad lucks were blasted into fragments, various internal organs and stumps were broken. Sprinkled on the wall, drenched with blood floated with the smell of blood and burnt, which made Cows frown slightly uncomfortable. This is the first time he has seen bloody human tissues so close. The ability to bear it is not bad, and there is no symptoms of nausea or vomiting. When I came to the first floor of the cabin, there were many guards going back and forth in the corridor, either holding muskets or long knives, even some guests were among them, very aggressive. Now it's a matter of life and death for everyone, and all those who are in the wrong way will hold weapons, which will increase a lot of security. There are also some people who are scared who only know how to scream and scream. One of the scenery lines makes Cows a little surprised. That is Big Mom with a tonnage of at least 300 kilograms. Wearing a chef's uniform, he should be a chef. At this moment, he is holding a 1-meter-long bone blade and ran outside with a fierce face. It is simply a human tank. Those who didn't know thought they were going to kill pigs. Very shocking. Don't come out and make trouble, just let me in. Don't occupy the road, we will protect your safety. Block me the dignity of the guards, everyone don't come out. The whole corridor was hot, 2 or 3 armored guards shouted to everyone. Unfortunately, panic is spreading, and many people have lost their composure. Outside, the originally calm sea was completely turbulent. Pirate ship and the merchant ship were very close, and some fierce pirate and guards had been fighting on the 2 ships. Both the pirate ship and the merchant ship are shaking violently now, and the tumbling sea water from the explosion hits the deck, a blood red. Many pirate and guards lay on the deck and wailed or turned into a corpse. The stumped arm and the horrible to see wound are disgusting just to look at. The bullets that did not have long eyes were flying everywhere, and the cabin walls were beaten to pieces. Haha! Kill these damn guards! Brothers are looking for a woman. It's been a long time since I've been driving. Finally met a merchant ship, can't let him escape. We are poison-tooth pirates. If we give up resistance, we can spare your lives. Our captain is bounty 8.7 million belly. Poison Tooth, Grand Line, and even Marine have to give face. Shoot! Help me, I was shot. Go die! Cows walked out of the cabin and looked at the chaotic deck. Pirate was laughing wanton, and some screamed and wailed. The bloody level was like on the battlefield, and accidentally died. Shoo! A bullet passed by, breaking a hole in the wall on the spot. Cow's eyelids twitched, and his heartbeat accelerated a little. The merchant ship can't sink, he has to use the merchant ship to go to Water 7 or Sabayati Archipelago. Up ahead, a guard is fighting a pirate with a long knife. I don't know if it's the reason for the weak body. It's obviously not pirate's opponent. Just a moment, his arm was cut off, lying on the ground screaming. With a slight movement of Cow's fingers, the golden inner armor splits a piece of gold and quickly turns into nails. With a whistle, it brings a sky-splitting sound, like a tiny lightning bolt, passing through Pirate's back of the head in one fell swoop. There was no obstacle at all. Pirate held a long knife and slammed it on the ground. The blood on his forehead was mixed with brain plasma, and his body twitched from time to time and quickly lost his breath. Kill a pirate with no difficulty, Cows didn't feel much. It looks like it is no different from pinching a chicken to death. The guard who originally thought he would die, turned pale with a stunned face while holding the broken arm, and crawled quickly to find the bunker brow beaded with sweat and hid. Death, everyone will be afraid. Cows has been standing at the door of the cabin, 4 golden nails appeared again in his hand, and then under Cows's concealed control, he harvested life like death god. This is equivalent to putting a cold gun, faster than a bullet, and simply can't avoid it. Still in such a chaotic situation, wherever the 5 golden nails went, each pirate fell like a wheat. Some powerful pirates perceive the danger and can roll subconsciously on the spot or hold obstructions, thinking that can be avoided. But the point is that these golden nails can be turned under the control of cows. With a scream, many people noticed something was wrong. Damn, there is a powerhouse on this ship. Defense. Notify the captain. Leave a place with the corpse. Pirate moved away from the guards, slowly forming a defense and staring at all the guards, but both sides were still shooting cold guns. The atmosphere fell into seriousness for a while, and the viscera of the blood-stained deck was exposed to the ground, very miserable and bloody. Chapter 7. Boom! The 3-meter-high huge body jumped from the pirate ship to the deck of the merchant ship. A strong man with strong features and sharp teeth, dressed openly chest coat, with beard, 3 pistols pinned to his waist, holding a cold light lingling machete in his hand. A fiendish aura assaults the senses, with a strong oppression. Many guards are holding weapons nervously, even the guard captain has a heavy face at the moment. Poison Tooth, Captain Poison Tooth Pirates, Bounty 8.7 million belly. This kind of bounty is placed 20 years later, at least more than 40 million yuan. It is not the kind of parallel imports that only knows to kill ordinary people. Who's the matter? The 2-meter-long machete hammered on the ground, and Poison Tooth looked very ruthless around all the guards, and the depths of his eyes were full of playfulness. I am. The guard captain wears armor and holds a long spear weapon in his hand, standing up and looking at Poison Tooth violently. As for the captain, hiding behind these guards simply dare not come out. He is just the captain of a merchant ship, not Captain Pirates. He has no other ability besides being able to shoot a few shots. He may be a little bit old. In this case, you can only rely on the most powerful captain on board. Hand over your treasures, women, and goods, and I can spare your lives. Poison Tooth's eyes are full of dangers, watching the captain and the surroundings solemnly. The guard waiting is full of disdain. Don't think about it. The chief captain did not hesitate at all. He has traveled north and south for so many years, knowing pirates' greed well. If all the treasures, women and goods are handed over, not only will it affect the reputation of their merchant ships, these pirates may also go back on one's word. And give everything to pirate, in this vast ocean, they definitely hold on for less than 3 days. Unless it is very close to the nearest island. According to the nautical chart, they are still 2 days away from the nearest island. During this period, they will encounter severe weather such as rainstorm. The weather on the Grand Line is changeable. The first moment is 10,000 li and there is no cloud, but the next moment there may be heavy rain. All kinds of weird weather cannot be prevented. Giving everything to the other party is no less than waiting to die. Humph! The women stay, the men are all killed. Poison Tooth coldly snorted, he just observed it. The captain is the strongest right now, and the other guards and ordinary people are not mentioned. As for the weird things reported to him just now, it may be caused by some cold shots. Even if there is a powerhouse secretly, he is not afraid. Poison Tooth is very confident in his own strength. Kill these pirates. Go. Kill. The melee starts again, this time more fierce and cruel than just now. Cows is still standing at the door of the cabin, with his index finger lightly picking, the blood-stained golden nails originally scattered in the corners, once again harvesting life with sky-splitting sound. Ah! Captain, there is a sneak attack. The scream stopped abruptly, and a pirate temple was penetrated and fell to the ground. The convulsions stopped after a few strokes. Hateful, is a sniper. Find the location of the sniper. Yes. Kill Ah! The stumps and broken arms and the hot blood are constantly splashing, one after another cold gun bullet shot. The battle between Poison Tooth and Captain is more pleasing to the eye. Cows is reaping his life while watching the battle between Poison Tooth and Captain. Poison Tooth is abusive, holding a machete like a cold light total annihilation. Chief Captain leaned back in an emergency, and a cabin behind it was shattered like tofu. Cows was a little surprised. Is this Slash? In the field, Captain supported the ground with one hand. The right hand held the long spear poisonous snake and stabbed it out. The target pointed directly at the heart of Poison Tooth. Unfortunately, Poison Tooth avoided him. With this strength, I dare to fight against me. Poison Tooth leaped high, holding the machete tightly in both hands, and the speed is not slow at all, the imposing manner is like a fierce beast. Powerful. General Captain is very calm and calmly responds. Although he is not an opponent in strength, his speed is dominant. Both you come and I go, the collision of the machete and the long spear is filled with sparks, all around the strong wind swept away some corpses and wooden barrel debris. Ding! Sparks flew everywhere, the captain long spear was blocked on the head, his complexion was flushed, his feet were deep in the deck, a trace of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and pirate his eyes were raised violently, and his hands were bulging with blue veins, clutching the machete desperately. Die! Poison Tooth grinned, the right hand suddenly pulled out the pistol pinned to his waist, and shot the chief captain close at hand. Even if it was a critical juncture, Captain tilted his head, but the bullet still ran across his face with a piece of flesh and blood. At this time, Poison Tooth was sideways and kicked heavily on Captain's chest. Hot blood spurted from his mouth, and the chief captain flew out and smashed a chain of supplies, lying in the armor with blood and his face pale. Ha ha! Poison Tooth's sneak attack succeeded, but didn't get stunned, but rushed out immediately, trying to beat the water dog to kill the total captain in one fell swoop. Just kill this guy, and the entire merchant ship will be in his bag. When the time comes, he chooses treasures, food, and women. Cow's side then said, who has been watching all this? Poison Tooth was originally slightly stronger than the total captain, plus enough cunning and insidious, it is not surprising that there is such a result now. Can't continue to wait and see. The golden inner armor on the body softens and flows out from the trousers, turning into a huge golden giant's sword. Following Cow's finger, he shoots out towards Poison Tooth with sky-splitting sound on the spot. Who? Poison Tooth was very vigilant and noticed that the sky-splitting sound immediately placed the machete in front of his chest, just when the golden giant sword was shot, and the huge power surged back and forth. Almost fell into the sea. Found it. Cows obviously couldn't conceal such a move, all around pirate immediately looked over, all of them fiercely began to charge or shoot. Cow's skin underneath his clothes quickly turned into gold, and he pulled the golden giant sword between his hands and quickly differentiated into thin golden needles, which were densely packed and fell in midair. All pirate stopped and swallowed while looking at the golden needle in the air. Fall. Press your hands down, and the thin needles are like rain. In a panic of crying fear, like a hot knife through butter, pirate was worn into a sieve. Go to hell. Poison Tooth, with bloodshot eyes, charged up with a machete. At the crucial moment, Cows disappeared in place with a shave and appeared beside Poison Tooth. Momentum is big, power is deep. With the scream of Poison Tooth, it turned into a cannonball and crashed into the cabin. Caused a scream. Some people hiding inside escaped. Cow's complexion was calm, and the golden needles that filled the deck with his right hand began to float in the air, recombined into 5 golden long swords and stood on top of his head. All around pirate was already lying on the ground. After all, those guards didn't just watch, they all took the opportunity to hit a person when he's down to catch them. You angered me. A fierce voice came from the cabin, and Poison Tooth dragged a machete to spit out the blood from his mouth, looking fiercely on his face. With Cows. 5 gold long swords were aligned at Poison Tooth, and Cows sneered. Boom! Poison Tooth rushed forward, holding the pistol in his left hand and shooting out 5 bullets in succession. Cow's thoughts move, a golden long sword fell and transformed into a shield, hovering firmly in front of you, and the other 4 golden long swords were shot out. Ding ding ding! Poison Tooth roared. The machete actually pushed away the 4 gold long swords, and came to Cows in front of Cows holding the machete high and came splitting heaven and earth apart. Cows didn't panic at all, and the golden shield changed into a long sword again. The right hand grabbed the top of his head, and cracked Cows's coat as the force pressed down on the deck. I thought how powerful the opponent is. Now Cows finds out that he can sling the opponent. In fact, I am very strong. Chapter 8. Cows clenched the golden transformation with his left hand, densely packed golden spikes appeared on it, and each sharp flashed cold light, punching the poison tooth, and the latter's face changed quickly and opened. The distance is dangerous and dangerous to avoid. Cows can use the shave to get close quickly, jump up high and swept his right foot across Poison Tooth's face, with the teeth and blood splashing, Poison Tooth's entire face deformed and painful, with sky-splitting sound flying up a succession of debris, lying at the end, dizzy and almost climbing does not raise. Cows landed raised hand and beckoned, 5 golden long swords flew out one after another, each one was shining in the sun. The golden light shines below, but now it is a deadly weapon. Poison Tooth struggled to get up and roll on the spot, too late to consider the image. 5 gold long swords are inserted into the deck, only sword hilt is still exposed. Cows is like a cat playing with a mouse, using Poison Tooth to test the style developed by gold fruit. The metal collided with sparks, and the 5 golden long swords split into densely packed golden needles, aiming at the Poison Tooth to exude a sharp edge. Damn it! Like the sound of a swarm of bees, Poison Tooth's pale face was full of panic, and he quickly found a cover to hide behind and gasped. Devil fruit, that guy is devil fruit ability user. Some common sense Poison Tooth still knows, after all, the bounty is more than 8 million, and the surrounding sea territory is still a rateless pirate with a small reputation. I have heard of the secret treasure of the sea more than once, but I didn't expect to meet it today. Chains of Heaven. 3 golden long swords collide and fuse, and become a golden bright and dazzling chain, as if a python is rolling towards Poison Tooth. Even if Poison Tooth opens one after another a few shots or the machete is useless to resist. The chain will not only evade, it can be reconnected even if it is cut off. The hands were entangled one after another, and the huge body of Poison Tooth was forcibly lifted in the sky. The chains on the body became tighter and tighter, and even the bones seemed to be broken. Cows raised his hand and waved, the remaining 2 gold long swords turned into lances, standing behind them, they could fall down at any time to nail Poison Tooth in midair. Forgive me. I can be yours. The fear of death envelopes the soul, and Poison Tooth's mouth is full of blood and a face of fear begging for mercy with. He doesn't want to die. Cows looked around all around. In the distance, Captain and some guards, as well as many people who sneaked over from the cabin, all looked at him. As for those of Poison Tooth, most of them are dead. The remaining small part has been tied up, and the next fate may be to be killed or sold to become a slave. Generally speaking, this is the end of pirate. Pu. The golden long spear penetrated from the back of the heart. Poison Tooth's body was shocked, and his nose was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with despair and fear. With the death of Poison Tooth, the golden long spear and golden chain floated in the air to shake off the blood stains on it, and finally entered Cows's cuffs and turned into the inner armor again. Killing Poison Tooth is considered a shock, even more how this guy doesn't know how much blood is on his hands. He is also considered to be an enforced justice on behalf of the heaven. It would be great if it were stronger, maybe it could be accepted as a subordinate. Unfortunately too weak. Many thanks Your Excellency, save us. The chief captain and the captain's entire group came forward, all thanking Cows. If it weren't for Cows, they might be buried in seabed. The little steward who gave Cows the ferry ticket before, now his mouth is open in amazement. It's gone. This is not an Orion, but a powerhouse. It's okay, no effort at all. People are separated by their stomachs. Cows doesn't know whether these people are really grateful or false. Anyway, he is now the strongest on this ship. Yes, I am not afraid of any moths. Mock Town, located in the first half of the Grand Line, is a spending money like pirate gathering town. It can be said to be pirates' paradise and very prosperous. There are gambling, red light districts, and taverns above. It is not so much a small town as a small country, a gathering place for pirate. There is no such thing as ordinary people, because everyone's hands are covered with blood. People coming, people going in the center of the town, everyone who goes with each other has a knife or a gun at his waist, maybe it looks like a weak girl with several lives in his hands. The probability of making a big fight can happen at any time. If you are not vigilant, you may not even know how to die. On the sea horizon far away from Mock Town, a merchant ship docked far away at this time. From the bow of a merchant ship, you will find that Mock Town is just a black spot the size of a sesame. Mr. Cows, are you sure you want to go to Mock Town? On the deck, Captain, the guards, and many others looked at Cows. Yes. Cows looked at the black spots there. The poison-tooth pirates solved the day before yesterday is the first time he has fought with someone in 3 years. Although he can solve the opponent without any effort, Cows feels that he can still improve, such as the speed of gold manipulation and flexibility. These ones. In addition, fighting with people and fighting with animals are completely different things. Although this battle is very easy, Cows' realm and knowledge are slightly higher. Sure enough, you still have to fight with people. Some things can only be better mastered and adjusted through battle. So Cows intends to learn the life creed of Brother Flathead, do whatever he doesn't agree with, either in a fight or on the way to a fight. To die. Mock Town is just around the sea territory, and the merchant ship is also happy to send him a ride. After saving them from Cows, the treatment is the same as before, the difference between heaven and earth. The rooms arranged are the most luxurious, and they also automatically offer the treasure of poison-tooth pirates, but Cows only needs gold, which is refined to blend with the golden inner armor. This is the change brought about by strength. As long as you have strength, wealth, fame, power, and women are all at your fingertips. In addition, Cows remembers that Mock Town is part of Skypiea, which means that Skypiea is just above the island. He plans to try one's luck to take a look and see if he can find Goro Goro no Mi. Even if you can't find the gold on it, you can store it first. It will be useful in the future. And Skypiea is very suitable as a base camp, it is a rare refuge. The Mock Town below is also a very good place, where pirate gathers all kinds of monsters and ghosts, just to exercise. So I want to go to Cows and plan to stay in Mock Town for a while, and don't worry about going to Water 7 or Sabayati Archipelago. But Mock Town is a small town where pirate gathers. There are many powerful pirates on it. Go. Cows beckons with the hand, without giving everyone a chance to speak, manipulate the golden inner armor silhouette to hang in the air like a cannonball and fly out towards Mock Town. Let's leave this sea territory soon too. The captain is a little anxious. It's too close to Mock Town. You may encounter pirates at any time. As the merchant ship quickly turned around, it disappeared on the horizon in a short time. At this moment, Cow's silhouette landed in the jungle on the back of the island, and did not swagger into the Mock Town from the front. It seemed a little low-key. Mock Town can only be said to be worthy of the money-spending pirate town. Even after 20 years, it still maintains an extraordinary influence. Basically, some pirates who are taller than the sky or self-confident will come here to check in, even if it is a detour on the Grand Line. After all, it is easy to be famous here. As long as you are famous on this island, you can quickly spread to the Grand Line, so Mock Town is one of the good places to gain fame. The premise is that the strength is hard enough. Chapter 9. Cows walked out of the jungle and looked at the contiguous building complex along the coast. People could hear the voices even far away. I looked up to the sky, white clouds surrounded the sun, and just above this 10,000 meters, an island full of magic and gold was there. Peng peng. A burst of gunshots and shouting to kill caught Cow's eyes. On the open space outside the town, more than 30 pirates fought together. It's completely a fight of life and death. There are many other pirate booing around, actually placing your bets and hands off the table. Chaos, violent, and bloody. I saw a good show as soon as I came up. Only 5 or 6 minutes after the battle was over, someone automatically came out to move the corpse. If it weren't for bloodstains and some minced meat on the ground, who would have thought that more than a dozen people died in such a short time? The winner gets cheers and money, but the loser only has death. These pirates are completely crazy. After all, no one knows when he will die after licking the blood with the knife's mouth. That tight spirit has long been corroded and becomes abnormal. Cows passed by and entered the town quietly. The various pubs, red light districts, and gambling shops on both sides of the street stand in great numbers. People coming, people going are all with knives or other guns on their waists. Pirate, the air is exuding drunken fans and death carnivals. If you can open a shop here, you must have a gun nearby, or you may not be afraid of having a backstage behind you, otherwise you will not be able to stand. Drunk pirate can do anything. Some people who look like old and weak women and children are not ordinary people who are helpless. They are probably retired pirate thugs, all masters of vicious and merciless. Of course there are some real ordinary people, but most of these ordinary people are descendants of retired pirate, and ordinary people from outside cannot survive here. Here, if you don't have any blood on your hands, you will go out sorry. If you have never killed anyone, you can tell at a glance if you have been mixed in the road. For example, now, Cows has been spotted. Boss, this guy is newcomer at first glance. Still alone. 5 carrying long swords or holding muskets. The madman surrounded Cows with a grinning grin, apparently eyeing Cows as soon as he entered the town. Brat, hand over all the money on your body, otherwise you can't leave. The first full-beard man, picking his nails a little carelessly. With his rich experience, it has been determined that this is a soft persimmon. It stands to reason that the Lone Ranger dares to come to Mocktown, he must have the brush in his hand, and it is best not to provoke such a person. But the guy in front of him, at a glance, knew that there was no smell of fireworks on his body. It was the first time to enter a prosperous city with a country folk. Are you not a person who is not to be trifled with? He can smell the smell even far away. As for why Beard dare to rob here in broad daylight, it is naturally dependent. Backed by Lion King pirates with a total bounty of 76 million, the Captain Lion King Chappa is a bounty of 53 million belly, and he is also a devil fruit ability user. May not be ranked in Mocktown Lion King pirates, but it also has a little reputation. Like this highway robbery, it can only bully newbies or single-handed businesses, and those powerful pirates simply disdains. Haha, another immature guy is being spotted. Kill him. Betting, I guess he can't hold on 5 seconds. I bet him for 10 seconds. Isn't this Beard? Lion King pirate's henchman. It's boring, it can only bully and bully newcomer. Lion King Chappa is a bit of ability, walked the lucky dog excrement to get the treasure of the sea, devil fruit, or Zoan Nico no Mi lion form. P. Let's go, this guy is dead. Just like that, more and more people watched the excitement. Most pirate thought Cows was dead. Some pirate who floats at sea all year round and licks blood from the knife's edge all have a special temperament on their bodies. Cows obviously doesn't have that temperament yet. It's more chaotic and crazy than I thought. Cows came to Mocktown and expected this to happen. The scene now is the real One Piece world. Life and death battle may happen with just one look. Such robbery is as normal as drinking water. This is exactly what he wants. Only by staying in a madman's den for a long time, can you blend in and not look out of place. Some excitement. But Cows is playing heartbeat. He wants to become the richest man in the world. Brat, did you hear me? Hand over your money, or you will be killed. The thug with a musket poked Cows on the forehead, a vicious threat. Many people around are all joking, thinking that Cows is scared and stupid. Please don't poke me. Cows tilted his head back, not angry. After all, these guys are dead in his eyes. He didn't come to Mocktown for low-key fun, but wanted to hone himself through battle. There must be danger, but Cows is not afraid, on the contrary, he is looking forward to it. Some are dead. Haha, the temper is not small, I will poke you and poke you. The thug laughed heartily. There may be a backstage, so he is very unscrupulous. It's not that IQ is anxious. Pu. The frantic laughter came to an abrupt end. The mob's protruding eyes were full of fear, his hands clasped his throat tightly, and blood was splashing back at the moment, and he opened his mouth. I want to talk, but there is only a hiccup sound. Cow's index finger and middle finger are closed together, and blood is dripping on the ground. Shigen and Cows don't know if there is any cultivation success. Anyway, you can leave fingerprints on the tree without golden transformation, if golden transformation can penetrate. This is true even for rocks. It is still not possible to shoot Tobu Shigen like the original CP9, the underground King Strizy, like the kind of air bullets. The noisy atmosphere quieted down, but it only lasted 3 seconds, and then it became more lively. This guy dared to do it. It's a stubborn. Finally, there is a show. Kill them, I will press you to win. Brat, I am optimistic about you, kill these guys. Lest there be no chaos in the world, there is endless laughter. The smell of blood can arouse the madness of these thugs. Pirate. Courting death, kill him. Beard complexion is gloomy, greeted the remaining few men, who already regarded Cows as a dead person. Go to hell. A thug with a long knife slashed at Cows fiercely. But Cows just moved one step sideways, his body turned and his right foot swept across the mob's head with a sky-splitting sound. With the twisted face and blood, the mob's entire head was kicked out. The headless corpse tumbled on the ground, and the bloody neck was constantly shooting blood, which once caused the surrounding atmosphere to climax. Haha! That's it, kill them all! Amidst the roaring of the theatermen around, a mob held afire the gun, dripping with sweat on his face, shot. Cows disappeared in place and appeared in front of the mob in a blink of an eye. He pinched his neck with one hand and lifted it in midair. With the force, he threw it on the ground with a click like a chicken's neck. Just after 2 convulsions, he lost his voice. Puff pu. Several sharp weapons pierced into flesh and blood. Cows killed the remaining thugs like lightning, and looked towards Beard with blood dripping from his fingers. Chapter 10. Brat, you are dead. I'm working for the 53 million Great Pirate Lion King Chappa of Bounty, you kill me now. His subordinates won't just leave it alone. Beard gloomy face, pulling out the long knife from his waist, dripping cold sweat on his forehead. He looked away. This guy just disappeared suddenly, he simply didn't see it clearly. Cows has a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. These guys are very strong for ordinary people, but they are just a little bit for him. He is very interested in this Lion King pirates, he has offended him anyway, and he doesn't mind getting it done. Bounty 53 million, it should be very suitable as a whetstone. In this era, the bounty 53 million is not a small amount. Just now he heard someone say that it was Zoan ability user, this kind of meat shield couldn't be more suitable. Shoo! Cows disappeared in place, appeared beside Beard in the blink of an eye, and kicked out with momentum is big, power is deep. Beard still has a bit of ability. At the critical moment, he put a long knife in front of him to block it. However, Cow's formidable power on his foot is a bit big. For this reason, Beard's face flushed and only insisted on 2 breaths and flew away. Get out! The people watching the show quickly backed away, all yelling and roaring. More excited than the two fighting. They yearned for the smell of blood, eager to fight scenes, and eager to hear screams and wailing. Cough cough. Beard lying on the ground 10 meters away, he couldn't stop vomiting blood in his mouth and nose, he could barely get up with just 1 foot, his chest was like a live tear, it was so painful that the bones were probably broken a lot. Cows looked miserable, with a horrified Beard on his face, and suddenly lost interest. This guy is a silver-like pewter spearhead, so I don't want to use it. Leave a life just to inform Lion King pirates. This pirates will be the first chicken he kills based on Mocktown. Cows turned and left, planning to find a tavern to live in. The next days may not be so leisurely. You kind of leave a name. Cows stopped, turned his head and looked at Beard for a moment. Anyway, it's here to do it, so I can be a little arrogant. It has been 3 years and 5 months, and now I have the ability to protect myself. It is time to make a high profile and spread my reputation throughout the world. Golden Emperor Gaia Cows. Leaving a line of name cows and leaving, pirate yelled at the theater, and then disappeared. As for Beard, fiercely looked at Cows's back, clutching his chest and leaving slowly. Tropical Hotel. More than 10 minutes later, Cows stood in front of a big hotel. Before entering the door, he could hear the noise inside. Many pirates were in drink. What do I need? As soon as Cows entered the door, a 5-year-old, 3 thick, 4-meter-high waiter stepped forward with a wolf fang club in his hand and a fire spear on his waist. With Cows. Who would have thought that this guy would be a waiter? The generally speaking waiter should be the kind of pretty and charming beauties, this is simply a wild beast. Spike, you idiot, I want a box of rum here. Not far from the dinner table, several pirates were yelling at them. Asshole, didn't you see Lao-Tzu serving new guests? Give it to Lao-Tzu. Spike turned around and cursed in a louder voice, then continued to look at Cows. Be patient, brat, eat or stay in the shop, hurry up. Stay in the shop and eat too. Cows's mouth twitches. There is a lot of sweat in the hall. The smell of tobacco and alcohol, and the taste of food, is similar to that of a pigsty. The most luxurious room, 100,000 belly a day. The second luxury room, 50,000 belly a day. Single room 10,000 belly a day, go to the counter to pay the deposit with Lao-Tzu. Spike dragged the wolf fang club, then turned around neatly and walked towards the counter. The person who collects the money is an old man who smokes with a cigarette stick. It is also the boss of this restaurant. He looks like Alzheimer's, dizzy and eyes blurred, but he used to be a pirate. I heard that the amount of bounty was almost the same. It broke 100 million. Besides, I met other bosses doing business in Mocktown, which many pirates are reluctant to provoke. Take Cows to the counter, and Spike yells and goes to move the drink. Very rude. What's the price of the room? Smoking boss, without raising his head, he turned over the account book in his hand. The most luxurious. Cows has a pile of gold, almost fist-sized, and this time the boss is lifting his head from smoking. The turbid gaze suddenly became sharp. You can only live for 5 days. The food is counted, and the damage is 10 times the compensation. If you have any trouble, it is best to go out and solve it. Smoking boss, throwing gold and putting it in from the counter, he took out something similar to a room card, and then explained the rules of the store. Cows took the room card, nodded. Trace. Trace, where did you die? Take this guest upstairs, the most luxurious room. Smoking boss, yes, roaring at the hall. Boss, you must die in front of me. When you die, remember to give me the property, or I will throw your body into the sea. A loud voice attracted Cows' gaze. A 3-meter-high, bloated body, the murder weapon was turbulent, with a centipede scar across his face, wearing nondescript overalls, a musket on his waist, and a big axe behind his back. Big Mom came over. You are welcome to hope that the smoking boss will die sooner. She is good to inherit the inheritance. Asshole Tracy, I will definitely live longer than you. The smoking boss was full of anger. Humph, see who lasts longer. Trace turned her head to look at cows and waved, come with me. Following this tonnage, cows can still hear whisperings curse. When I came to the 5th floor, the most luxurious room was as tall as it was said, but it was actually a daily room with a separate bathroom, a larger area, and matching sofas. There is a balcony on the side, overlooking the sea and mountainside. It costs 100,000 belly a day. Without food, it can only be said that it is indeed the pirate island. However, cows lacks everything except money. I looked around in the room, settled down for a while, and then went downstairs to eat something. There is no door-to-door service here. If you want to eat, go downstairs to the lobby. As for Tracy, took cows to the door and left. She was very busy. There are only 4 people in the entire hotel: smoking boss, 2 heavy tonnage waiters, Spike, Tracy, and Chef Bud. It's hard to imagine that such a big restaurant will be activated by these 4 people. There is no doubt that all 4 of them were pirate. I just don't know why I settled down in Mocktown and retired. Returning to the smoky hall, cows is still somewhat uncomfortable, but still within the tolerance range. Aside from other things, this noisy atmosphere is pretty good, and it's easy to forget unhappy things. What do I need? Spike is still dragging the Wolf Fang Club, fiercely and violently fighting pirate from the other tables, and those who don't know think he is the guest. Other pirates are also foul-mouthed, or they just laugh like a mental illness. None of these are normal. P.S. QQ reading, extremely deep deduction for old readers, Islands Under the Sky, 10,000 rewards, love you. The kind that wants to fit into the body. Chapter 11. Your signature dish, first serve 20 people. Another 2 bottles of the most expensive wine. Wait. Spike didn't even look at cows, so he recorded his voice to the kitchen, then brought cows 2 bottles of red wine and went to the other table. I'm not afraid that cows can't afford to pay after eating. After all, cows had only one end at that time, and that was being sold as a slave by this restaurant. Simple and rude rules of conduct are very effective. Cows tasted red wine while listening to pirates bossing conversation in the hall. Recently, the pirate on the sea has become so famous. What about Marine? All kinds of news and trivia are very interesting. The most important news is the news of Roger Pirates, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Red the Aloof, Iron Fist Garp, and Sengoku the Buddha. There are many rookies or people showing off one's ability. Listening to these messages, cows didn't feel bored, and the food came quickly. This is it. At this moment, more than 30 pirates stood watching the hotel plaque outside the hotel. The first one was wearing an open-chested coat with lush chest hair and strong features. The man with a few scars and 3 pistols on his waist is very eye-catching with his lion-like fluffy hair. Tropical hotel, a bit not to be trifled with. Yes, we have already investigated that guy. He only went to the island today. There are no other accomplices. Someone saw that guy enter this restaurant and never came out. Pirate, a bucktooth next to him, spoke, and he knew it was for intelligence at a glance. Master Chappa, you must avenge me. The previous beard was wrapped in bandages and his face was pale and sick. He had moved out of the backstage. That guy must die today. Go tell that brat out, although this guy is just a dog, but it is also covered by Lao Tzu. Chappa coldly snorted. He doesn't care about the beard being beaten, but hit the dog without looking at the owner. In Mocktown, he is still a bit famous. If it spreads out that his subordinates are beaten, and he is indifferent, how will he be mixed up after that? How do those subordinates follow him? When you come out, you want face. But Chappa is not stupid. He knows that Mocktown still has many pirates or powerhouses that he can't afford to offend, so he sent someone to investigate in advance. Yes. A pirate ran into the hotel, facing the smoky hall with a voice. Who is the Golden Emperor Gaia Cows? Our Captain Lion King Chappa is looking for you. Pirate swept across the quiet hall with pride and disdain in his eyes. Lion King Chappa? Bounty 53,000,001. Who is the Golden Emperor? The title is pretty arrogant. No heard of it. Is it famous? The quiet hall for a few seconds suddenly became lively. All pirate has a look in the theater. Who is the Golden Emperor? Gaia cows, I won't be scared to hear our captain's name. Seeing no one responded, Pirate's face was full of disdain. Who is the person he is looking for? Consciously point out to solve the problem, and don't disturb lousy doing business. The smoking boss on the platform, although it was said to the whole hall, but the last gaze stayed on Cows. Only this guy is the most suspicious. Cows slowly swallowed the food in his mouth, then finished the red wine in the glass, stood up and walked towards Pirate with his hands in his pockets. According to the story, Pirate glanced up and down at Cows. His appearance was similar to what Beard described. The guy they were looking for. Brat, dare to provoke us Lion King pirates, and be prepared to be crushed by our captain. Pirate sneered, as if he had seen Cows being crushed by Chappa. The terrible state of death. Cows didn't even grab a glance, and passed directly by Pirate. He walked out of the gate and looked at Pirate in the 30s. There were a lot of people watching. You are the Golden Emperor Gaia Cows. Lion King Chappa coldly smirked and grinned cruelly. The name is quite arrogant. Those who dare to kill me, courting death. Are you famous? Cows put his hands on his shoulders, and his contemptuous eyes made Chappa extremely angry to laugh back. Brat, there is a kind of follow-up. Chappa turned around and left after speaking. He is a principled pirate. Fighting here will suffer a lot. If something breaks something, those greedy guys will surely make him pay 100-fold, and the gain will not be worth the loss. If you switch to a powerful pirate, you simply won't care about it, you just want to do it there. And those greedy guys dare not even fart. Cows looked around all around, and a lot of playful eyes were looking at him. In such circumstances, the cow's silhouette was soaring in the air, passing directly by the Lion King pirates' entire group and leaving the town first. Now the whole street is a little quieter. Lion King Chappa is more gloomy and uncertain. Fly. It is not like Marine Rokushiki Jeppo. It is very likely that it is also Devil Fruit ability user. Looking away, Lion King Chappa may have kicked the iron plate. This is more interesting. Catch up. What kind of Golden Emperor is this guy? It's a bit high profile. Is there any high profile strength? I'll know right away. Cow's hand is really a lot. People put away the contempt before. Powerhouse has always been high profile. Otherwise, how do people know if it is a powerhouse? However, high profile is easy to attract hatred, but Cow's fruitful ability is destined to be impossible and low profile. Everyone came out and mixed for power, wealth, and fame. Now Cow's initially has the strength to match the high profile. I spent more than 3 years before, isn't it just for the high profile life in the future? Don't say anything, it's cool. But be careful of being beaten to death. Falling from the sky, Cows finally stood on the ground 3 feet off the ground. Looks handsome and free and easy, with a kind of inexplicable sense of heroism. Cows may not be very handsome, but it is definitely the kind that looks good. He wears a white shirt with a grey jacket, a pair of black pants on his lower body, and his feet are shiny with leather shoes. Luster. Hair is neat and tidy, with a bunch of bangs on his forehead, but the sun is a bit harsh. Almost 2-3 minutes, Lion King Chappa brought more than 30 subordinates, followed by many pirate watching the show. Chappa didn't urge either. He took off his coat to reveal his majestic chest, and walked to Cows with his muscles and bare hands, moving his neck to make the sound of ka-cha. Place your bets and hands off the table. Lion King 100,000 belly. I bet the Golden Emperor 300,000 belly, with the ability to fly, you can definitely be invincible. I think it's a parallel trade, I bet on Lion King to lose. A group of poor ghosts, I bet 500,000 Bailey Lion King. That Lao Zi bet on the Golden Emperor. Before the battle started, some pirate watchers began to bet. In general, Lion King bet a little more. After all, everyone has heard of Lion King in Mocktown, but Cows is not well known. If it hadn't missed the ability to fly, there might be fewer people bet on him. In the field, Chappa's body swelled suddenly, his hair grew, his physique continued to grow taller, and he became a human-shaped lion as he roared. Strong limbs, sharp claw, ling, butt flicks a tail, billowing beast breath assaults the senses, and winds up the surrounding sand and majesty. Chappa entered the semi-beast form as soon as he came up. Although on the surface he was disdainful of cows, he was already wary in his heart. P.S. Extremely deep deduction, shamelessly invincible, 5,000 starting coins, love you. Chapter 12. Here, Zoan Nico no Mi lion form. Is this the ability of Devil Fruit? Zoan can increase various defensive power, attack power, and resilience. The situation is not easy to say. This Golden Emperor may also be a Devil Fruit ability user, most likely Paramecia. With Chappa's transformation, immediately caused a lot of noise. You must know that Devil Fruit, the secret treasure of the sea, has a price but no market. Even the most trash can be auctioned for more than 100 million belly. Not everyone can afford it. That is a very luxurious fruit. Some people may not know what Devil Fruit is, the secret treasure of the sea for a lifetime. But what is certain is that as long as you eat a Devil Fruit, you can immediately have the power to surpass ordinary people. This is an important shortcut to gain strength and change destiny. Brat, I want to tear you apart. In the field, Chappa looked condescendingly at Cows, her ferocious and cruel face, like a shadow that covered the sun. Cows felt a little oppression. His guess is correct. Only this kind of powerhouse can make him improve. Like the previous Poison Tooth and Beard, it simply can't make him feel excited. Either you killed me, or you were killed by me. Cows fluttered with his hair upright, his hands upright, full of cold arrogance. Very arrogant. Perfect you. The fierce roar pierced the eardrums. Chappa's right paw, thicker than the thigh, came like lightning and pointed directly at Cow's throat. Obviously, one strike certain kill is required. Cows, who was already tensed and ready, clenched his fist in the immediately right hand, and blasted forward without dodge or dodge. There was a huge collision, and some cracks were torn in the ground under the feet of the two. Cows couldn't stop backing 2 steps, and he could feel the pain in his fist. Chappa's huge mouth was full of sneers, and her strong legs didn't move. The sky-splitting sound hits violently. Chappa rushes forward to total annihilation with his right foot. Cows leans back, but Chappa is faster, turning around with 5-fingered hooks like a sharp sickle. It grabbed Cows's chest in one fell swoop. Cows moved very fast. He just leaned back and rotated 360 degrees in midair to avoid him, and then he supported the ground with his left hand and closed his feet, like a cannonball hitting Chappa's chest. The dull collision was even bigger than the last time. Chappa's rugged elbows blocked her chest, and her feet sunk into the ground, leaving 2 traces. Cows stood up, and appeared in front of Chappa across a distance of 5 meters in the blink of an eye, hitting a left uppercut that stirred the sky-splitting sound. Chappa's eyes are full of sorrow. Cows's speed is beyond his expectation, didn't expect it to be so fast. However, Chappa is not muddy, it is also bounty 53 million, and with the blessing of Zoan, the reaction ability is absolutely very fast. Chappa immediately stooped to avoid, and at the same time came a sweeping leg. Although Cows jumped and avoided, Chappa was prepared, clenched his fists and punched Cows's cross-handed defense. Following a storm, Cows couldn't help but withdrew, unexpectedly fell into a disadvantage. Whew! Cows took a sigh of relief, and he learned a lot from these 2 or 3 tricks. The opponent's fighting ability and reaction ability are better than him, it is a perfect whetstone. This makes Cows's fighting spirit more exciting than ever, and he will definitely grow after this battle. Using shave to disappear in place, cows took the lead in launching an attack, planning to fight Chappa hand to hand. "Come on, Captain, I bet all the money. Kill the act recklessly guy, and dare to provoke us Lion King pirates." Many pirates are making noises in the periphery. Now Lion King Chappa clearly has the upper hand, suppressing the Golden Emperor one after another. The latter can only passively defend, and it seems to be retreating steadily. Many pirate think that Chappa will win. Interesting newbie. But there are also pirate with nasty eyes. For example, in a house not far away, a middle-aged person in casual clothes wears atop a round rubber cap with two sickle weapons hung around his waist. Looking at the almost suppressed battle in the field, a touch of surprise was revealed. "Reaper Tesses, can you see it too?" There are also many pirates standing on the other houses. One of the fat guys in a black suit and smoking a cigar turned his head to look at Tesses. This guy has bounty 93 million, and he is also Paramecia Scythe Fruit ability user, a Lone Ranger. Pridonit didn't expect to meet here. Bloodthorn Pridonit, bounty 89 million. Tesses looked back at the fat man, and saw the identity of the other person at a glance. This fat man is the master of Vicious and Merciless, Paramecia Thorn Fruit ability user. I heard that he killed a Marine colonel some time ago and is being chased by Sakazuki Rear Admiral, one of Marine's 3 Logia monsters. Kill, didn't expect to appear in Mocktown. Should you gamble on who will survive? Pridonit flicked his cigar ashes and leisurely pointed to the battle between cows and Chappa in the field. "Didn't you see it? Believe Killer Zebra Barks and Camel Tipiro also see it." Reaper Tesses put his hands on his shoulders and looked towards the other two people on the roof. One is a man wearing a black and white striped jacket, and the other is a man wearing long shoes. Killer Zebra Barks, bounty 81 million, Zoan Horse Fruit Zebra form. Camel Tipiro, bounty 79 million, Zoan Horse Fruit Camel form. Didn't expect is just a very ordinary battle, which will lead to these 4 powerhouses. That brat is actually practicing with Lion King Chappa, it's very interesting. Tipiro, the camel sitting on the roof with both legs up, pointed out the battle between cows and Chappa with a cold face. "Too weak." Killer Zebra Barks looked arrogant, with contempt in his eyes. In his opinion, whether it is Lion King Chappa or cows, they are too weak. Haha. They say Killer Zebra arrogant and conceited, that's right. The highest bounty of the 4, Reaper Tesses, looked at Killer Zebra with a playful expression on his face. I won't be able to beat that guy named Golden Emperor next game." "Humph, I don't mind killing you now, I believe Marine would be happy to receive bounty 93 million Reaper head. This is the pirate world. There is no sign of fire, and the medicinal smell permeates the air. I'm not teasing you. You can try it after this battle is over. If you can kill the Golden Emperor, I will give you 50 million belly." Tesses shrugged, calmly. Not irritated by Killer Zebra's words. "I like this bet, don't mind if I bet Killer Zebra to win. The same is 50 million. Bloodthorn Pridonit interjected with his smoke ring. "Killer Zebra, 30 million. Even Camel Tipiro spoke, with a cold expression of cherish words like gold. 50 million, I laughed at it." Killer Zebra glanced at Tesses, and then looked at the scene of the battle with a fierce mouth. This is the law of the jungle of weak are prey to the strong. Cows didn't know whether he was being targeted, or in such a few words, he had never even heard of Killer Zebra and the others. There is no grievance between the two sides, but the 4 of them determined Cows' future just like watching a play. Chapter 13. Pang. Cows moved his feet deep into the ground, panting heavily after leaving a 10-meter mark, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The forehead is full of hot sweat, looking a little embarrassed. Chappa's face on the opposite side was very embarrassed. He found that the opponent's defense was a bit scary, more terrifying than him. For example, where the shirt and trousers are wrapped, it seems to be wearing steel. There is no sensuality in the punch on it. The only weakness of the other party is the head and the exposed double fists. Chappa has no perception wrong, because it is a golden inner armor. Tui. Cows spit out the blood in his mouth, facing Chappa's provocative beckons with the hand. From being a little busy at first, to now he has mastered some rhythms, and he is growing through battle. Chappa's nose spit out 2 snorts, and his claws flashed with cold light. The sharp claw, which is almost a decimeter, is like a sharp knife, which can easily snatch a tree with a thick thigh. He is a little impatient. More than 10 minutes have passed since he has not taken the opponent down, which is a great shame. Bang bang! With continuous attacks, Chappa claws back and forth. Cows keeps flipping back and flipping to avoid it, using shaving to disappear from time to time, but Chappa's reaction ability is very good. Strong, maybe animals are inherently aware of danger, so cows' shave has some limitations. The main thing is to get home without cultivation. If you change to garp, Chappa may die without knowing how it died. Smelly mice that can only avoid. Chappa has a fierce expression, and after swiping her paws one after another, she kicks Cow's chest with one foot, and Cows can't stop with the dull sound. I stayed and quit, but my face didn't flush or breathe, and it was simply unaffected. Hong long long. The ground shook and the mud splashed. Cows disappeared in place with a shave. The next second Chappa appeared, and the whole lion's right arm went deep into the ground, as if being provoked. The angry lion looked fiercely at Cows. The other party is like a cunning loach, not slippery in autumn. Cows is not the kind of passive defense, one after another disappears and suddenly appears behind Chappa, with sky-splitting sound like a hot knife through butter on one foot. With the dull crash sound, Chappa's tail, which has never been used, suddenly swept around Cow's big feet, and quickly lifted Cow's to the ground. Cow's complexion changed, holding head with both hands exploded, and a pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared on the ground, but this was just the beginning. Chappa laughed wildly and kept holding Cow's back and forth, her tail entangled like a whip. Boom! For a while, the dust was flying, all around the ground quickly cracked and sank, and a lot of mud splashed out like bullets. A few back and forth made Cow's a little dizzy, and his mouth and nose stopped. Can't help bleeding. He was careless. Now I have to use power. However, Cow's did not choose golden transformation. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and spread out a golden long sword from it, which quickly formed and slashed towards Chappa's tail. Ah! A miserable and painful voice came out of Chappa's mouth. The thick tail was not so hard, it was directly cut off and fell on the ground with blood stains. Chappa pulled away and looked at her broken tail. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the lush hair on her neck was blown up. Cough cough. Cows knelt on one knee and pestered the gold long sword, wiped off his nosebleed and wiped it to the ground, standing up and looking at Chappa coldly. This guy actually forced him to use the fruit ability, but it didn't matter. Anyway, his melee combat ability has been tempered almost, so he needs to find a stronger enemy. The value of Chappa is no longer as important as at first. Cow's is more certain now, in fact, he is not weak. What is missing is the combat experience. You are also an ability user. Chappa's voice is hoarse, and I can feel the strong killing intent. Pirates who watched from the outside were also taken aback. No one could see how the golden long sword in Cow's hand appeared. After all, it was hammered the first second, but one appeared in the hand of the next moment. Weapons, this reversal is a bit fast. They can see clearly that Cow's has no place to hide weapons. This golden long sword is at least 1 decimeter wide and 1.3 meters long. It can be said to be a golden giant sword. If you hide such a giant sword on your body, it is impossible to see it. It should be paramecia. The 4-killer zebra on the roof immediately excluded Zoan and Logia. Only paramecia has that many weird abilities. What it is, it needs to be observed. Cows didn't speak, but looked at Chappa coldly. Even if you are an ability user, you have to die. Chappa was completely enraged and became violent, and the imposing manner was improved. The mud splashed under my feet, like an arrow from the string, faster than before. Cows takes a step back, the golden giant sword is suspended in front of his chest, his hands are pulled into 5 small golden long swords, and then they are pushed out to bring the sound of sound. There is a sense of sight of sword controlling art. Chappa eyes shrank, rushed out, the surrounding time seemed to be slow. Zoan's added dynamic vision improved to the extreme, dodged in a flash Chappa, and escaped 4 golden long swords unexpectedly. But the 5th one is still injured. There is a drenched with blood wound on the right face. If you look closely, you will find that the wound is slowly healing. It's just a little bit invisible. Such injuries only need to be given to Chappa for half an hour to ensure that even scars will not stay. If you change to an ordinary people, there will be no half a month or a month to stop healing. If Chappa develops this fruit deeper, or even awakens, maybe 2 or 3 breaths will be restored. It is clear that Chappa has not yet been developed to that level. Pu. Chappa escaped 5 golden long swords, but cows would not stand stupidly, and immediately appeared in front of Chappa with a shave. Momentum is big on his right foot, power is deep kick on his chest. Next moment Chappa showed pain on his face, rolling on the ground and finally hitting the end, could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood in his mouth. Obviously this kick is uncomfortable, thanks to Zoan's bonus resistance. Chappa didn't have time to breathe, and quickly rolled on the spot, and 5 gold long swords fell behind one after another, and only the sword target was left outside when it went deep into the ground. Cows took advantage of the victory, and leaned back with his right foot to roll up a large piece of mud and kicked Chappa's head. At the crucial moment, Chappa protected his head with both hands, and with the tremendous power he flew out again. Shiu shiu. 5 golden long swords are shot out like bullets with one lift and one wave of cows, and at the same time, they keep using the shaving to approach them. This is give Chappa no breath. Ding ding ding. The golden long sword keeps bursting into the ground, and Chappa can only evade in embarrassment. With his defense, he can't resist the edge of the golden long sword. Pu. Avoiding the golden long sword but not Cow's big feet, as the bones click, Chappa spurts blood in his mouth with pain, and rolls on the ground again. There is a trace. Now children can also tell that Chappa is not Cow's opponent. If Chappa was playing against cows before, then as cows used his abilities, the situation would have been reversed. Shiu shiu shiu. The sound of shooting suddenly sounded off the court, and one bullet shot at cows, so cows had to stop the attack. Is from Lion King Pirates. P.S. Extremely deep deduction, sweeping the whole world, 100,000 starting currency rewards, I love you to death. I owe you 10 more, let me make up for it. I lost my nut. Chapter 14. Kill him. Chong. These pirates were so anxious that they shameless shot him coldly and prepared to deceive more less. Cows is very calm, just need to be careful of his head, even if 1 or 2 bullets hit his chest, it is useless. There is still a part of the golden inner armor, but it is a little thin. But the gold was refined by Cows, and the bullet shot on it did not even leave a mark. Cow's right hand lifting 5 golden long swords hanging in the air, as the sound of the golden iron horse quickly differentiated, forming a decimeter-long slender golden needle. Pirate, who was rushing forward, stopped. His complexion became horrified. Run! I don't know who screamed, and more than 30 pirates disappeared. With the pressure of Cow's right hand, the hundreds of golden needles, like rain with dense sky-splitting sound, fall indiscriminately. Ah! Help! Simply can't resist it. Some people have pinholes in their heads, and immediately don't even feel the pain. As the blood and brains overflowed, they all screamed and wailed. Maybe the wound was relatively small, so there was no immediate death, but a lot of torture. Pirate, who was originally watching the theater, has long since ran away. Now when I look back at pirate who is constantly wailing on the ground and the surrounding ground is full of tiny pinholes, all my body trembles. Among them, those with intensive phobia are even more frightening. Go to hell. At this moment, Chappa appeared behind Cows, and the right claw hand grabbed the back of his neck in one fell swoop, his face filled with a sullen grin of success. But next moment Chappa's face was stiff. I saw a piece of gold suddenly rise from behind Cows, firmly shielding the whole head, sharp claw scratched on it, splashing sparks, and even leaving scratches. But no blood appeared. Pu. Chappa's body was bent into dried shrimps, his entire face quickly turned red and purple, his eyes turned white, and blood spurted from his mouth. Cows kicked deep into Chappa's abdomen after a single blow. As the huge force turned into a cannonball and flew out, it exploded again and again with a large piece of mud. Cows raised his hand to the ground, and the golden needles deep in the ground all rose into the sky, quickly merged into one and turned into 5 golden long swords again, leaving 5 beautiful trajectories in the air and shooting quickly. To Chappa. Ah! A miserable howl came out of Chappa's mouth. He was embarrassed and avoided the first 4, but the last one nailed him to death. On the ground. The ground is wet with hot blood, and Chappa's blood-stained face is full of fear of death. The 4 golden long swords inserted into the ground stood on top of the head again, not even giving Chappa a chance to beg for mercy. With the gentle pressure of Cow's right hand, the 4 golden long swords fell and dropped Chappa. His chest was nailed to pieces. Whew! As Chappa gradually loses signs of life, Cows takes a breath. This battle consumes a lot of physical strength. I was also injured, but not seriously. The danger came in vain. Cows didn't even want to stop right hand in front of him. With a whip leg with sky-splitting sound, he only felt that a heavy truck hit, the huge force caused it. The arm hit the face backwards, feeling that the bridge of the nose was broken. Flying out and hitting the ground constantly rolling, Cows resisted the pain and quickly got up. I don't know when a silhouette appeared in the original position, and his right foot was still in an attacking position. This is a very thin man, wearing a black and white striped jacket, his face is full of playfulness and disdain. Responsiveness is good. It was no one else who shot Cows, it was Killer Zebra Barnes who bet with Reaper Tessies. Bounty is 81 million, far surpassing Lion King Chappa's bounty. That seems to be the bounty. 81 million. Killer Zebra Barnes, how come you suddenly attacked the Golden Emperor? Many pirate exclaimed in the distance, apparently recognizing it. Barnes? This is pirate which is higher than Lion King Chappa's bounty. The good show is not over yet. The Golden Emperor only fought with the Lion King, and his physical strength must have been consumed a lot. Killer Zebra and Lion King are not a rank at all. I think the Golden Emperor is dangerous. The Golden Emperor is dead. Without pirate, Cows is optimistic, the power gap lies there, and the battle with Lion King will definitely consume a lot of physical strength. To put it bluntly, who knew Cows before killing Lion King? Now kill the Lion King. The name Golden Emperor is considered a fledgling, but it will die soon. Golden Emperor, this name is a bit arrogant. I bet the 3 Reaper guys, he said you can kill me, I don't believe it. Killer Zebra put his hands on his shoulders and turned his head to the roof in the distance. It was Reaper Tessies, Bloodthorn Pritanit and Camel Teepiero who were watching the show. Cows's complexion is gloomy, looking towards Killer Zebra's black eyes are full of coldness. The golden long sword inserted into Chappa's body was suspended in the air, and the sword blade was dyed red and dripped with blood, standing beside Cows and aiming at Killer Zebra. It seems your ability is to manipulate some metal. Aimed by 5 golden long swords drenched with blood, Killer Zebra did not panic. Instead, he began to analyze Cows's ability. From the battle to the present, Cows has never turned physique into gold, but just manipulated the golden long sword split from the inner armor of the gold, which is quite misleading. At least now, many pirate think it is the ability to manipulate metals. Gold fruit is hard to think of for a while, unless pirate has heard of the existence or role of gold fruit. Devil fruit's abilities have countless changes, and there are all kinds of weird abilities. This is also in Mocktown. There are many pirates that travel north and south. If you change to a more remote island, you may not even know what devil fruit and the sea treasure are. Pirate, who is watching the show now, is only in decimals after all. The real bosses in Mocktown are not interested in watching this kind of low-level battle. In the face of Killer Zebra's speculation, Cows heard pirates' exclamations from the periphery, coldly snorted down the hill, "It is indeed a bounty 81 million pirate, but I can see clearly at a glance." Ability. Cows opened his shirt, revealing the golden inner armor inside. With the thoughts move all floating in the air, he quickly split into 10 new golden long swords and 5 blood-stained long swords. Aim at Killer Zebra together. The atmosphere is beginning to become depressed. As a strong wind blew Cows' vertical hair, 15 long swords flew out like bullets at such a speed that even the air was torn apart. But Killer Zebra is very indifferent. When the first golden long sword approached, Killer Zebra took a step to the left, as if he had expected it. He kept turning sideways or taking one step after another, hiding the remaining 14 golden long swords one after another. Past. Very dreamy and incredible. This evasion ability is easy and impartial. Cows slightly narrows the eyes, guessing a possibility. Sure enough, 81 million and 53 million are different. Every 10 million more is a gap. It can be said that the treasure of the King of Cows, that is, the style of turning into a golden longsword, golden needle, or other 18 weapons to shoot enemies like bullets. Cows is collectively called the treasure of the king. After all, these styles are all learned from Gilgamesh. The opponent's evasion ability can be said to have weakened the king's treasure by more than half. No matter how powerful the style is, it's useless if you can't attack the target. Chapter 15. Kanbunshoku. Cow's voice was trembling, looking at Killer Zebra like looking at a peerless treasure. A little bit of knowledge. Killer Zebra is very proud. You must know that Kanbunshoku is not owned by anyone. If there is no haki in One Piece world, even if Devil Fruit is more capable, there will be weaknesses. It's okay in Grand Line, but if it's in New World, haki is a standard feature in every powerhouse, otherwise it's rateless. It is too difficult to awaken haki. Cows has been cultivated for 3 and 5 months, and the innate talent body has been strengthened by the crossed over, but haki is still not awakened. You can imagine how difficult it is to master haki. This is the existence of panacea. If you want to be famous in the sea, haki must master it. Now that Killer Zebra has mastered Kanbunshoku, it means that innate talent is very good. It is not unreasonable to be able to bounty 81 million belly. Cows has been looking forward to meeting pirate who will meet haki, didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. Must catch him alive. Cows suddenly became greedy, making Killer Zebra frown slightly unhappy. He is a hunter, but how can he feel like a prey now? Ding ding. 15 gold long swords lifted off, quickly encircling Cows from toe to head and transforming into golden battle armor, all in one body under the shining of the sun, one piece of golden bright and dazzling. At the same time, the body under the golden battle armor is also all golden transformation, double defense outside and inside, stacking the last armor, resisting the most poisonous fight. He has consumed a lot of physical strength now, and must solve the opponent immediately. Cows wanted to use an injury for injury approach, and unexpectedly hit Killer Zebra severely. I have to say, a bit very ruthless. Cows disappeared in place, flashing in front of Killer Zebra one after another, golden feet with a gust of wind, momentum is big, power is deep, grandiose. Speed and flexibility are not hindered in the slightest, this is the most terrifying. Faced with such a rapid attack, Killer Zebra's face changed slightly. The right hand only had time to stop in front of him. The next moment the huge power hit, his arm could not resist the reverse blast on his face, and the ground surface under his feet, the whole person was turned into a cannonball, and a large piece of mud and dust was rolled up. Shoo! 5 handfuls of 1 decimeter gold long swords were stripped from cows and chased out like an arrow. At the same time, cows kept flashing and quickly approached. Killer Zebra moves very fast. He jumped up with one hand and changed on his body. The spit a mouthful of blood retreated one after another. The ground in front of him was like tofu and was penetrated by 5 golden swords. Boom! The golden fist collided with the black and white striped hoof, and a gust of wind immediately appeared, and the ground under the feet of the 2 people continued to crack and spread out from the cracks of the spider web, with great momentum. Cows looked at the human zebra in front of him close at hand. It was really Killer Zebra. At a glance, you know it is Zoan horse fruit zebra form. Brat, you are dead. Killer Zebra's egg-sized horse's eyes were full of anger. It was a shame to not notice that he vomited blood just for a while. Cow's golden left fist is ushered in, and it is covered with golden needle spikes. Bang bang! Fist strength formed an impact and kept rolling all around the ground. Both of them turned into shadows and attacked, and they were evenly matched in strength. Also, Killer Zebra's hoofs were very stiff, and the golden needles on Cow's fists simply couldn't break the defense. The dull explosion continued to sound, a sunken hoof mark appeared on Cow's left face, and a wound appeared on Killer Zebra's chest, dripping with blood. Cows can quickly turn into a weapon all over the body. If Killer Zebra didn't have a kanbunchoku, it might be riddled with holes by now. The golden feet stretched out to form a javelin, and Cows roughly kicked Killer Zebra out, and the latter had a fierce face with no difficulty and escaped. But Cow's attack was not over. 5 golden swords flew up from the ground, aiming specifically at Killer Zebra's lower body, eyes, and other vital parts. In an emergency, Killer Zebra jumped back and forth, and his face was very ugly after dodge one after another. The base and shameless guy. He is very annoyed, and the opponent's abilities are too difficult. Melee combat is like a hedgehog. He is a Zoan ability user and does not have long-range attacks, but the opponent does. With the cooperation of melee and long-range attacks, the opponent has no weaknesses. He seriously underestimated the opponent, and now he is on the court to know what Lion King Chappa faced before. Zai zai zai. The golden inch sword is interfering. Cow's is like fierce tiger descends the mountain. At the same time, there are spikes on the golden battle armor, completely dodge conduct an attack. Damn it! Killer Zebra is a little rushed even with kanbunchoku. Not only must he be careful of the golden sword, but also be careful of being approached by cows. This guy has spikes all over his body, and he simply can't get his mouth down. Pu. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh and blood, Killer Zebra slammed Cow's forehead with a hoof, but Cows simply didn't want to hide, and his right fist spread out half a meter of golden spikes. Forcibly stabbed Killer Zebra in the chest. It's just that the other party's fur is very thick, and it just stabbed 5 centimeters in, avoiding the critical moment at the critical moment. From this defense alone, we can see the gap between Killer Zebra and Lion King Chappa. Know that the carnivorous type of Zoan is stronger than the herbivorous type. Hateful brat! Killer Zebra roared under the blood stimulation, but Cow suddenly appeared 5 spikes on his entire chest, simply not giving Killer Zebra time to retreat. In one fell swoop there were blood holes in Killer Zebra's chest. But none of these hurt the vitals. Cows needs Killer Zebra alive, not dead. Chains of heaven. The 4 golden swords intertwined and turned into chains, and the golden battle armor on Cow's body spread to Killer Zebra's body like liquid, melting into the integration of the golden chain is like Python's continuous winding, which directly binds Killer Zebra into rice dumplings. The key is that tiny barbs spread inside the golden chain, which spins into the flesh and blood like a gear, and it only takes a moment to see the blood flowing from the crevices of the chain. When the golden armor left the body, Cows also restored the golden transformation physique to normal. Killer Zebra was struggling, unable to even scream. But these golds are the essence refined by Cows. The strength of Killer Zebra is obviously not enough to break. The key is the barb inside the chain. The more Killer Zebra struggles, the more painful it becomes. This move is a bit vicious. But the victory is miraculous. The remaining golden inch sword split into two 1 foot off the ground, and Cows jumped up, holding the golden chain in one hand and flew into the sky, quickly disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Many pirates who watched the show were all dumbstruck. Wasn't it evenly matched a second before the battle? It's over in a blink of an eye. The key is Killer Zebra Barks of Bounty 81 million belly, lost. How is it possible? That is Killer Zebra of Bounty 81 million belly. Many pirate can't believe it. Remember the belly you owe me. Reaper Tesses retracted his gaze from the horizon, looking towards Bloodthorn and Camel Teepiero, with no joy of winning on his face, but a little dignified. He also didn't expect Killer Zebra to lose so soon. Although it was the Golden Emperor who was surprised by tricks, it was defeated if it was defeated. In addition, the abilities of the Golden Emperor are difficult to entangle. Aside from the Devil Fruit ability, the Golden Emperor will definitely not be the opponent of Killer Zebra. This time Killer Zebra lost, it was the opponent's Devil Fruit ability, not the others. It is certain that the name of the Golden Emperor will spread to Mocktown in the near future. After all, it is the Lion King and Killer Zebra who are on top. Chapter 16. In the old forest behind Mocktown. Here is also considered to be rare. Although Mocktown is only a part of Skypiea, the area is still very large. Cows flew across the sky with Killer Zebra, and finally fell in a waterfall and mountain stream, which is a pretty good place. Cows is very excited. Killer Zebra is related to whether he can successfully cultivate Kanbunshoku. In fact, Cows has a very high innate talent because of crossed over, but why can't he touch the threshold of Kanbunshoku or Busos Hoku in such a long time? That is one direction, a clear guide. For skills like Rokushiki, Cows has an exact direction, shaved more than 10 times in 0.36 seconds, Tekai is beaten, Kamii is dodging, Shigen is constantly poking, and Rankyaku is constantly kicking. Just follow these directions and wait until a critical point is reached, and it will be cultivation success. But Haki is different. This thing is the inner strength and equivalent to martial arts. You don't even know how to practice cheats and 8 extraordinary meridians. A very simple truth. Like window paper, you will never know the world outside if you don't pierce it. What Cows lacks now is that someone led him to pierce the window paper and guide him in the right direction. At that time, Cows only needed to keep going in that direction, and eventually he would reach his destination. If there is no sense of direction, Cows may be in circles all his life, let alone reach the end. The gold chain turned, Killer Zebra's head was exposed, blood-stained, and it looked miserable. Damn bastard, what do you want? Although Killer Zebra was angry, he did not lose his mind. This guy didn't kill him immediately, so there must be value in him, which means that he has the probability of surviving. This time is my carelessness. Pirate, which can mix at the price of 81 million, is no fool. Otherwise, he would die early. Cows looked calm and did not speak immediately. The whole body is tight and has been vigilant. This time he grabbed the opponent entirely by tricks. If it weren't for Gold Fruit's surprise, he would really not be this guy's opponent. The current 81 million, but the equivalent to 100 million or even 200 million in the future, and the battle strength is real. Although it is a trick, Cows is already a genius for being so strong in just 3 years and 5 months. But compared to those seniors who crossed over with cheat, Cows is really just a scum. The family has 3 years and 5 months, and it is estimated that they have been smashing Yonko, crushing Marine headquarters, and unifying Pirate. Even Luffy is better than him. They have been clashing with Yonko for 3 years. I want to know how you awakened Kanbunshoku. Cows was silent for a moment, without turning around, staring at Killer Zebra's eyes. Haha, you want to get the method of cultivation Kanbunshoku from me? Killer Zebra was taken aback first, then laughed heartily. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you have value, you can buy time. Although he is arrogant and defiant, it does not mean that he has a flawed IQ. The desire to survive is still very strong. If I can cultivation success, I will let you go. Cows coldly ignores Killer Zebra's laugh, he only values Kanbunchoku. Killer Zebra laughed more silently, and finally his face covered in blood remained silent. I don't want to force you to speak through torture. You tell me everything about Kanbunchoku, and I will let you go as soon as my cultivation success. Everyone takes what they need. Very good, but Kanbunchoku is not awakened by anyone who wants to awaken. What if you can't awaken for a year, 10 years, or a lifetime? Killer Zebra doesn't want to be tortured, Cows is straight to the he doesn't hate point. 1 year, if I can't wake up within a year, I will still let you go. Cows stretched out a finger, sonorous and confident. Speaking counts. Killer Zebra stared at Cows, as if seeing through Cows's heart. Do you have a choice? Okay. Killer Zebra also knows his own situation, and really has no choice. But as long as there is a glimmer of survival, he will catch it. In other words, Cows will do the same. Aren't you going to loosen it for me? Cows just watched Killer Zebra silently, but the barb in the gold chain disappeared. This made Killer Zebra look sarcastically. The other party is so wary that he doesn't know if he should be happy or cry. Actually, I haven't awakened Kanbunchoku for a few months. It's just initial mastery. You just need to know, what you feel, what you hear, and when you awaken just tell me what's happening. Okay. Killer Zebra is despised in his heart. How can Kanbunchoku wake up so easily? It was a coincidence that he only awakened when he encountered the mortal danger. He was sure that this guy would definitely not be awakened in a year. That was 6 months ago. Killer Zebra began to fall into a memory, and this memory was a whole afternoon. During this period, Cows kept asking all kinds of weird questions, such as what was the heartbeat at the time, how fast the blood flow was, whether the spirit was hyperactive. Myriad kept Killer Zebra always black face, because this guy has too many questions and too long-winded. Some insignificant things, even breaking the casserole to ask in the end, almost asking him what color shit he pulled, what underwear he wore in the past 6 months, and how many pairs he had changed. Night is falling, and the bonfire is burning. Cows shot a few prey, and cooked them casually to feed Killer Zebra well, but not hungry. You baked it so bad. Killer Zebra looked disgusted, and the wounds on his face were healing every moment. Cows ignored it, just sitting around the campfire thinking. Brat, are you going to tie me like this for a year? Or I cut off your limbs? Cows came back from his thoughts to his senses, with an expression on my face that I am willing to help you if you want, I can help you. So I don't need to tie you up. Forget it. Killer Zebra coldly snorted. This guy is a vicious and merciless master, so he has to get away with other methods. Being tied up in this way for a year, I shudder at the thought. The bonfire pili pala burns, driving away the night and bringing warmth. Killer Zebra closed his mouth and Cows continued to frown and think. According to the explanation when Dark King Silver's Rayleigh taught Luffy, whether it is Busos Hoku or Kanbunchoku, all humans have the potential power. This power is an innate ability. Exist as instinct. But most people don't realize this kind of power, or they want to use it but they can't do it in their lifetime. Everyone has this power. What is missing is how to perceive that power and then guide it out. Use it again. Kanbunchoku is different from Busos Hoku. It can be said to be an extension of the spirit, amplifying and extending the ability to perceive the external environment. As Rayleigh said, the power that can strongly feel the sound of the opponent is Kanbunchoku Haki. Once this power is increased, the position and number of enemies outside the line of sight can be read, as well as the next moment the opponent will be action taken. It also has a lot to do with psychology. It requires calmness to ensure use. Kanbunchoku Haki cannot be used when emotionally or irrational. As for the functions of Kanbunshoku haki, there are a lot more. The most basic perception of attacks, prediction of the opponent's next move, perception of the strength of creatures, perception of the position and number of foreign objects, these are all it is the ability of Kanbunshoku. The range and intensity vary from person to person. These functions are the most basic. Chapter 17. On top of this, there are several great characters who are born with or just develop Kanbunshoku to the extreme in several fields. That's really awesome. For example, Roger's listening to the sound of everything. Everything in the world is alive in his eyes, even flowers, trees, stones, and air. The emotional control of Mermaid Island Queen Oto him. Charlotte Katakuri's foreseeing the future. Red the aloof reads the mind or modifies the memory. Fujitora Isho's all-weather Kanbunshoku can perceive the existence of meteorites in outer space. There is also the mantra that Enel combines through Goro Goro no Mi, but none of them is as clear as the above 5. Either one is in 10,000 does not have one. If House Hoku only has 1 in 1 million people, then the top 5 Kanbunshoku will only appear in 1 in hundreds of millions. Cows is very greedy. These 5 Kanbunshoku abilities have been greedy for a long time. Even if one of them is awakened, it is equivalent to a small cheat. At present, these are too remote and impractical for cows. Even the most basic Kanbunshoku has not yet awakened. I really think a lot. But the toad can't lose its dream. What if one day it picks up a white swan? After all, because of his crossed over, the innate talent is quite high. Half a month, Cows and Killer Zebra stayed half a month in the mountain stream. This half a month Cows has been thinking about it, and he covered his eyes with gold, and lived in the mountain stream. This kind of training has actually been trained in Cows, the island of goats, and it can be regarded as a familiar road. But this time is obviously different, at least the perception is very different. In a certain range, Cows can perceive the existence of animals, but it is very vague, and will know some road obstacles, etc. That layer of window paper is getting thinner and thinner. But it is not broken. Always feel like that. With Killer Zebra inadvertently, Cow's divine light flashed. He knew what he was missing. Death threat. Only when people are on the verge of death, will they explode their body's potential. So the next step is simple. Cows clenched the teeth and decided to go to Mocktown to die. He will no longer use the gold fruit ability, unless life hanging by a thread. In order to awaken Kanbunshoku, he spelled it. Give it a try to change from a bicycle to a motorcycle. If you lose, you will breathe one's last. However, who does not exist. When it comes to that severe moment, he will definitely run away immediately. How can dignity matter? He wants to become the richest man in the world. His high profile and luxurious life has not yet begun. How could he die? As long as he lives, he will have to grind out Kanbunshoku. At worst, it will take a little longer. Hey! Is there any mistake? You are going to put me here like this? On the half wall of the mountain stream, Cows made a hidden cave during this period of time. Now Killer Zebra looked at Cows glaringly, with the expression that you were teasing me. You are a Zoan ability user, you should be able to last 10 days half a month without eating or drinking, and I will be back within this time. Killer Zebra is still tied by gold. There was only one head outside. A closer look will reveal that there is still a pile of gold in the cave. This is what Cows perceives from the mountains and forests this half a month, and the amount is still quite large. It can only be said to be part of Skypiea. There are many medicinal herbs on the other side of the wall. If there is a doctor here, they will recognize them. These are herbs that stop bleeding, reduce inflammation, and speed up healing. Cows is obviously not a doctor, but these herbs are indeed specially prepared by him. Moreover, these herbs learned from Little Jaw, Little Lion, and Little Tiger. Those 3 guys are often injured and will look for these herbs. After going to Cows, they will get to know each other. And in that short period of time is still used frequently. He is preparing in advance. Cows raised his hand with a gentle move, and most of the gold began to squirm into a gold coffin with a thickness of at least 1 meter. It is conceivable how much gold Cows currently holds. Damn bastard, it's not enough to tie me up, and you even put me in a coffin. Killer Zebra's face is green. How worried is this guy? Is simply frantic. Cows disinclined to pay attention to this guy's wailing. The golden chain on his body continued to spread around his head, leaving only the nostrils and mouth, and then into the golden coffin, and then the gold wriggled the coffin as a whole, leaving only there are 2 holes the size of a thumb to let the air circulate, so as not to suffocate this guy to death. Killer Zebra was still yelling in the coffin, but his voice was much lower. Settling down Killer Zebra, Cows looked at the small pile of gold, hesitated for a moment or waved his hands to form a slap so close to cover his lower body, in case there is a mortal danger, this is his guarantee of escape. The rest flew to the coffin and merged into one body to increase the thickness. Prepare everything, Cows stepped on Jeppo and flew towards Mocktown quickly. Half a month in the past, Mocktown has not changed much. Pirate left, and a new pirate landed on the island. It was still chaotic and prosperous, with bloodshed from time to time. The name Golden Emperor was still talked about 10 days ago, but it is rare now. After all, Mocktown has no shortage of news. Today, the millions of pirates were killed. Tomorrow, the tens of millions of pirates will land on the island. Who will remember what happened half a month ago? But pirate will soon remember the Golden Emperor. Brat, are you still dead? The room has expired, I want to continue to live and pay. Tropical Hotel, Cabinet. The smoking boss on platform was a little surprised when he saw Cows. Do you not provide information here? The reason why Cows came here was to see if he could get any news. The news of these restaurant owners must be very well informed. A message, 10 tael of gold. Smoke boss and tap a cigarette. I want the location of Reaper Tessie's, Bloodthorn Pritanit, and Camel Teepier Row. Cows put the fist-sized gold in the cabinet on platform, rich and imposing is like a stone. You are lucky, those 3 guys have not left Mocktown yet. Camel Teepier Row, you go out, turn left and walk out, there is a pub, Reaper and Bloodthorn are in. After determining the location of the 3, Cows turned and walked out of the tavern. Obviously, his eyes were blindfolded, but none of the tables, chairs, and benches on the road came across. Like a blind who has been blind for more than 30 years, he can detect some obstacles. To be sure, this is not Kanbunchoku. Equivalent to a feeling, but it is different from Kanbunchoku routes to the same destination. It only takes a little bit. As long as you pierce that little window paper, Kanbunchoku will become watery. This guy disappeared half a month and thought he was dead. Spike and Tracy knew where they came from, leaning against the cabinet on platform and looking at Cows disappearing at the door. It's very interesting, isn't it? I thought of this way to cultivation. Smoke the boss, tap the cigarette stick, then turn around and yell, you 2 bastards, you are lazy during working hours. I went to the street corner yesterday to find an old man fortune-telling and forgot it. He said that you would die in 3 days. When the time comes, I can inherit your inheritance. Trace is still thinking about smoking the boss restaurant. That old thing has been telling you this way since 10 years ago. You have believed in it for 10 years, but I am still alive and well. Smoking boss looked disdainful. Damn it, I'm going to find him after get off work. Trace was furious and she felt cheated. But you rushed to find him every time, but in the end it was nothing. Hateful, I must give him a punch this time. You say that every time. On the street, Cows followed the smoking boss's guide to the corner tavern. Many pirates greedily looked at Cows along the way. The gold that covered his eyes, but he didn't do anything. Maybe Cows has swaggered the market like this, making these pirates more or less undecided. Chapter 18. Going into the tavern, Cows looked all around and felt all kinds of breath. Camel Teepier Row, I'll take your dog's life. I'll be waiting for you at the place before half a month. If you're afraid, then not to use it anymore." Cows left after speaking. He really can't tell who is the camel Tpro. The whole tavern is quiet, and almost all pirate are looking in the same direction. Tpro, a camel who occupies a table alone. That seems to be the Golden Emperor who defeated Killer Zebra Barks half a month ago. Really? Look at the camel Tpro, gloomy faces out. Go and see. Many pirates are a little excited, and there is no show on Zhengshao. As a result, didn't expect half a month, the Golden Emperor, which was a short-lived one, appeared, and even in front of so many people, it was a man who couldn't bear the death of Tpro. Even more, how camel Tpro is also a person with a face, that is pirate of bounty 79 million belly. Where you killed Lion King Chappa half a month ago and defeated Killer Zebra, you can vaguely see that the ground is still messy, and cows stepped on Jeppo and fell from the sky. Turn around and wait in the direction of Mock Town. Cows didn't wait long, and Tpro camel quickly rushed over. Brat, think you can challenge me by defeating Killer Zebra? That guy can be easily defeated if I want to, you made the wrong person. Camel Tpro sternly face, made up his mind to tear this guy apart. Being so provoked in the public, he doesn't want face? Not far away, many pirates are watching the show and have already started to bet. At the same time, Cows was also remembered by these people again. Shoo! Cows didn't waste any time. He disappeared in place with the shaver, and then swept towards the camel Tpro, but the latter easily escaped. But Cows quickly made his second attack, disappearing in place and appearing on the right side of camel Tpro, his right fist clenched and agitated the sky-splitting sound. Tpro the camel had a cold face, and when he turned his head to hide, he kicked it out. Cows noticed the attacking hands guarding him, and quickly retreated with a strong force of his feet sinking into the ground. Humph! I am not Killer Zebra. Looking at Cows's gold blindfolded eyes, Camel Tpro thought he was blind. This makes him even more angry. This guy has become blind and dares to boast it shamelessly and take his life, bully intolerably. The whole body was pulled up suddenly, the chest bulged and the hair spread. The camel Tpro's face turned fierce and turned into a semi-beast type camel. The strong aura formed a strong wind to blow the surrounding dust, and disappeared as the ground under his feet exploded. Pu. Cows can feel the danger, but the camel Tpro's speed is a bit fast, simply too late to stop, was directly hit on the face with a punch. The bridge of the nose immediately spread out with a sense of tearing. He couldn't control his body's rotation 360 degrees in the air, and kept hitting the ground, leaving a gully. The nosebleed keeps dripping. Cows has no time to wipe it, and quickly rushes to the side. Next moment mud and sand splashed, Camel Tpro's powerful feet, like a cannonball with no difficulty, sinking deep into the ground, all around spreading cracks. The camel's face is full of sorrow. Cows got up from the ground, took a deep breath and faced the camel Tpro. He could detect that the opponent was in this direction, about 10 meters away. The bridge of the nose seems to be broken and it hurts. Do you only have this ability? Didn't you bet that I would be killed by Killer Zebra half a month ago? I bet you can't kill me either. Cows, I already knew from Killer Zebra why he wanted to shoot himself. Daring is the bet made by these three guys. He died, so it was decided. Fortunately, Cows has a bit of ability, otherwise he doesn't even have the right to choose how to die. I hope you will say that later. Camel Tpro's eyes are cold, and only 2 breaths appear in front of Cows. The right hand hoof is strong and powerful, without a trace. Suspected that it could kick the rock to pieces. Cow's right hand made the same fist, followed the feeling and blasted out in one fell swoop. The huge wind and waves swept around the 2 people, and the mud and dust splashed into cracks. Humph! Cows groaned, his face is full of pain. The whole body bent down to the right, and I saw the camel Tpro's right foot sturdy and slammed on it. With uncontrollable force, Cows vomited blood in his mouth, smashed on the ground and kept rolling and smashing a lot of rubble. There is danger from the head. Cows rolls out again, the camel Tipiro emerges from the dust, and quickly kicks Cows in the abdomen. At the crucial moment, Cows stopped with both hands in front of him, and with the tremendous power, the rubber ball of the whole person continued to roll, and his face was pale and distorted. Boom boom! The ground is constantly roaring, the camel Tipiro's style is fierce and fast, and Cows simply does not give Cows a chance to breathe. With a right uppercut hitting his face, Cows leaned his head with blood, teeth and blood spurting out, and the whole body flew out in a spiral posture, colliding against a piece of rock and humming painfully. Die! Camel Tipiro is like getting a beloved toy, falling from the sky with sky-splitting sound. Cows resisted the wailing on his body, and drew back somersaults with both hands on the ground, but the camel Tipiro swept out with one foot behind him, and came back spin kicks one after another. Along with the dull impact, Cows flew out and rolled to the ground, then quickly got up and stopped in front of him with both hands, when the camel Tipiro appeared and kicked out. The strong wind pressure tears the surrounding ground. Cows simply has no backhand force. This is a unilateral beating. Are you not using abilities yet? Tipiro, the camel, has always been vigilant, but this guy doesn't know what's going on, and would rather be injured than use the devil fruit ability. Many pirate watching the theater in the distance is also discussing spiritedly. Cough cough. Cows was lying on the ground in embarrassment, his deformed face kept vomiting blood, looking very miserable. To kill you, you don't need to use abilities. Shaking up, Cows extend the hand hooked. This arrogant and provocative posture made Tipiro the camel cold a look of killing intent. He wants to tear this guy to pieces alive. The ground under his feet exploded, and a lot of mud and gravel splashed. Camel Tipiro appeared in front of Cows with sky-splitting sound, and his right foot press forward carried terrifying power. Cows's rapid breathing suddenly became stable, time seemed to be slow, and at the same time an inexplicable reflection appeared in his mind, that was the direction of the camel Tipiro's attack. However, Cows still didn't escape. With the sound of bone cracking in his body, he shot away, and fell into a mess of ruins, vomiting blood. Haha! The whole body is painful, even breathing is painful. But Cows laughed excitedly. There is nothing wrong with the feeling just now. That was a sign of Kanbunchoku's awakening. Dare to be so arrogant when you die. Tipiro camel's lungs were blown up, and Cow's laughter was a kind of contempt for him. Because of the vigilance of the strength retained by the opponent's ability, it is no longer hidden. As the camel Tipiro made an attack, a picture appeared in Cow's mind again, and he could see the orbit of the camel Tipiro's attack. Without an image, Cows was lying on the ground. The ground behind Cows was swept by the wind, and the soil was peeled off layer by layer, but he managed to escape the total annihilation of the camel Tipiro. But camel Tipiro quickly counterattacked again, this time Cows did not evade. Chapter 19. Kanbunchoku, who has just awakened, is not very good at all times. If you want to fully awaken or master, you have to continue fighting. Only fighting will speed up Kanbunchoku's awakening and mastery. Shoo! Peng peng! The battle continues. At first Cows, who is like a sandbag, can now predict the camel Tipiro's attack and react quickly to avoid it. However, the success rate is still a bit low, and it may work once every 5 times. I have to say that Cows's current resistance ability is stronger than imagined. After all, for more than 3 years for the cultivation of Busos Hoku and Tekai, it is not uncommon for the small jaws, small tigers and small lions to be beaten up next to the defensive power. It can also be said that skin is rough, flesh is thick. But now it's not a way to keep going like this, so no one can handle it. The opponent is not a young man, but Zoan ability user, who is also bounty 79 million, if ordinary people would have been kicked to death. No way. Can't hold it anymore. You wait for me, and I will come back." A mouthful of blood spouted from his mouth. Cows flew out and manipulated the gold to fly into the sky, staying the next ruthless sentence flew away quickly. Although it is ruthless, no matter how you listen to it, you are extremely excited and joyful. Tipiro the camel stood on the ground, keeping a half-beast face in embarrassment and a trace of astonishment. But more of it was anger. He didn't kill the guy and let the other person escape. If he could fly, he would never let that guy escape. The effect of chasing out now is not great. Waited for a while and Tipiro returned to normal and gave up. Back in the mountain stream, cows crashed to the ground, covered in blood and horrible. Although it was seriously injured, it has not made him lose the power to move. Although his face was pale and bruised, Cow's spirit was so excited that the pain was relieved a lot. Today's fight was not in vain. Silhouette flew into the mystery cave in the air, ignoring Killer Zebra's roar. Cows grabbed the herb that had been prepared, and went to the river to grit his teeth and wash his body. Then he threw herb into his mouth and chewed, manipulating the gold and sticking it on the wound like a plaster. The skillful movements made people feel distressed. With this skill, Cows has to thank the 3 guys in Goat Island. Although the treatment is very primordial and rude, the effect is not worse than those special drugs invented by humans. Correct the bridge of the nose, and put a piece of gold against his teeth and mouth, just hoping that it will not affect his handsome face. It would be great if I knew Kikan. After dealing with the injury very hard, Cows lay on a rock and couldn't help sighing. If you have Kikan, now you only need to eat a big meal and make sure you are alive and well on the second day. The role of Kikan is not only to speed up recovery, but also to improve attack power, speed, and defensive power. Hero of the Marines Garp now, including in the future, can cross the sea. In addition to Haki, it relies on Rokushiki and Kikan, which is a complete powerhouse. At this time, in Mocktown, Cow's reputation spread in a small area, but it did not cause any major disturbances. After all, Cows has no bounty now, and I don't even know if it's pirate or not. If bounty over 100 million belly, it will definitely make a sensation in the entire Mocktown. For example, several hundreds of millions of pirates in Mocktown were recognized when they were walking on the street, which caused a lot of sensation and fear. No pirate dared to provoke, only pirate of the same rank has the qualification and strength. This is the difference. The hundreds of millions of bounty now can be regarded as a dividing line. But at this moment, who is the most embarrassed? It must be the camel Tipiro. Reaper Tessis and Bloodthorn Pritanit also received the news. They didn't care too much, they were confident of their own strength. If the Golden Emperor finds trouble with them, just solve it easily. In addition, Killer Zebra, Camel Tipiro, and Reaper Tessis are actually Lone Ranger's pirate. Only Bloodthorn Pritanit, the captain of Bloodthorn Pirates, has number 60 or 70 under his hand. It is quite famous in Grand Line. But the current situation is not very good. The reason for coming to Mocktown is to avoid the pursuit of a rear admiral from Marine. Sunset, 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Mocktown is still a paradise for pirates. The gambling halls, red light districts, and pubs above are full both day and night. However, bloodshed can happen at any time. Speaking of which, Cows hasn't really visited Mocktown yet, thanks to him coming half a month. The recovery is faster than imagined. In the deep forest, in the mountain stream, Cows stretched out and recovered. His physique is still very strong, plus Herb is like a tiger that has grown wings. Under the shining of the golden sunlight, the 2 mini gold knives worn on both ears are very eye-catching, which makes Cow's temperament inexplicably more arrogant, cold, and arrogant. This is not an ornament, but a killer weapon at a critical moment. The other hands and 10 fingers are also wearing gold rings with various patterns on them. The overall look is even more arrogant. If there is another big gold chain hanging around the neck, then the temperament will be another matter for a while. With the mini knife earrings and gold ring, Cows does not plan to bring other gold. He probably estimated that this time he would have to be beaten severely. But in order to thoroughly master Kanbunchoku, let alone one meal, he can handle even 2 meals. This is all for life. Cow's will is still tenacious. Killer Zebra next to him was tied up in a chain and stood in the golden coffin with a black face. He really wanted this guy to die suddenly. Teepiro, Reaper, and Bloodthorn, 3 idiots, did not kill him. Next, Cows hunted a few prey for lunch. After Killer Zebra's roaring protest, he returned the golden coffin and prepared some herbs in advance and flew to Mock Town on Jeppo. Hey! That is the Golden Emperor. Really? 2 days ago, I was hit hard by the camel Teepiro. I thought I was dead. Yet. He went in this direction. The appearance of Cows attracted some pirates' attention. When Cows walked into a tavern on the corner for 5 seconds, a silhouette smashed the wall and shot out. It turned out to be a camel Teepiro. Cows came out of the tavern, hooked his finger at the camel Teepiro, and flew towards the town. I'm going to kill you. Teepiro the camel roared, his body swelled rapidly to maintain a semi-beast shape, and he chased out on the ground like a sword. He only has a single thought now, and must kill this guy. By the time Pirate arrives, Cows is already fighting camel Teepiro. This time Cow's eyes were not covered with gold, but he chose to close it and fight with the camel Teepiro. Peng peng. The strong wind and waves swept, all around flying sand running stone. Cows closed his eyes and fisted against the camel Teepiro one after another. Teepiro only noticed the problem as soon as he fought against the camel. This guy is not blind. The last time he covered his eyes with gold, he closed his eyes again this time, and his attacks would be resisted from time to time. Teepiro's anger was rising like a rocket, and he was not an idiot. You are actually using me as a grindstone. Total annihilation with a stout right foot, Teepiro Camel's eyes were bloodshot and he was going crazy. He has never been insulted like this. Cows raised his knee to block the whip leg, and moved 1 foot deep into the ground. He didn't say a word but just beckons with the hand to the camel. The demeanor is extremely arrogant. Chapter 20. I want to tear you up alive. The powerful imposing manner spread from the camel Teepiro, the ground under his feet burst, and the camel Teepiro rushed in front of Cows, right the hoof blasted like lightning, and Cows dodged sideways at a critical moment. But the camel Teepiro reacted quickly, turning his body deep in the ground with his left foot, and sweeping towards Cow's head with the sky-splitting sound on his right foot. Cows stopped in front of him with both hands, with a trace of pain on his face, the whole body shot out before landing. Camel Teepiro had blood-red eyes but ran behind him first, another blow like a hot knife through butter whip leg. Pu. Blood spurted from Cow's mouth, smashed into a hill and spread densely packed cracks, leaving quickly without waiting for a breath. The next moment Camel Teepiro with his long feet deep into the rock wall, watching Cows turn around is a hoof. Cows stopped in front of him with both hands, the huge force made his whole body sink into the mud, all around a lot of rubble flew out with sky-splitting sound, and the whole hill collapsed and burst. Blooming dust covers the line of sight, and many pirates in the distance are holding telescopes, looking at them one by one with keen interest pleasure. Judging from the current situation, the Golden Emperor is completely at a disadvantage and can only defend passively. Up to now, I haven't attacked actively, it seems that I have been avoiding and avoiding. One piece of the ground was torn and cocked. After Cows left a 30-meter-long gully, his entire chest at the end was stained red with blood. Quickly roll over with the right hand and rotate in the air while holding the ground. After steadying his body, he crossed his hands in front of him. The next second Camel Teepiro kicked his right foot, and Cows kept moving back and unloading his force. Camel Teepiro's offensive is very fierce, and Cows does not give Cows any time to breathe. But this is exactly the pressure Cows needs. 10 minutes later. In half an hour. In 1 hour. Cows' avoidance success rate is getting higher, more natural, and more casual. Something's wrong. How do I feel that the Golden Emperor is getting more and more relaxed, while the camel tapir row is getting more and more difficult? Can you see it too? It's been an hour. Camel tapir row hasn't won the Golden Emperor. He clearly has the upper hand. Why can't he kill the Golden Emperor? This Golden Emperor's evasion ability seems to be getting better and better. I can't understand it at all. Many pirates feel more and more weird, and they have been fighting until now. It is indeed the camel tapir row that has the upper hand. Didn't you see that the Golden Emperor has been passively defending and evading? But it's been an hour, and I'm still evading, and getting more and more evasive. No matter how you look at it, it looks like tapir row is playing a camel. Half an hour passed again. Bang bang bang. Sand and dust are splashing all over the venue, one after another. Wind and waves continue to roll up, the momentum is huge and very impact. You are too weak. Cows has completely found the feeling. I don't know when he has opened his eyes, his hands on his shoulders are very elegant, and he dodges from the left and right, embarrassed on his face. Is proud. Slanting eyes and contempt for camel tapir row, he is obviously more embarrassed than the opponent, but now there are 3 points of arrogance in this posture, 3 points of disdain, 3 points of arrogance, and 1 point of defiance. The sky-splitting sound came, Cows just tilted his head slightly, and the camel tapir row brushed his right hoof and swayed the broken hair on the first floor. Cows hit his chest with a knee close to his chest, as he was very dull. The camel tapir row vomited blood in his mouth, flew out and hit the ground constantly rolling, and was covered by dust in the blink of an eye. This feeling is what I want. Cows shook hands. Everything around him had never been so clear and bright. He could feel the breathing and heartbeat of Pirate in the distance. And many more. Now it's not about time and time, but now it can be retracted freely. Kanbunshoku's most important step has already been taken. In the future, only need to strengthen training in this direction, and it will naturally become stronger. Hateful, hateful. The strong wind blows away the dust, and the camel tapir row roars fiercely like a ghost. Especially when I met Cows's faintly contemptuous eyes, my anger grew more and more like oil. The eyes have turned red, and the body of the camel tapir row swelled again, and eventually turned into a huge camel into a beastization. If a sharp arrow flew out, the strong wind tore the ground press forward. Cows took a step forward, his right hand clenched his fist and raised it high, the other party could no longer put pressure on him. It's just a waste of time to continue. Boom! The big fist of the sandbag collided with the camel's head, and Cows's feet were sunken in the ground, and he was constantly pushed back. After leaving a ravine of more than 10 meters, he forcibly stood still. 79 million is not very difficult to deal with. Cows flutters with his hair straight up, standing sideways proudly and standing upright with one hand against the camel tapir row, face its all disappointment. Impossible, your power is impossible, so strong. Tapir row the camel roared like crazy, obviously he crushed the opponent before, how could he be crushed in a blink of an eye one side up? His self-esteem and pride are beginning to shatter. Cows let the camel tapir row keep going backwards, his face is full of snort disdainfully. Just take your cultivation, Kanbunshoku, you don't think I am really that weak, do you? Ah! Tapir row the camel roared up to the sky, his huge body collided like a locomotive. Since his debut, no one has dared to humiliate him so much. Cow's right hand vertical, walk proudly towards the camel tapir row, the flying mini knife earrings and the gold ring in both hands all flow together, and with the sound of sparks and golden iron horses, they become a thin handful. The slender golden rapier was automatically held by Cows. The earth was tumbling and shaking. Just as a camel collided with one person, Cows gently took a step to the left, flipped the golden rapier, and just pushed it in, and the two passed by. Pa! The pungent and bloody smell spread to the audience. Tapir row, the camel who had collided, slowly stopped, and half of his body tore a gap in vein and expanded suddenly afterwards, various internal organs and blood gush out. No, impossible. Tipiro, the camel crashed to the ground, his hideous face was full of fear, he couldn't believe that he was defeated like this. Ming Ming had crushed the opponent before. Why? The violent blood-colored bull's eye gradually lost its luster, and the camel Tipiro recovered the human body. He was torn all the way up from the waist, almost split in half. This kind of fatal injury, unless the camel Tipiro develops this fruit to awakening, otherwise it will not be able to bear it. Cows didn't even look back, but with a flick of the blood on the rapier, it quickly turned into earrings and rings and returned to the right position. Looked towards Mocktown cows soaring into the sky, he needs a bath. Then ate a big meal to completely stabilize Kanbunshoku, and then went to the rack. Kanbunshoku has initially awakened, and then Busos Hoku and other Rokushiki. Tipiro camel was killed. It was too sudden. How could it be killed in an instant? That's the bounty 79 million pirate, or the devil fruit ability user. One afternoon, just one afternoon, the smaller half of Mocktown was spread. Tipiro the camel was killed. The reputation of Golden Emperor Gaia cows began to spread, with Lion King, Killer Zebra, and Camel Tipiro as stepping stones successively, and they became very high profile when they appeared on the stage. Bounty are all over 50 million, and they are all devil fruit ability users. In the future equivalent to start, it will kill bounties billions of pirate. The starting point is a bit high, but also a bit arrogant, directly passing the million bounty price. Chapter 21. As the sun sets, cows left the tropical hotel after taking a shower and eating. This time cows had a great meal, because pirate in the whole hall watched him carefully. The attention of being adored by fear is really cool. The feeling of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and can't get rid of it, is very fluttering. Cows is empty, lonely, and cold heart is filled. The fame thing is a good thing. Back to Cows Kanbunshoku in the mountain stream, the golden coffin in the cave flew out and opened automatically in front of Cows. Killer Zebra was no longer glaring or resentful. On the contrary, he was calm and calm. He gave up. The gold chain and the 1-meter-thick gold coffin on the body really can't be opened. I don't want to struggle anymore. But the gold coffin and chains flowed next moment. Killer Zebra's face changed indifferently. What do you mean? To regain freedom, Killer Zebra was not happy, but stared at Cows very vigilantly. Is this guy trying to kill the donkey and kill him? Cows folded his shoulders with both hands. The coffin and the chain merged into a golden seat, suspended 3 feet above the ground in the air. Cows sat on it with both legs tilted up and a little narcissistic. Broken hair on the forehead. My golden emperor came out and talked about a letter. As long as you learn Kanbunshoku, I will let you go, and let you go. You are free now. Killer Zebra whispered, slightly sighed in relief in his heart. He should be happy after all. But when I see Cows' narcissistic and arrogant look, I don't know why I feel a little angry. This guy doesn't take him seriously. You will regret it. Confirm the look in your eyes. Killer Zebra does not plan to wash away the shame now. Leaving a word of cruel words quickly disappeared in the mountain stream. Finally escape alive, this guy dared to let him go so easily. There must be something to rely on. Do you think you can't see it? Humph. It is destined to miscalculate. He will not be fooled. It's like being chased by a ghost. Cows was disdainful. Killer Zebra's speed was supernormal, and the soles of his feet were oiled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason why he let go of Killer Zebra, apart from saying a word letter, he is not worried that Killer Zebra will come to revenge in the future. It is not that Cows is arrogant, but he is confident that he can win once and win second times. In addition to being arrogant and high profile, life also needs a little setback and trouble. Anything that can become a powerhouse, which one is not a real thing spelled out, has its own personality charm. Cows has high demands on himself. What he pursues is a sense of spiritual level. The force must be high and different. Bang bang! In the first half of the Grand Line, on a turbulent sea, a battleship is chasing a pirate ship. At this moment, the pirate ship is panicking, and many pirates on it have fear on their faces. Damn, how come I met the crazy dog Sakazuki? Captain Pirates, looking at the battleship chasing behind him, his face was ugly and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. If it is another Marine Rear Admiral, he will go up and kill without saying a word. But now it is Marines 3 rookies Logia Rear Admiral who are chasing him, or the famous Sakazuki who is even more fierce than Pirate. Pirate, who is targeted by this mad dog, has no first place except for the dead end. 2 ends. There is no chance even to go to prison. Compared to the other 2 Marine rookies, this guy like a mad dog is jealous and hateful, and there is no sand in his eyes. To catch Pirate is to kill. Kill kill kill. In addition to killing or killing. The key is the strong batch of battle strength. Although it is currently Rear Admiral, battle strength can already be compared with those of Marine Vice Admiral. Sakazuki Rear Admiral, we just received the news that Bloodthorn Pirates is in Mocktown. All around the grenades kept bursting on the sea, and a communications soldier Marine held Den in his hand. Den Mushi, completely wet by the splashing sea water, ran to the bow, looking admiringly at the hands on his shoulders, wearing a righteous Marine hat, wearing a red shirt, and his open arms revealing the rose tattoo on his right shoulder with sharp eyes. The man staring at the pirate ship ahead. Let the battleship turn around and go to Mocktown. Sakazuki's eyes were cold, leaving a sentence to disappear in the bow of the ship, and when he appeared, he was already 10 meters away in the air, stepping on Jeppo flew quickly to the pirate ship. Captain, the mad dog rushed up. Shoot the cannon and blast Lao Zi down. Hurry up. All pirate panicked, and various shells and bullets were aimed at Sakazuki one after another. But these simply can't stop them. With naked eye, you can see those shells and bullets passing through Sakazuki's body, splashing magma pieces, dripping into the sea and making puchy noises. Even if it is an explosion, it is useless. Damn! Logia ability user, the attack is useless. Sakazuki flew out of the explosion smoke, right hand pulled out the long behind knife, a fierce look appeared on the face of the somewhat wicked villain, and he waved it at the pirate ship. The next moment a bright slash flew out, tearing the air apart and separating the sea. The pirates on the deck were all pale, rushing into the sea to escape the disaster. Destroyed the destruction, the entire pirate ship was split in half, and fire and black smoke rose into the sky. Sakazuki stepped on Jeppo and looked down at the struggling pirates in the sea. The scarlet lava in his left hand began to splash, ignoring the single fist smashed out of the pirates' fearful begging for mercy. Die Funka! A giant lava fist the size of a villa, wrapped in hot mist, tore through the eardrum, and landed on the sea in one fell swoop. The huge explosion overturned in an instant, and the sea surface sank in a radius of 500 meters. The entire pirate ship and some pirates disappeared. A large amount of steam spread all around, and the puchy on the sea bubbling like boiling water. Sakazuki put away the long knife, his ferocious face was completely indifferent, with no difficulty killing more than 50 lives, just like trampling on an ant, without any fluctuations. Another one without staying. In the battleship that has turned around, many Marines are holding telescope side then said. The entire Marine, as everyone knows, as long as you follow Sakazuki Rear Admiral to perform the task, there is no oil or water at all. All pirates encountered our ship destroyed and killed, and one will never survive. This means there will be no money on pirate ship. Although it's easy to follow Sakazuki Rear Admiral, the battle is often solved before it starts, but if you go out to sea without getting some oil, isn't it just a trip for nothing? Every time you go to sea on this mission, you can say that you pin your head to your waistband, and you will become a martyr at any time. Marine with a family not only sticks to the justice in his heart, but also takes into account many things. Juan was accidentally captured by pirate, don't think that Sakazuki Rear Admiral will come to rescue, he will take pirate away. Seaman, who embarrassed Marine, is dead in Sakazuki's eyes. But even this does not prevent Marine from worshipping Sakazuki. It's still very fanatical. Sakazuki Rear Admiral. Sakazuki stepped on Jeppo to catch up with the battleship and landed on the deck. His face was not flushed or breathing, and his complexion was as calm as before, just standing there is a baleful aura there. How long does it take to get to Mocktown? Almost a day. It's slow. Sakazuki wrinkles a little, the air around her brows seemed to become heavy. We will speed up. Seaman stood straight beside him with a serious look. Call me again when you arrive. All the pirate ships encountered in the middle are destroyed, no need to report. Yes. Looking at disappearing in the cabin inside, a few seamen sighed in relief around. Chapter 22. Hey! Hey! Is that gold? Damn, there are so many, not even a trace of impurities. Who is this guy? He brought so much gold in Mocktown. It's so extravagant, you use gold for armor. It's the Golden Emperor. No wonder it's so arrogant, the Golden Emperor's ability is suspected to be manipulating metal. Lion King Chappa, Killer Zebra, and Camel Tipiero were defeated and killed by the Golden Emperor. Mocktown, the street caused a huge sensation at the moment, all pirate was greedy, staring at the golden bright and dazzling walking silhouette under the sun. Cows is now very high profile, turning all the gold in the mountain stream into battle armor. The texture is clearly carved with divine dragon and other patterns. It is almost 5 meters high in it. It does not appear bloated at all. Instead, it is tall and straight. With the incredible pace, the sound of metal collision when walking is even more powerful. Behind his back is a giant yellow golden sword, which is simply a moving golden mountain. On the whole, he is wise and martial, full of luxury, and more importantly, he has a kingly demeanor. In addition to greed, pirate also has many obscure desires in her eyes. Cows has carefully crafted this fancy look. He has initially possessed high profile and arrogant strength now, so why conceal it? He has a showdown. Not installed. That kind of low-key is not in line with his temperament. As for trouble, he is eager to come automatically, just in time to exercise Kanbunshoku. Even if he doesn't come, he will cause trouble. Life is just one word, do it. How hung? Cows walked on the street coldly, greeted with a pair of greedy and jealous eyes, and his heart was refreshed. This kind of focal point of 10,000s feels too high. I care if you are a golden emperor or a golden fart. I want the gold on your body. Cow's swagger has passed the market, just like a gorgeous without clothes. Hook people. Who can stand this? There were a lot of fierce pirate jumped out on the spot, his eyes were as hot as saying, and he wanted to put cows into his body. That is a very possessive love. We accepted it. Haha, gold is mine. There is so much gold, at least 3 billion belly. In the face of numerous attacks, Cows put his hands on his shoulders and his face was indifferent. I really can't get the interest. Yan. Behind the golden giant sword lifted into the sky, standing on top of the head shining with golden glow, quickly splitting up 18 golden long swords, shooting them out like bullets, all pirate who rushed up, his greedy expression suddenly changed. Pu. Ah. Help. Shiu shiu shiu. One after another sharp weapon pierced into the flesh, and the screams of panic made the needle fall in the whole street audible. The stone pavement surface bursts one after another, the pungent and bloody smell is floating in the air, and 18 golden long swords are nailed to the ground at the point of the eye, and under each hand is a corpse. Some are still struggling. Cows from start to finish didn't move a step. He folded his hands on his shoulders and looked down at the audience. Many pirates who were inactive, all looked away and did not dare to look at each other, even if Cows slanted his eyes down and used his nostrils. Face them. There is an arrogant strength. Some pirates whose bounty is at the level of tens of millions are not the dizzy pirate, even if they are all greedy in their eyes. Keep a certain sense. Pirate like this kind of charge-ahead bird, who has no strength yet, even if he grabs the gold, he will be a wedding dress for others. Destined to be cannon fodder that cannot survive 1 minute. Golden Emperor? Remember. Too arrogant and generally can't live for too long. Deliberately bring so much gold, is there any purpose? I am afraid it will not be long before the entire mock town will know that the Golden Emperor carries more than 3 billion belly gold. What does this guy want to do? Quite a few pirate frowned secretly. No matter how you look at the Golden Emperor, he was courting death. But the Golden Emperor does not seem to be mentally retarded. However, it can be expected that mock town will definitely not be so peaceful in the future, and there will be many good shows in the evening. And the Golden Emperor must be the central position. Gold worth more than 3 billion belly is not a small amount. The smelly blood converged and flowed into the sewer along the cracks in the stone slabs. Cows walked towards the tropical hotel in the greedy eyes of various harbor ulterior motives on both sides of the street. As soon as I entered the hall, all eyes were projected from inside and outside. Cows enjoys it very much, and also very happy. Stretched up the broken hair in front of the forehead, walked to the smoking boss. Don't mind if I continue to stay in the shop. Smoking boss, tap the cigarette stick and look at the door with the greedy or playful look outside. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. If you leave this guy behind, you will never have a good day at night. Boss, what are you still hesitating? Leave him and wait for the medicine to be added to the food at night. We can take the gold as our own. Trace on one side is drooling, her eyes are full of golden bright and dazzling rays of light, and she is wailing in fear that others will not hear her. 2ESI, we are not a black shop. Smoking boss hate iron for not becoming steel. How can this kind of thing be said in the public? More than 10 careless people. The business sign of the year was smashed. Pang! Cows thought as if he didn't hear. He moved his mind and slammed a pile of basketball-sized solid gold on the cabinet on platform, as if he had lost a pile of shit, and his face was full of shit. Vice despised the expression of the poor ghost. Enough for you to renovate this store. Deal. Smoking boss and spitting smoke, his wrinkled face laughed. Both parties know that after tonight, this shop may be in ruins. Cow's gold equivalent to temporarily bought this store. Smoking boss just to renovate or rebuild it, everyone understands it. Brat, I hope I can see you tomorrow. Holding almost 300 caddies of gold, I smoked boss and looked towards cows, planning to go to another property to sleep tonight. When people are old, take care of them. If 10 years in advance, he will definitely prescribe medicine. Cows waved casually and went straight upstairs. Tonight must be very exciting. But he is playing heartbeat. Life is not a tightrope, it is not life. The setting sun goes down, with red clouds hovering along the horizon. Dusk is here. There are more harbor ulterior motives guys around the tropical hotel. As for the smoking boss, Tracy, Spike, and Chef Bud, the 4 have slipped early. I heard that when I went to another real estate, I was besieged and killed by 100 people. But the one who lay in the end was the 100 people. As for the smoking boss, the 4 were still alive and holding gold. Away! Captain, do we want to do it? Mocktown South area, a brightly lit pub, many pirates are drinking, you can see that they are in a group. The Octopus Pirates is one of the pirates that cannot be provoked in Mocktown, just because the captain of this pirates is a bounty 150 million madman octopus rots, which is actually hundreds of millions of bounty. And there are many bounty tens of millions of people under his hand. Don't worry. A funny man wearing a clown costume on the first table grinned with a penetrating smile. The darkness of the night has begun to shroud, and a silhouette suddenly appeared on a house. With the help of the weak moonlight, it can be seen that it is a man wearing aristocratic clothes, wearing a cross necklace on his neck, and having short yellow hair and hanging from his waist. A man with a spiral long sword. There is also a lot of pirate noise in another tavern. This night, it is destined to not be peaceful. Chapter 23. Half of Mocktown is undercurrent surging. As the night gets darker and darker, many pirates have gathered on this street from light to dark, and their eyes are all in the tropical hotel. The entire restaurant was black and light, only one room was lit up, because Cows was not only the boss and the waiter, but Pirate, the other tenants, also left during the day. In the luxurious room at this time, Cows looked at the various bounty orders in his hand. There were a lot of pirates with bounty of more than 50 million, even at the level of hundreds of millions. These bounty news reports are for Cows when the smoking boss leaves. Cows is arrogant and dying, it is sure to be arrogant and dying, he has been prepared and has a bottom in his heart. If it is too powerful without the slightest hesitation. After tonight, I will definitely become famous. Sitting on the boat cross-legged, Cows pinched his chin and looked at these bounty orders. This game is looking forward to it. All he wants is death. Enjoying the process of publicity and excitement can make his bloodline spray. 3 years and 5 months, but he was suffocated. The lights are off. Almost 10 minutes later, as the only light disappeared, many pirates around the hotel smiled in the dark. Those greedy eyes green and faint like a wolf meeting a sheep. That is pirates, the Black Cat, 5.2 million on board, and all crossed over at up to 10 million. These little guys just went to courting death. These idiots. Many pirates sneered secretly, and Pirate didn't know where the courage came from. Know that the Golden Emperor can kill even the camel Tipiro, which is bounty 79 million. The current Black Cat captain pirates can't even compare with others. This is rushed back by greed. Head. Why is there no movement? It's 5 minutes. Don't think about it, I didn't even scream, it must be it's a second. Need some powerful pirate to explore the way. 5 minutes later, there was no sound in the hotel, just like opening a bloody mouth wide in the dark. The restaurant open like a sacrificial bowl is waiting for some people to be arrested automatically. Someone can't help it anymore. It's bounties 48 million poison hand pirates. Finally there is something worthwhile. 5 minutes later. What's the situation? Even the bounty 48 million pirate can't splash in it. Damn, there will be no traps. Golden Emperor dares to swagger through the market like this, he must have confidence in his own strength. 3rd wave. 4th wave. 5th wave. The whole street fell into a weird atmosphere. The last bounty entered the 81 million pirate, but there was no splashing, and even no fighting took place. Quiet and scary. A lot of pirate swallows, even if it makes a little noise. Doo-doo, interesting. Not far away, a group of pirate was sitting on the open field, just drinking with fanfare. The manner is a bit funny. The headed guy wearing a clown costume showed a toot of laughter, obviously aroused interest. It's the bounty 150 million Madman Octopus Rots. Wait, that's Sword Hero Cruise. Is it? Are you also interested in the gold? Suddenly, there was a noise in the street, which immediately attracted most of my eyes. Not far away, I saw a man wearing aristocratic clothes and a spiral long sword hanging from his waist. What the hell does that guy want to do? Don't die here, or how can I wash away the shame? On a house, Killer Zebra from Madman Octopus Rots and Sword Hero Cruise retracted his gaze and looked up towards the dark and hazy tropical hotel, frowning and looking a little ugly. His personality is also arrogant and conceited, but he has strong self-esteem. Not only Killer Zebra appeared, but also the previous Reaper Tesses, Bloodthorn Pritanit, and even some bounty pirates with hundreds of millions of dollars. Pang! Without any warning, Pirate in the whole street looked back towards the cow's room, where the windows were suddenly opened, and the huge rumbling sound was somewhat resounding. But next moment they were stunned. I knock fuck, can you give me some strength? I specially put the gold here for you to take, can you fight for me to kill me? Each coward is not as good as a woman. A bunch of waste and scum. The windows were suddenly closed, and needles fell across the street. Some pirate raised their heads in shock, blinking for a while without responding. At this time, Cows in the room is really angry. After so long, only a few pirates have come up. Those powerful ones didn't see him, and they simply didn't give him face. He is so looking forward to it. Hateful, I can't bear it anymore. Too arrogant. I want to kill him. The brothers charged Lao Zi and killed the Golden Emperor. The pirates who came back to his senses were all angry with their faces. Now the Golden Emperor are sheep, they are wolves. But this sheep surrounded by them is even more arrogant and despotic than them. It is simply insulting them mentally. It's a man who can't bear it, even more how is pirate who has a hot temper and has no humanity in itself regardless of the law and of natural morality. This wave of hatred Cows has been successfully evoked. Kill. I want to smash him into pieces. I have never seen such an arrogant guy. Knock him to death. A large nest of pirate rushed into the restaurant, all murderous looking. It's a pity that those pirates, which bounty hundreds of millions of dollars, still haven't moved, but their complexion is very ugly. Such an arrogant person, plentiful and easily available on the sea. Anyone who can live has ability. We still need to wait and see. There are still many smart people. Ah! Help! Peng peng! Not long after it came out from the hotel all kinds of screams and rain of bullets, pungent and bloody mixed with fire, medicinal smell is very pungent, this kind of noise only lasted 1 minute. Then he returned to peace. Some pirate who was going to take a shot and planned to pick up the leaks, all held their weapons and stopped, looking at the restaurant gloomy and uncertain. This fucking situation is wrong. Just now, at least 100 or so people rushed in, bounty of several million or even 40 to 50 million, and the result was howling. Nothing? It can be seen that the Golden Emperor is a stubborn dog. Are you finally going to shoot? Sword Hero Cruz. Killer Zebra, Reaper, Bloodthorn, Madman Octopus, etc. Pirate all looked towards Cruz dressed as a nobleman. This guy is a sword hero. As a lone ranger, he bounty 124 million. One can imagine how strong he is. It's Sword Hero Cruz. The Golden Emperor is dead. That's the sword hero of bounty 124 million. Hundreds of gazes followed Cruz into the hotel. Many people swallowed subconsciously, and the tension suddenly came up. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of big feet stepping on the wooden ladder seemed a little frightening in this dark and bloody restaurant. There were many corpses lying on both sides of the stairs, all of them pirate who had rushed in before. The blood gathered together to form a stream of water, dripping continuously along the stairwell, like sewage flowing from under the eaves, with a strong stench. Cruz's face doesn't change, he sees many of these scenes. He is now very interested in this Golden Emperor, and of course there is gold. A big guy finally came. Cows Kanbunshoko has already covered the whole hotel, including part of the street outside. He can feel a strong breath slowly approaching him. Very stable and fierce. Like a sharp sword out of its sheath, full of oppression. Chapter 24. Are you the Golden Emperor? Cruz came upstairs, like an elegant knight. Cow's main entrance faces the stairwell, and the door is not closed. At this time, Cows was sitting on the golden throne, with both legs cocked on his chin with one hand. His right hand shook a glass of red wine, and all around the floor was pierced with various blood-stained gold weapons. Very arrogant and handsome. Sword Hero Cruz, bounty, 124 million. It's not the rubbish anymore. Cows scornfully laughed and straightens up the gold mini-knife earrings shook, and a gold longsword behind it flew out while wiping the side face, and the air tore through the press forward. Without a trace of nonsense, Cows did it directly. Ding po. Cruz has a sharp gaze, leaning his head to avoid it with a trace of broken hair, and a gold longsword is inserted on the wall behind it. causing a large amount of sawdust dust. Moan. Almost at the same moment, Cruz pulled out the spiral sword on his waist. A meniscus-shaped sword light instantly cut off the door and rushed towards Cows. Cold light ling rocks can be cut off easily. Shiu shiu. A gold dual-bladed halberd and a long spear flew out, and the two collided to produce a huge rumbling sound. The entire room was torn in an instant, and a blast of air pressure swept out to let Pirate outside was shocked. It's coming out. It's worthy of Sword Hero Cruz. Run, the building is going to collapse. The pirates who were close to each other retreated one after another. Next moment, the whole building exploded. A handful of golden weapons were shot from the ground and the sword targets shook with the sound of golden leather. Followed by a dazzling slash dive, the aerial scenery appeared in all pirates' eyes. Cows is still sitting on the golden throne, holding both legs with one hand on his chin and shaking the red wine in the other. All around, there is a handful of golden weapons, shining brightly in the moonlight. Glorious! There are 3 points of arrogance and 4 points of contempt in the expression, and the rest is indifferent. This picture has to be said to be extraordinary, aloof, and remote. The whole game is full of platoons inside and out. Many pirate were taken aback. This guy is so handsome. But good luck. Too hateful. Cruz stood on the ground, holding the spiral long sword with his right hand, looking up at Cows sitting in the sky. His face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. The other party's appearance and actions show that he didn't pay attention to him. Strong sword aura fluttered all over. Cruz raised his hand and waved in the air, and within a short time the slash rose from the ground from 1 to 10 meters, aggressively tearing the air. Cows still looks despising everything. Although it didn't move, the golden weapons that fell all around the sky were all pointed at Cruz, tearing the eardrum in the next second and carrying sky. Splitting sound blazed out. Cruz changed its color slightly, and the slash was forcibly offset before it approached, and a golden longsword was already close at hand. The spiral longsword in his hand strikes like lightning, and the golden longsword blasts on the ground. In an instant, it explodes and splashes a large amount of gravel and soil, and a pit with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters appears. These blazing golden longswords are not only fast, but also formidable power. Peng peng. Several yellow golden blade swords and halberds are fired one after another. Cruz's complexion is calm and the silhouette keeps flickering, and the spiral longsword in his hand flickers from time to time. The whole street was full of violent smoke and dust all over the time. Hand after hand, as if Gatling was strafing, Cruz unexpectedly greeted the artillery fire. I can only say that he is worthy of being sword hero, and worthy of being a man of bounty. 124 million belly. Cow's dashing eyebrows slightly wrinkled. All around the fallen 18 weapons split out again, and fired more densely and quickly toward Cruz. This time Cruz was forced to stop, because the weapons that had escaped before were also suspended from behind again, forming a weapon storm to signal that it was sweeping. Lone Goose Slash. The noble costumes on her body have begun to be cut. Cruz leaned forward, and the spiral longsword in his hand was slashed in amazement, forming a huge lifelike slash of Lone Goose. The powerful and overbearing blasted through the weapon storm, and exploded from the ground under his feet. He wants to get rid of Cows up close. The opponent's golden weapon only splits in half, and the other half does not move. If he keeps at such a long distance, he will become passive. Cows sneered. All the remaining weapons were lifting heads, aimed at Cruz, densely packed like it was raining, and at the same time, the golden weapons in deep potholes on the ground also formed a torrent of return and carried out Cruz to Cruz. Flip on both sides. Damn it! Cruz's expression changed in shock, and he was about to approach, but the densely packed weapons had to stop him, plus the sky splitting behind him sound. The danger has quickly enveloped. The sharp sword aura surrounds all around. Cruz conducts seamless defense, and all around blazing golden weapons have been knocked off or cut off, but the number of weapons is too much. Pu. The sharp weapon tore the flesh and blood, and the wounds began to appear on Cruz's body, even if Kanbuncho could predicted it, but because it was too dense, there was no place to hide. All around the surface is bombarding wildly, and Cruz is getting more and more embarrassed. Can't continue like this. Looking up at the proud man sitting on the golden throne, Cruz took a deep breath with a sharper look than ever before. With 2 cross slashes shot out, the surrounding golden weapons were forcibly separated, soaring into the sky. A sword light. Cao's pupils shrank sharply, and the great danger came in vain. Golden throne, sitting on his butt, quickly appeared in front of him. As soon as the shield was formed, it was split in half, and at the same time a strand of broken hair fell from the front. Good fuck insurance. Appearing in the distance using shaving, Caos looked at Cruz as he landed again, his expression as contemptuous as ever. Not panicking at all. From at first, he despised the enemy strategically and valued the enemy tactically. Pa pa pa. Caos patted his hands together and squinted at Cruz. It can get my ass away from the golden throne. It's kind of ability. P. Cruz stood on the ground with a sullen face, his eyes fixed on Caos. The anger can't stop rising. This guy is so uncomfortable for him. If you only have this ability, then you can say goodbye. Hundreds of golden weapons lifted into the air, standing behind Caos in the sky facing Cruz, right hand just press it lightly, and the whole sky roared in an instant, all around pirate watching the show, all complexion greatly changed backwards. Zai zai zai. The sharp blade pierced through the air and was deafening. Cruz continued to slash, and the whole person quickly retreated. For a time, the whole street exploded continuously, and various broken walls and gravel mud splashed. When the dust dissipated, only the ruins filled with various golden weapons were left. This scene is spectacular. Cough cough. Cruz was covered in blood and coughing, and there were wounds on his body. When he looked up, he found that there was no one in the air. The sky-splitting sound that came in vain from the ear made Cruz's hair burst. Caos didn't know when to appear, and his right foot was wrapped in gold and attacked in shock. Cruz can only defend sloppily, showing pain at the moment of the collision, spurting blood in his mouth, turning into a cannonball, pushing a large area of ruins horizontally to leave an avenue, lying at the end constantly bleeding. Caos flicked his finger lightly, and a large number of golden weapons flew away, not even giving Cruz time to breathe. Like a rocket launcher bombing, and the entire ruins are riddled with holes. Cruz endured the physical trauma and issued the strongest blow. In a short time, a 100-meter slash dived, and all the golden weapons burst or were knocked out. Immediately after Cruz, he disappeared at the end of the ruins without looking back. It's not just Caos, some pirates who watched the show were all confused. Cruz, is this escape? Simply and neatly without leaving the water, not even a ruthless word? It was too sudden. Chapter 25. Let's go. The escape of Cruz was unexpected to many people. It was too sudden and unexpected. After all, that is Bounty's 124 million pirate. At present, in the entire Mock Town, no more than 10 can surpass this bounty. Those pirates are basically just staying in Mock Town. Their goal is Grand Line New World instead of wasting time in places like Mock Town. Although Mock Town is a pirate paradise, some low-end pirates can be gathered, and occasionally there will be mid-end pirates, but they are all decimals after all. It can be understood as a novice village. Cruz retreat means that Caos has the strength of hundreds of millions of bounty. Pirate of this level battle strength, not everyone can covet it. Bloodthorn Pridenit, the fat man immediately greeted him and proceeded to evacuate. He was still a bit grudge with Caos, and now he was afraid that Caos would stare at him. It would be better to do more than less. There are also pirates such as Reaper Tesses, Madman Octopus Rots, etc. These are all bounty above 80 million, and they know how to judge the situation, and they are not the kind of idiots without IQ. The battle strength of the Golden Emperor has been tried out. What if it is defeated? When the time comes, I will definitely get hurt. It's not about making wedding dresses for others. As these powerful great pirates leave, there are only some weak pirates left on the scene. The key is that these weak pirates still can't understand the situation. They are completely blinded by gold and go sneakily. Steal those golden weapons stuck in the ground. Cows fell back and a golden throne appeared, floating in the air and looking down at the audience. Feeling those pirate fleeing with golden weapons, Cows can only say that there are all kinds of strange things. All the gold that can be manipulated by Cows is equivalent to a part of Cows's body, unless it exceeds the range that Cows can perceive, but Cows has awakened Kanbunshoku and is open 24 hours a day. Although it consumes a lot of spirit, it is also a kind of cultivation. With a move of mind, a lot of screams sounded, all the gold fell in the air, and finally merged into two 5-meter-high golden warriors, and then the golden throne wriggled and turned into a sedan chair. The two golden warriors one after the other carried them, and they walked toward the other street 3 feet off the ground and stepped in the air. It looks relaxed, but in fact it is a serious burden on mental strength. This is obviously also a kind of cultivation and development. Keeping in this situation means that Cows is cultivation all the time, whether it is mental or physical, it is a kind of pressure and burden. Asshole! So unhappy! Some pirate eyes flushed along the way. Cows's behavior is too extravagant and too attractive to hate up. I have never seen such an arrogant person. I can't wait to be hacked to death, but Cows really enjoys this kind of envy, jealousy, wanting to kill but not dare to move his eyes. This is the life he wants. High profile and arrogant. The empty, lonely, and cold heart was once filled. Without a night, Cows found a tavern again, ready to conserve strength and store up energy, and fight again tomorrow. He stared at Reaper Tessis and Bloodthorn Pritinit. These two guys decided his life and death, but unfortunately it was not too much fun tonight, and it was too far away from expectations. Except for some little ones, I jumped out of a sword hero cruise, and even ran away if they didn't agree with me. There is no tension at all. On the sparkling sea, a battleship is approaching quickly. Maybe I will land in Mocktown tomorrow morning. The rising sun is rising, and a new day is coming. Mocktown West Street, Cows stood on the top balcony of the hotel, looking at the clear blue sky, taking a breath of fresh air and glowing. Last night I rested for 3 or 4 hours, full of energy and body full of strength. A new day of high-profile life has begun again. Warm up by doing 2000 push-ups at random. Cows opened the door and walked to the hall downstairs, first filled the 5 internal organs temple, and then went to the Bloodthorn Pirates to trouble. The large pile of gold that was originally leaning against the corner quickly changed into 3 golden warriors to follow. As soon as they entered the lobby, they attracted the attention of the waiter and many pirate. It is hard to imagine that there are so many pirates drinking in the hall early in the morning. Some of them have been drinking from last night to the present, and they can continue to drink. Waiter, bring up the most expensive food in your store. Remember that as long as the most expensive, come first 50. This is a tip for you. Cows snapped his fingers, and a thin male waiter walked over and looked at the golden warrior sitting on the other 3 chairs, almost unable to move his eyes. With a tuft of fist-sized gold floating in front of him, the waiter looked at Cows like he looked at father. Speechless, his face flushed with excitement. Master Golden Emperor, please wait a moment, we will definitely bring the best food. Go. Cows waved his hand, he was really not interested in money. Wait. The waiter was called by Cows before he took a few steps while holding the gold in both hands. What else does the Lord Golden Emperor have to order? All the orders of everyone present are counted on my head. Cows said, the whole needle drops in the hall can be heard. All pirate looked at Cows in a daze, and didn't know who was screaming. The whole hall became noisy and almost lifted the roof of the tavern. Golden Emperor, I admire you. I just wanted to hack you to death, but now I respect you. You have the right to be arrogant. Ha! Whoever doesn't drink to lie on the ground today is not giving the Golden Emperor face. To death maid. Waiter, serve Laozi the most expensive dishes, take the most expensive wine, and choose the most beautiful geisha. We don't have a geisha here. All pirate yelled, all of them were retaliatory consumption, and the envy in the air could no longer be suppressed. Cows doesn't care whether these people are grateful or not, he just wants to experience the feeling of full consumption is paid by young Master Zhao. Very silky. Also very cool. It's been half an hour since I got out of the tavern. As Cows guessed, these bosses who open taverns or gambling halls have sources of intelligence. The bloodthorn pretended he was looking for was 3 blocks away. A swagger and high-profile appearance along the way, all kinds of gritted teeth, jealous and hateful eyes, kept Cows in a happy mood for a while. At the same time, on the sea, Sakazuki Rear Admiral, Mocktown is here. The previous seaman in the battleship looked towards Sakazuki, who came out of the office with a weapon with a serious face. They know where Mocktown is. Almost all of them are pirate. They only have 1 battleship, and the total number of personnel is only 50. If they land on the island like this, it might be a bit sloppy. But everyone knows that Sakazuki Rear Admiral is impossible to shrink back. Even if the entire pirate of Mocktown is united, it will not retreat until 1 soldier is in the battle. Now they only hope that Sakazuki Rear Admiral will not be so impulsive to wipe out the entire pirate of Mocktown. If this is the case, the situation will definitely get out of control. Just catching bloodthorn pirates, I believe other pirates will not provoke them. Especially this battleship is led by Sakazuki. Chapter 26. Rum Tavern. Located on 5th Avenue in Mocktown, although it is only in the morning, the level of liveliness is only slightly worse than that in the afternoon. There are still many pirates drinking and eating, among them bloodthorn pirates. As always, dressed in a black suit and big sunglasses, Bloodthorn Pretendit is smoking a cigar and drinking red wine. It is hard to tell that it is a vicious and merciless pirate. Before he came to Mocktown, he killed a marine colonel at sea, and was finally chased by Sakazuki, Marine's 3 rookies, and came to Mocktown after escaping once. That is a mad dog, and his strength is extremely strong. It was a fluke to get away with it last time. Pretendit didn't want to see that guy anyway. Mocktown has a special geographical location, almost all of them are pirate, so Marine rarely comes here. It is the best choice for many pirates to escape hunting and killing. Shiu shiu. Without any warning, the walls of the tavern burst into holes one after another, and a handful of golden weapons flew in to besiege all pirate. Ah! Damn it! There is an enemy attack. Some pirates just drink and drink gone. The whole hall became chaotic in the blink of an eye. All kinds of food and drinks were spilled on the ground, mixed with the smell of smoke and blood, full of disgusting smell. The golden weapon is the Golden Emperor. Many pirates hid behind the bunker, looking at the golden weapons inserted on the corpse, they could tell at a glance. Except for the Golden Emperor, no one would use gold as a weapon so extravagantly and still have such a powerful, formidable power. Various swearing and anger were flooded, and the attack lasted only for a wave, as if giving them time to react. Pretendit gloomy face, the fat body is extremely sensitive, and he walked out of the tavern with short legs slamming his cigar, and all the members of the Bloodthorn pirates who were not dead behind followed. Sure enough. As soon as we walked out of the tavern, Pretendit saw that very arrogant and high-profile guy. Golden Throne seems to be shrouded in the golden bright and dazzling rays of light under the sun, all around the sky is falling down with a handful of golden weapons, which can be seen in almost all the surrounding streets. So many golden weapons. It's the Golden Emperor. What does that high-profile guy want to do? Who provokes that grandstanding guy? I have to say that I am a little jealous of him, the damn Golden Emperor. If the strength allows, I really want to mess with the sword. Kill that guy. A few streets, pirate looked up towards the sky, and that one after another took the golden weapon like a who took off his clothes, all seduce them in a beautiful way. But they are really powerless. Now in the entire mock town, in terms of who everyone wants to kill most, the Golden Emperor is definitely at the top of the list. Too attractive to hatred. Golden Emperor, what do you want to do? In front of the rum tavern, Pradanit had a fat face with a deep cold. I heard that you bet against the poor ghost killer zebra last time and bet him to win. Cows sat on the suspended throne, tilted both legs, carelessly repaired with a gold knife nail. That expression didn't pay any attention to Pradanit. Just because of this, you killed more than a dozen of my men. Pradanit spit out a smoke ring, his eyes colder. No, I'm here to wipe you out. As soon as Cows finished speaking, Pradanit suddenly became disdainful. Do you think you can provoke me by running Sword Hero Cruise? I tell you, I only need 1 minute to kill that guy. Pradanit is very confident, although Sword Hero Cruise's bounty is higher than him, but in his opinion it is just a stray dog. He might have been a little bit jealous without the first battle last night, but that jealousy disappeared after escaping from Cruise. Bounty 124 million, just this. Oh. Cows lifting his chin with his nostrils facing Pradanit, squinting down with contempt. It's just an emoticon, which contains words such as rubbish, disdain, contempt, sarcasm, mental retardation, and so on. Kill him for lousy, I will smash his face. The gunpowder barrel exploded in an instant, and Pradanit couldn't help it. Cows's expression collapsed his last line of defense, and any provocation was not as lethal as this expression. Boom! Shiu shiu shiu! The entire Bloodthorn Pirates members fired immediately, shot and charged. Now there is only one thought, kill him. Had successfully aroused the anger of all the Bloodthorn staff, and the sarcasm on Cows's face increased again and continued to add fuel to the fire. A bunch of scum, too weak. The golden weapon that fell in mid-air flew, and various bullets were blocked and sparks were splashed. Then they shot out like bows and arrows, and many screams and the smell of blood began to flood the streets. Hateful! Pirate was nailed to the ground by dual-bladed halberd. Even if he died, he stared fiercely at Cows with his eyes open. Absolutely indifferent. For nothing else, just can't swallow that breath. The Golden Emperor is too arrogant to preserve a beating. If there is an opportunity, he wants to be perished together with that guy. Can't bear it. Don't talk about Bloodthorn pirates, even some pirates in the distance are almost gnashing teeth. There is no reason, but it is very uncomfortable. Jab. After the shadow flashed, Pradanit finally shot. 10 black thorns emerged from the right hand, appeared in front of Cows and slammed into the face in one fell swoop. It is hard to imagine such a fat body has such a fast speed. Cows' expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected it. Without blinking his eyes, a golden 3-leaf axe appeared, firmly blocking Pradanit's fist, and several golden weapons on top of his head crashed. Thorns. Pradanit's reaction was very fast, and densely packed spikes suddenly pierced all over the body, just like a fat needle ball without the slightest weakness. Paramecia thorn fruit, the user can stretch out thorns all over the body, even rocks can pierce through the thorns. It was the ability of the future agent of the Baroque Works room, Miss Two Fingers, which caused Nami at that time to suffer a lot. Pradanit, as the ability user of this thorny fruit, is obviously stronger than the next Miss Two Fingers. These thorns are really harder than steel. Cows disappeared in an instant, and then a storm was pressed down from the air, several golden weapons blasted on the spikes, and it was simply impossible to break the defense. Pradanit took the opportunity to land on the ground, with a lot of spikes rising behind it, looking like a fat Godzilla from a distance. Very similar. A defense that is difficult to speak. But falling from the air, the golden throne made a metal collision, shining sparks entangled Cows and began to become a golden battle armor, and at the same time all the scattered gold the weapons merged into one, and eventually became a wolf fang club 10 meters long and 1 meter thick with golden spikes at the end. Although the sun overhead was very warm, as cows carried the wolf fang club, a chill spread directly across the street. Many pirates who watched the show sucked in a breath of cold air. Pridonit's fat face twitched, and expressions all changed. His defense is very strong, the enemy will almost always be stabbed back if he wants to hurt him, the only weakness is being strikes by heavy weapons. Shoo! Cows grinned with white teeth, and his silhouette flashed right and left one after another, but 3 breaths appeared in front of Pridonit, and then he came holding a huge wolf fang club in both hands. A home run! Pridonit's hair exploded and immediately disappeared in place. He has no hard resistance. The ground was immediately torn apart, and a large piece of dirt and rubble was shot out by the wolf fang club. The heavy sky-splitting sound of tearing the eardrum all interprets the amount of violent violence. Chapter 27. Thorns and Vines. Pridonit, which quickly disappeared and appeared 5 meters away, the right hand burst and spread out a large number of spikes, slamming into Cow's back in one fell swoop. In a flash, Cows made a beautiful back space in the air, the wolf fang club with spikes and fangs just like this, splitting heaven and earth apart, carrying brute force to press down, let Pridonit eyes shrank. Hong long long. The sand, gravel, and soil blasted into the sky, and the entire ground shook and there was a huge pothole. The wolf fang club was in it all around, spreading spider web cracks, and a lot of dust covered it. Staying in sight, Cows leaped out of it as a golden wild beast. Looking at Pridonit rolling to the ground in embarrassment, Cows instantly disappeared in place. Then the whole street exploded again and again, it was Cows chasing Pridonit, and the whole audience pushed all the way horizontally. Hateful! Pridonit roars constantly, and the spreading thorns of his hands keep stabling, and simply cannot break the golden battle armor worn by Cows. Now Cows is all over his body, even his head is in battle armor, and his body is also transformed into gold. The double guarantee makes Cow's defense rise straight. So I don't play virtual, I don't even bother to hide, just rush up and do it. Boom! A shadow hit, and the sun faded. A chill rushed up to the Pridonit top of the head, the wolf fang club swept up close at hand, as if a mountain range was vigorous and vigorous, he had no time to dodge. Spikes appeared all over the body, Pridonit immediately stopped in front of his face with both hands. The force of next moment heaven falls and earth rends hits, Pridonit's spikes are broken, and it's useless even if they pierce into the golden wolf fang club. The powerful force rushes in a destructive posture. Pridonit's big face is immediately distorted. The entire surface burst, a piece of stone slabs together with the soil cocked up, Pridonit's huge body turned into a cannonball, all the way through the house lying 100 meters away in the ruins, face covered in blood, nose collapsed and bone cracked. Shoo! Cows rises from the ground, holding the wolf fang club in both hands, as if he is splitting heaven and earth apart. Pridonit, who was originally a little dizzy, quickly rushes to the side, and the wolf fang club hit the ground in an instant, the ground with a radius of 50 meters instantly lifted up, and the violent wind whistled up the sand and fell into the ocean. Before Pridonit got up, Cows suddenly appeared, holding the golden wolf fang club in both hands and hitting another home run. Blood is like a fountain splashing, Pridonit bent his body, his eyes turned up, the entire chest and thorns were all broken, and even once sunk into streamer, he ran across the entire street, leaving behind a huge gully. Smashed into the ruins, a 10th level typhoon was set off and the surroundings were leveled. Cows soared into the sky, not long after falling into the dust, huge explosions sounded again and again, and half of Mocktown seemed to be in an earthquake. As the most central scenery is exposed, Pirate, who is watching the show in all directions, all have pale face and cold sweat. Who? A pile of rubbish rocks turned up to pieces, Cows shook his head and threw his forehead bangs to the side, his chest violently fluctuating and panting. A huge golden wolf the fang club is held in his hand, with its pointed fangs stained with all kinds of minced meat and blood. As for Pratinit, it has become muddy, and the scene is thrilling and bloody. It's too hard to fight. The golden battle armor on his body broke away and became a throne. Chaos sat down and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. As soon as he turned his head and showed a nervous smile on his face, many pirates stepped back and were shocked. So cruel! Bloodthorn Pratinit was hammered to death by the Golden Emperor. This guy! Get off the horse! Madman Octopus Rots, wearing a clown costume, squinted his eyes slightly and his face was a little heavy. Bloodthorn is also Bounty's 89 million pirate, so he was killed so easily. The Golden Emperor has the qualifications to be arrogant and high profile. This bastard! Not far away on the roof, Killer Zebra Gnashing Teeth was very upset. It seems that I don't need to think about it for a while if I want to get back the shame. Not good, Marine has landed on the island. It seems to be Rear Admiral Sakazuki, Marine's 3 rookies. What did you say? Marine. Are you sure Marine is coming? Run, Marine Rear Admiral Sakazuki. The Logia Mad Dog. I was about to find cows of Reaper Tesses, standing still and looking towards the distance, where there are many pirate lose one's head out of fear, you can hear all kinds of swearing from far away. It's really a lot of trouble. Marine came here. Captain, shall we retreat first? What are you afraid of? This is Mocktown, our pirate's paradise. If I come to Vice Admiral, I might be a little afraid. What is a trifling Rear Admiral afraid of? But that is not the ordinary Rear Admiral, but the Sakazuki of Marine's 3 major logia. Look at it first. The entire Mocktown is almost all were alarmed. If it's just a Rear Admiral, even logia, they are worth it. I am afraid that there will be Marine Vice Admiral and a large number of battleship fleets behind, which is the most terrifying. Many pirates are fleeing, and many pirates are staying to see what Marine is going to do. It is simply unrealistic to take out Mocktown in one pot. Unless Buster Call is launched. A trifling Rear Admiral, even the 3 logia who have already made their debut on the sea, might die on the island. The only ones who are scared are those who are really powerful or confident pirates, who should eat and drink Marine dare to provoke them, just kill them. If you switch to Vice Admiral, they will be a little more afraid. If you change to Admiral, just run away without saying a word. A trifling Rear Admiral, don't take it seriously. Chaos Kanbunchoku spread out quickly, and could perceive a few tyrannical auras entering Mocktown, and I don't know if it was a coincidence or deliberate, it was actually approaching him. Golden Throne lifted off, and OSS held up both legs and held his chin with one hand and waited. The huge gold wolf fang club turned into a gorgeous giant sword. Sun, moon, and stars began to appear slowly, mountains and grass, sword hilt appeared, and the technique of farming and animal husbandry appeared, and the strategy of unifying the whole world appeared. The finely crafted patterns are very precious and dazzling, and they can exercise the spirit willpower very well. Almost 1 minute exquisite giant sword is formed, falling down behind cows, showing noble and majesty. The fake Xian Yuan sword was formed. The golden sword blade was still stained with blood, and finally gathered at the tip of the sword along the lines, and began to drip slowly towards the ground. The row of noodles must be present. The more bells and whistles, the better, cow's just hobby. Even if he is dead, he has to fight for the first place. As always, it is a matter of principle. There is no room for negotiation at all. The appearance of Sakazuki really surprised cows. Since I met, I must die. That's Sakazuki. In the future, he is the only one who is desperately outputting according to the script, and at the same time suffering the most venomous beatings and vomiting the most blood. He has never been counseled. The whole audience will do it to death. Even if the character is unpleasant, or there are various problems, it is undeniable that Sakazuki is absolutely worthy of his admiral identity and the clothes he wears. This is a very charming character. Cows is looking forward to meeting him. Maybe not Sakazuki's opponent, but this fight must be fought. This man is called Sakazuki. If there is an opportunity, take a few marines who know Rokushiki, then his Rokushiki will be lost. At the same time, it is time to be bounty, so that his fame can spread to the sea. The next time you enter the battle, there will be a dragon set next to it exclaiming, "Look at that, is a golden emperor with hundreds of millions of bounty." It is said to be extremely arrogant and arrogant. That the sub-picture is very interesting just thinking about it. Chapter 28. On the spacious and messy street, there are many pirates who are not afraid of death on both sides, holding weapons and sneering at the 50 teams in marine uniforms on the street. Sakazuki, headed by Sakazuki, carrying a long knife, is still the open-chested red half-sleeved shirt, wearing a marine cap, and the iron blood energy field is exuding all over his body, which makes many pirates subconsciously lower their breath and dare not act rashly. Sakazuki's fortitude has a trace of disdain in the bones on his face. These little guys don't even have the qualifications to die in his hands. Do you know where the Bloodthorn Pirates is? Currently, Sakazuki's 3 colonels are following. One of them, a colonel with a centipede scar on his face, walks up to a pirate in front of him. The cold seems to be ready at any time. Pirate, who was being stared at, points subconsciously in the direction of cows, and at the same time the whole heart hangs full of palpitations. Go! Getting the exact direction, Sakazuki's entire group keeps going deep into Mocktown. And that pirate breathed a sigh of relief, his back was already wet. Marine's aura is too strong. I don't know that I thought it was Vice Admiral who was leading the team. Is it just to find Bloodthorn pirates? I remember, I heard that Bloodthorn pirates killed a battleship led by Marine Colonel some time ago, and that Colonel belonged to Sakazuki, my subordinate. I said how the Bloodthorn Pratinit guy appeared in Mocktown. He was hunted and killed and hid here. Many pirate whispered, just the whole sequence of events can be clarified in a few words. If you just look for Bloodthorn pirates, almost all pirates will not do it. But if you want to destroy Mocktown, or capture pirate with fanfare, pirate in Mocktown will definitely not sit idly by. You can see a lot of pirate following behind Marine, some powerful with dangerous smiles, as if thinking about whether to kill Sakazuki here. If you can get rid of the rookies that Marine is now vigorously training, he will definitely be the headline news tomorrow. In this way, the reputation will be gained. A few minutes later, a group of Marines and Sakazuki stood in front of the ruins and watched in midair, sitting on the golden throne, with both legs and chin lying on their backs, and cows with a gorgeous and noble gold giant sword erected behind them. Time. A sense of luxury, nobility, arrogance, and arrogance assaults the senses. Cows glanced up and down at Sakazuki, behaving lightly. Sakazuki is still very young now, especially the knife behind it is very dazzling. Sakazuki was a swordsman when he was young, and may also have the strength of the sword hero level. Now he should have eaten magma fruit, but he still hasn't completely abandoned way of sword. In the O'Hara incident, Sakazuki at that time was already Vice Admiral, and he abandoned way of sword to magma fruit. While cows looked at Sakazuki lightly, Sakazuki also glanced at cows blankly, both inside and out with arrogance and arrogance. Sakazuki Rear Admiral, Bloodthorn pirates, including the Captain Bloodthorn Pratinit, were all killed by Golden Emperor Gaia cows, that guy. A major returned to his position and pointed. Cows on the golden seat. How much is bounty? Sakazuki's colonel next to him speaks. Currently, the Golden Emperor has no bounty, not pirate, nor pirate hunter. Ding ding ka-cha. The major's words just ended. The giant sword that fell behind cows began to split, turning into a variety of 18 weapons and aiming at Sakazuki and the crowd. The corners of his mouth showed a sharp smile. Shiu shiu shiu. Hurry up. Defensive. A crowd of Marines instantly changed color. Even pirate is also like this. No one thought that the Golden Emperor would suddenly start his hands. Courting death. With cow's hands, Sakazuki face instantly changes very ruthless up, pulls out the long knife behind and slams a blow, immediately swoops with a bright slash, strong the 18 weapons that were fired were exploded, and the whole person disappeared in place, and was already below cows when it appeared. Difunka. The entire right arm is flowing with magma, and finally forms a villa-sized lava giant fist, rising from the ground with the sound of a storm. Sakazuki is a big move when he comes up, trying to get rid of cows with one punch. Kanbunshoku is always preparing, Golden Throne immediately forms a battle armor entanglement, cows disappears with a shave, blinks and appears in front of Sakazuki, right hand a golden bright and dazzling golden longsword that stands tall stabbed into Sakazuki's heart. Cows didn't have the joy of attacking on his face, but frowned tightly with such an expression as expected. As for Sakazuki, his face was full of contempt and disdain. The long knife in his hand turned sharply and slashed towards Cow's, even with a strange power entwined on it. Cow's left hand battle armor wriggled, forming a long sword on his head. The next moment a huge crisis came, the golden long sword with no difficulty was cut off. The golden firework was splashing. Cow's used the shave to pull away and appeared 10 meters away, looking down at his chest, where the torn golden battle armor overflowed with a trace of red blood. Busos Hoku Haki. Cow's complexion is a bit ugly. Although his physique has not been converted into gold, the defense of battle armor is far beyond ordinary steel, but it is still broken by Sakazuki. Ding! The deformed golden longsword fell from Sakazuki's body, and most of it has been smelted into golden liquid, and Sakazuki's chest is dripping with crimson magma. Healed in the blink of an eye with the gas. Cow's hit was useless. Raised hand and beckoned, all the weapons in midair shot at Sakazuki with sky-splitting sound, the latter ignoring directly with the long knife, rushing to Cow's with a big hand and raising his hand with a wave. The ground was torn and Cow's disappeared in place, and the ruins behind him caused a huge explosion. Without Busos Hoku, Logia simply has no solution. Cow's hangs in the air, watching Sakazuki's body destroyed by 18 weapons, but it will quickly recover with the flow of magma as always. Shoo! Sakazuki quickly approached, the entire left arm lava swelled to form a vicious dog, tearing the eardrum and rising high temperature. Cow's felt a danger before he arrived. The golden transformation of the body under the battle armor, Cow's clenched his fists and didn't dodge, just like Sakazuki's hard steel. He needs to push himself. Boom! The ground under his feet exploded, and there was a trace of pain on Cow's face. He simply couldn't control his body and shot out. Along the way, he rolled in embarrassment and set off a series of rebels, and his right fist was red and white smoke rose up. At the same time, the whole right arm was shaking slightly. He lost in strength. Getting up from the ground, Cow's looked at Sakazuki who had put away the long knife and walked over with magma flowing all over his body. The gold scattered on the ground all shot and merged with the battle armor, and his body continued to grow. And eventually became a 10-meter-high golden warrior, majestic and full of explosive power. The two dragon walk and tiger steps approached. With the explosion of heaven shaking and earth shattering, the golden giant fist collided with the lava giant fist, and a circular shock wave lifted the stone pavement and destroyed it for a while up all around the building. Half a street disappeared directly. Cow's couldn't stop backing, the golden face under battle armor was unwilling and unbelievable. That punch was all his strength, but he lost. Is Sakazuki in this period already so strong? Magma fruit simulates a volcanic eruption, and that strength is really not something ordinary people can take. Chapter 29. Bang bang bang. Strong storms are constantly sweeping, several streets of Mocktown are reduced to ruins, the raging fire entangles the smoke and rises into the sky, all around the ground is pitted and formed various potholes, inside Mama bubbling makes the temperature constantly rising. Two monsters. Is this the strongest Logia in Devil Fruit? Too terrifying, it's simply controlling the power of nature. Logia Magma Fruit, the ability of Marine's 3 rookies Rear Admiral Sakazuki. Ordinary attacks simply useless, and the Golden Emperor will definitely lose. Let him be arrogant, and now he finally kicked the iron plate. Outside the chaotic field, many pirate and marine watched the fierce battle on the spot, and the power displayed by Sakazuki made them eye-opening. Logia deserves to be the strongest among the 3 types of devil fruit. The attack of the Golden Emperor was simply useless. Mago. Unmatched power erupted in an instant. Chaos hit his face with pain, and the entire golden battle armor on his right arm was cracked. Like metal, the film crash bang goes down. The most important thing is that these golds are beginning to soften. Chaos couldn't control his body, and flew out with a large piece of debris, and finally lay at the end with blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Sakazuki's face was dripping with magma, the lava in his right hand was swelling, and the fire behind his back made the sky red. Even Haki will not dare to provoke and send you to hell. Inyagamai Guren. Sakazuki people don't say much cruelty, in their eyes shooting at cows quickly with contempt. The entire right arm of the lava turned into a dog head shape, which looked like missile strikes at the moment of close proximity, and even the eardrum was torn by that unmatched force. It's up to you. Cows roared, all the gold on his body wriggled around his right arm, forming a huge gold right fist, and attacked simply without flinching. Wang wang! The strength of the collision spread instantly, all around the ground peeled off and then collapsed, a lot of hot magma scattered all directions. Cows gritted his teeth and sank his feet into the ground. Corner of the mouth flow blood stubbornly resisted. The nameless, die. Sakazuki's face was fierce, the magma in his body was suddenly injected into his arm, and the second force blessed in a moment, like a stormy sea. Cows kept backing away. Hateful, is the gap so big? Cows's golden eyes are full of unwillingness. He has been cultivated to death for 3 years and 5 months. It can be said that there is no slack for a moment. But compared with these real characters, it is still far behind. Do you want to retreat? No, just stick to it. Cows clenched the teeth, forcibly standing still, ignoring the wounds in his body, roaring to resist. Pu. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Cows only supported it for more than 10 seconds, and then flew out and hit the ruins with blood constantly flowing in his mouth. He has golden transformation now, and even so, he can't bear that power. Getting up from the ground, Cows spit out blood on the ground with his mouth turned. The messy blonde hair was randomly placed in front of his forehead, standing proudly upright and hooking his finger at Sakazuki. People can lose, but demeanor can't live without. Sakazuki is not angry, after all, Cows is already dead in his eyes. Boom! The two sides collided again. Cows' attack could not hurt Sakazuki, but it could be forced back. It can be said that it is completely unequal. Logia's elemental transformation is really unsolvable. From the side, Cows is already very cowhide. In the absence of Buso's Hoku, he can fight Sakazuki for so long, and he is still frontally hardened steel. He even forced Sakazuki back more than once. Pu. The outer golden armor was shattered, and Cows bowed his body and his chest was red, flying out and hitting the ground constantly rolling, after splashing a large piece of rubble and dust. Shake to stand up again. The bloody water in the mouth was spit out, and the chin up was still the expression of eyes high above the top. Many pirates who watched the theater in the periphery were sobbing. It's not unreasonable that this guy is hateful. Even if you don't die today, you will die later. What kind of powerhouse might be provoked? It's all in this situation, so arrogant, I don't know where the courage comes from. Sakazuki's heart also slowly rises with anger. At first, he doesn't feel much, but it's different when he hits. The contemptuous and disdainful eyes of the other party are really irritating. This kind of arrogance is not like the hacky arrogance of Golden Lion and Red the Aloof, but the arrogance that is niche and easy to hate. It is the kind that is not pleasing to the eye. Even a person with a mild temper cannot stand it. That kind of feeling is that Cows is not hammered to death, the thought will not be clear, and in short, I feel uncomfortable. If you stand on the upper hand, you can be so arrogant, after all, it is very strong. But the key is to fall into a disadvantage, which is why I don't understand where the self-confidence of mystery is supporting this arrogance. The ground burst and collided again, and Chaos kept backing away with pain on his face, but it was like Xiaoqiang who could not be beaten, hitting again and again. Mago. Sakazuki dropping from the sky, right hand leaning back and magma splashing, like a hot knife through butter, blasting straight towards Chaos, regardless of strength or speed, terrifying. Chaos' face covered in blood, his right fist clenched, still so arrogant. Just as he continued to fight Sakazuki with his fist, there was an inexplicable force in his body that filled his arms, especially the strongest fist. Chaos didn't have time to react. He collided with Sakazuki heavily. With the sound of dull heavy metal, Chaos shot out with his feet sinking into the ground, leaving 230-meter gully, and then suddenly came. Kneeling on one knee with a backflip, the golden face was full of ecstasy. There is nothing wrong with it. There is absolutely nothing wrong. The great power in his body was finally aroused. Why did he persist, even if he was hammered? Isn't it just madness on the verge of death trying to arouse that power? Sakazuki's eyes changed with magma dripping all over his body. At the moment of the collision, a faint haki appeared in the opponent's hand. This guy. Sakazuki has a killing intent, and he shoots out and his magma is swelling. Chaos was more excited than ever before. He clenched his fist to feel the weak force, and continued to guide and feel it, just like Kanbunshoku was awakening at the beginning, very strange and unfamiliar. Pu. There was no accident. At the moment of the collision, Chaos vomited blood and shot out. Before he was breathing, Sakazuki appeared. With the explosion of mountains bursting and ground splitting, Chaos looked like the ball flew out of the smoke. Finally, he rolled on the ground and grabbed the ground with both hands, and wiped the blood in his mouth and nose very embarrassedly. Sakazuki walked out of the fire with a gloomy expression, and at a glance, he knew that his mood was extremely bad. Haha! Sakazuki, from now on, you are my best friend, you really didn't let me down. I'll be there today here, I can't hold it anymore. You are the most kind man I have ever seen. Go back and remember to get my bounty news report out. I'll be very unhappy after 100 million. I look forward to seeing you next time. Cows roar towards the sky, soaring away. Echoes echoed across the sky. Sakazuki's face is blue and wants to chase, but the ability to fly in the air is obviously not as fast as cows. Even if Dai Funka is used, it is useless. If it is replaced by Sakazuki, who will be at the top of the war in the future, cows will not even run away, it may be dead long ago and there will be no scum left. Chapter 30. On the other side of Mok Town, in the mountains and old forests. Cows slammed on the ground like a meteor, shocking many birds and beasts. A small piece of jungle was crushed to form a pothole. Cows lay in it and looked at the blue sky. The golden battle armor on his body was tattered and his face was pale and blood-stained. He looked miserable and embarrassed. But his eyes are brighter than ever. Kanbunshoku covered the surrounding area and found no trackers. It's safe. Just lying in the pit, smelling the fragrance of the soil and vegetation, and calmed down for almost half an hour, cows crawled out of the pit in pain, and then staggered towards the depths of the jungle. This is the end of the arrogant pretense. Pain and happiness coexist. But it is very top. An hour later, beside a small river, Cows cleaned his whole body, and the tattered golden battle armor, then put herb on. Lying on a big rock, you can clearly feel that strange power in the body. Ha ha, ha ha. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop laughing. Cows held up his right hand as if he was about to grasp the sun on the sky in his palm. He awakened. He awakened Busos Hoku. In the future, arrogant capital will increase again. He has never made his debut, regardless of weather conditions. He has been training hard every day for 3 and 5 months. Do you know how he spent the 3 and 5 months? He has been suffocating for 3 and 5 months just because of his vanity, and he can be pregnant with a Neza. If you don't have autism, it's all with excellent psychological quality. Today, I finally broke the cocoon and became a butterfly. The richest man is actually in the pool. As long as he learns to be armed, he will surely suppress all enemies and become the supreme. Later generations can only look up to the legend of chasing after him. Take it far. 5 days have passed since sunset. Sakazuki and the others left on the same day. Don't enter the whole process with a black face. Maybe it's just a glance with a few pirates. Sakazuki, who was originally unhappy, broke out and defeated dozens of pirates in a strong and domineering manner. In the end, I almost moved 1/10 of the mock town to flat ground. The subordinates have also suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for the call from Marineford, Sakazuki might have been stuck in mock town forever. In the deep mountains and old forests, a river is raging torrents, and in front of a rock equivalent to the size of a villa, Cows shows 8-pack abdominal muscles naked to his upper body, strong and full of lines. Right hand golden transformation, under the shining of the sun, it exudes golden bright and dazzling rays of light. As a force spreads, naked eye shows that Cow's golden right fist is dyed with a light black color. And finally turned into a black gold fist. Boom! The fist clenched the blue veins and raised, Cows punched the rock in front of him. As the huge impacts spread, the whole rock began to sink from where the fist touched, and then a centipede crack appeared, and finally it looked like broken the mirror envelopes the whole rock. The sky blasted and screamed. Pieces of rock fragments flew like cannonballs, splashing huge water splashes in the river, or smashing into the ground to form small pits. The whole big rock exploded. Sure enough, both the attack power and the defensive power have been enhanced. Cows looked at the black gold fist, and he had initially mastered Busos Hoku in the past 5 days. The speed of mastering is a bit fast. From the side, it is actually a lot of accumulation. After all, more than 3 years are considered to be laying the foundation. Coupled with the crossed-over enhanced innate talent, it is completely expected. It's not just Busos Hoku. In the future, as long as Rokushiki finds that direction, it will be easy to gather. I don't know if Sakazuki has left Mock Town or not, and he has his own bounty. At least there should be 100 million. Cows is itchy, he wants to know now own bounty. 5 days ago, Sakazuki's face was so shameful, with his jealous character, the bounty amount is not shua going up. Moreover, I quoted the lowest price when I left, so I should understand it. Scattered gold flying in the sky, forming a 10-meter giant sword standing in the air, Cows standing on top of the sword target, flew to Mock Town with anticipation. Mock Town is still the same Mock Town, and nothing has been affected by the battle 5 days ago. What it used to be is still what it used to be. Hey! Look at what it is! Damn, such a huge giant sword seems to be made of gold. So arrogant high profile. There is a person on the sword target. Don't look at it, it must be the bastard of the Golden Emperor. Such a high-profile recruitment hate, there is no one but him. Many pirate on the street to and fro looked up at the sky, and a deserves a beating silhouette appeared in his mind almost at the same time, and then foul-mouthed, what should I do? After watching for a long time, the anger is inexplicably rising. I am angry with my body, so I can't do it. Captain, such a big golden giant sword, the lowest is more than 3 billion belly to start. Compared with pirate who knows the Golden Emperor, they landed on the island in these 5 days. The new pirates are all looking up with greed. Don't be impulsive, the guy is so arrogantly swaggering through the market, but the pirates of Mock Town are just cursing, something is wrong. Look at the situation first. Many pirates are still clever, but this is not right at first glance. So I didn't act rashly. There are also many people who are blinded by greed, and they even follow behind the golden sword blade. Some idiots. Many pirates looked at the new pirates who were catching up with them, with disdain on their faces. If the Golden Emperor were so easy to kill, they would have hacked to death. When I came to the address of the original tropical hotel, a 5-story building was erected here, but it was made of wood. It looks luxurious and exquisite. This boss is smoking fast enough. The golden giant sword fell, hanging 3 feet above the ground on the street. Even the sun was blocked. There are many pirates who have a dark face and look at cows with uncomfortable eyes. They can't help but curse in their hearts. I get angry as soon as I see this guy. Pang! The shooting sounded without warning, which surprised pirate around him. Cows tilted his head slightly and looked towards the shooting direction. More than 20 greedy pirates with fierce faces were staring at the golden giant sword at his feet. Brat, we want your gold. Our captain is 15 million bounty. More than 20 pirates arrogant, more than a dozen gunpoints are all aimed at cows. These idiots. Dead. Many pirates around look at these 20-odd pirates like they are mentally retarded. Even Cows was taken aback for a moment, and then his face became difficult to look. You don't know who I am. Cows still has a fluke in his heart. Whoever you are, don't want to die, be obedient. Cow's eyes suddenly became dangerous. These people don't even know who he is? Bully intolerably. The golden giant sword trembles, and more than 20 golden long spears are instantly differentiated, and they all fly out at all pirates. The ground immediately bombed again and again. After the various screams and begging for mercy disappeared, more than 20 pirates were all nailed to the ground, and the pungent and bloody smell wafting in the air was disgusting. Quick kill in an instant. No one escaped. Whoever comes out to wash the ground, this lump of gold belongs to him, don't affect the city's appearance. All the gold blends into 3 golden warriors, and Cows waved a fist. The sized gold rolled to the ground. Then I entered the tropical hotel in a very bad mood. And the lump of gold was taken by 5 or 6 people who didn't know where it came from, and then quickly swept the audience, and everything returned to normal. Even the pothole shot by the golden long spear was refilled. At a glance, I knew it was a professional cleaning gang. Chapter 31. How could it not be? It has been 5 days. What a joke! A roar came from the tropical hotel. It came out that many pirates on the street looked towards the restaurant. Unfathomable mystery. Listening to this voice seems to be the arrogant fellow of the Golden Emperor. At this time in the store, Cows grabbed Spike by the collar with one hand. If Cows first came to Mocktown, Spike would have already swept out the Wolf Fang Club. But now I can only let Cows grab the collar. No way, the times have become too fast. He can't do this, guy. Calm down, calm down. Smoking boss no longer smokes at the bar, but acts as a peacemaker, and speaks more respectfully. Damn Sakazuki. Cows let go of his hand a little angrily, and slapped the table with a slap in the face. Just now he asked Spike if he had his bounty order, but the big guy said no. 5 days ago, I clearly told Sakazuki. Didn't that guy report him to Marine? Damn it! The heart that I was expecting suddenly cooled. This is to force him to take the initiative. Cows sits on a chair, and Golden Warrior sits opposite and on the left and right. Many pirates in the hall look at the 3 little golden men from time to time. Simply can't hide the greed. However, he didn't have the courage to dare to do it. Now the reputation of the Golden Emperor is well known in Mocktown. Except for some newly launched pirates who dare to do it, even the bounty pirate with hundreds of millions of dollars has to be weighed. In an extremely irritable mood, filling the 5 internal organs hastily, Cows inquired about the whereabouts of some strong great pirate from the smoking boss, and then left. Running in Busos Hoku again, then go find Marine trouble, see if you can get other Rokushiki, and then go to Skypiea to retreat for a while. When the time comes, re-emerge and write your own legend. Arrogant, high profile, arrogant, and dying, this is a high-risk occupation. It belongs to the long-term wandering on a tightrope. There is no certain foundation and suicide is the same. He pays much attention to this one. For the next 10 days or so, the entire mock town was smoggy, and pirate under 70 to 80 million yelled at them, and almost all the people above the bounty fled mock town. In the past 10 days, I don't know what the Golden Emperor was going crazy. It was either in a fight or on the way to a fight. Many pirates people were alarmed. Pirates, Killer Zebra, and Reaper Tesses are all foul-mouthed and left mock town. At the same time, Cows didn't wait for his bounty for 10 days. He guessed that Sakazuki might have forgotten him. As guessed, Sakazuki did forget him. I'm currently arresting pirate on the Grand Line. How can I remember who Cows is? Clear blue sky, surrounded by white clouds at a height of 1,000 meters. A giant golden longsword flew in vain, leaving a channel in the clouds and quickly disappearing to the horizon. Cows carried his hands on his back, with broken hair flying in the wind, and his white shirt was open to reveal the 8 strong abdominal muscles. He was tall and handsome. At least Cows himself thinks so. Now Mocktown has no opponents. Life is so lonely as snow. So he asked the smoking boss about the nearest marine branch, and he was on his way. After flying for almost 70-80 kilometers, Cows suddenly looked towards the sea. On the endless blue sea, 2 big ships one after the other seemed to be chase. One is pirate ship and the other is battleship. I hope to meet a battleship of a large colonel or higher. At this time, Marine and the level above the major may have mastered Rokushiki. Cows has mastered Soru and Jeppo now. Shigen can also be said to be cultivation success, which is short of Tekai, Kamii, and Rankyaku. Tekai and Kamii may be specifically used to increase the chance of awakening Busos Hoku and Kanbunshoku, so the problem is not big. I think so, but Cows still intends to ask Marine for advice. Speed up. Fire, fire. These damn Marines. The waves are undulating on the sea, one after another grenade splashed the sea, and the pirates on the entire pirates were all acting urgently. Even if they had been licking blood at sea for many years, there was a hint of nervousness at this time. Compared with pirates' nervousness, the Marine on the battleship behind is calm and orderly, loading shells with shells, firing shots, at a moderate pace, always consuming pirates. This is the difference between a regular army and a pan of loose sand. Even more how the highest sir of this battleship is a rear admiral. When watching anime, I think Marine rear admiral is the same thing, the strength seems to be very weak. But the reality is that Marine rear admiral is very strong, really strong. It can completely win the highest sir of any piece of sea territory. Not only rear admiral, Marine generals like colonel, commander, and major are also very powerful. Individual majors, Rokushiki is not just one type, and may even be mastered by Haki. Torbit rear admiral, pirate's cannonball counterattack is weakened. On the bow of the battleship, there is a burly man with a pinch of beard and rear admiral. Justice the cloak man looked at the pirate ship ahead with his arms folded over his shoulders. A seaman next to him puts down the telescope and reports. Don't worry, continue to attack with artillery shells. If you can sink it, sink it. When the time comes, you can reduce casualties when you fight. This Tobit rear admiral is very calm, and belonged to the kind of general who cares about his subordinates, and did not intend to use pirate hard steel, but intend to weaken pirate with shells and pursuit. Yes. You can see the surrounding seamen, all looking at Tobit with respect, that is the respect from the heart. Every time we arrest pirate, our personnel will suffer casualties. You let the medical officer prepare for me. No matter how expensive the medicine is, I must use it. Must do our best to save everyone's lives. Tobit turned and looked at his lieutenant commander very seriously. As long as this kind of command is at war with pirate, he will definitely give it. I will never give up any of his followers. It has become a habit for many years. The medical officer has prepared in advance and promised not to give up any brother. Very good. Tobit nodded, and looked towards the pirate ship ahead. The coat of justice behind is flying in the sea breeze. This continued for a few more minutes. Pirates' counterattack became weaker and weaker, and all the shells were almost exhausted. Because of being cautious or not wanting to cause too many casualties to his subordinates, Tobit continued to order shelling until the pirate ship lost its ability to sail. Marine of base and shameless. Pirate ship is soaring into the sky and smoke rises into the sky. Many pirate looks desperate. In this vast uncultivated sea, the pirate ship loses its ability to sail, and Marine does not need to catch it. It may not take long before the pirate will sink into the seabed. Now these pirates have three paths. Either surrender, kill Marine to snatch the battleship, or be buried in seabed. Shiu shiu shiu. The door grenade on the battleship keeps firing. Even if pirate blocked it as much as possible, it still fell on the ship and exploded. Many pirates were blown to pieces. And those who were lucky not to die are also screaming again and again. All kinds of burnt meat aroma, mixed with pungent bloody smell and gunpowder smoke, make the turbulent sea even more turbulent. Chapter 32. Kill. Ah! My hand, my hand! I surrender, don't kill me! Help, help! At this time, on the pirate ship that was full of smoke, many pirates were wailing on the ground, and a large number of marines were on the ground. Landing from the battleship, the two sides are not fighting each other. Boom! A silhouette flew out, breaking the pirate ship's main pole and hitting it in the cabin. The chest was sunken and couldn't stop vomiting blood. Tobit fell from in midair, righteously cloak flying upwards behind him, and looked sharply at the pirate who was vomiting blood in the broken cabin. He was the captain of this pirates. Bounty 48 million. This kind of small character, impossible as his opponent. Just 5 or 6 moves made the opponent lose resistance. Let down all weapons. Hurry up, put your hands on your head and lie on the ground. With the defeat of pirate captain, the situation is clear. Many marines held muskets and surrounded pirate one by one, with fierce and vigilant faces all over them. Don't kill me! As 1 or 2 pirates dropped their weapons and then lay on the ground, more and more pirates gave up. Their captain didn't hold on for more than 10 seconds, and the marine in the coat of justice on the bow of the ship had obviously Rear Admiral on his shoulder. I was too lucky to meet the battleship led by Rear Admiral here. Tie it on. A group of marines are very skilled, kicking off the weapons in front of pirate and handcuffing them in handcuffs. Since the pirate captain was hit hard, Tobit watched quietly, just standing there was a shock. But just as the dust settled, there was a sky-splitting sound from the sky. Tobit immediately looked up, his expression suddenly changed. Following marine and pirate also raised their heads, all of them slightly opened their mouths a little surprised. The sun is pouring down, and a gorgeous and noble golden giant sword hangs down. It is more than 10 meters long, and it is engraved with vivid pictures of sun, moon, and stars, mountains and trees. On top of that giant sword, is a handsome man who wears precious gold armor and exudes the king's fan. But this man is looking down at them contemptuously, as if looking at a lowly person. Fortunately, I caught a Rear Admiral. Cows stretched out his hand to lift his hair up, revealing his smooth forehead, and slanted his eyes down, making him more arrogant and defiant. This is the king's contempt. Zhang zhang. The golden giant sword at his feet became the sound of golden leather, and then all around the sky appeared 18 kinds of weapons such as blade, spear, sword, halberd, not many, not 18 less. Press the finger of the left hand lightly, and the sky-splitting sound immediately started. 18 weapons shot at Tobit like a sharp arrow. As for the other marine and pirate, they ignored it. His goal is Tobit. Faced with the blazing golden weapon, Tobit was very calm. Quickly kicked out a few feet to form a 5 crescent-shaped Rankyaku slash, rising from the ground and colliding with the golden weapon, making a sound like a golden horse and iron horse. At the same time, they disappeared in place, and the deck was filled with several weapons in the next second. Rankyaku, Soru. Cows glanced at the ship's rail, and the other party really knew Rokushiki. Rankyaku is exactly what he needs. The right hand gently lifted, and the weapons stuck on the deck lifted off one after another, and fell back to their sides, aiming at Tobit, but they didn't shoot out this time. At the same time, the golden battle armor on Cows was stripped and merged into the golden giant's sword. Shua! Disappeared out of thin air. Cows appeared on the deck in the next second, only 2 meters away from Tobit. "Who is your excellency?" Tobit's muscles tightened, and he felt the danger. Cows's mouth is full of arrogance, and he directly responds to Tobit with actions. The calf of the right foot quickly dyed black, and the air exploded and swept towards Tobit's head like lightning. The latter leaned back and avoided and disappeared in place. The next second Tobit appeared on the right side of Cow's right arm muscle. The bulging and spreading veins also covered Buso's Hoku and blasted towards Cow's head. Boom! A huge dull sound sounded. Cows turned around and punched, a circular shock wave spreading around the two people. Many pirate marines slumped out one after another, and at the same time the air pressure collapsed, the flames and black smoke burning in the stern. Tobit groaned back a few steps, his eyes full of weight. Cows stood still, but there was a crack in the deck under his feet. "It's just that." Rankyaku. Tobit launched an attack, jumped up and kicked out 2 feet towards Cows, forming a one after the other meniscus/tearing deck, aggressive straightforward Cows. Kanbunshoku radiated. Cows slowly leaned to the left and right of his body, and appeared in Tobit punched out one after another. The latter turned his head, right fist wrapped Buso's Hoku and made an uppercut. Cows first leaned back and then rotated 360 degrees off the ground, with his left foot on the ground and his right foot with sky-splitting sound. Total annihilation. Shoo! Tobit did not resist, but disappeared with shaved. But when he appeared 5 meters away, he noticed a crisis before he acted. Cows unexpectedly also appeared. Tekai! Tobit's face changed in shock, his entire chest bulged, and he could only resist the impact of the fist. Like the sound of heavy metal collision, Cows hits Tobit's chest with a punch. With the huge wind and waves flying all around the deck, Tobit's face flushed and his eyes were full of pain. He spurted a mouthful of blood and flew back. Shot through the battleship in the distance in one fell swoop. Cows stepped on Jeppo and chased after him, and disappeared in front of everyone. Torbit Rear Admiral. Hateful, Lord Rear Admiral. What to do? Believe Tobit Rear Admiral. Many Marines walked to the side of the ship's rail and looked nervous at the battleship that had broken through a hole. At this time, in the slightly dim battleship, the strong smell of wine was scented, and Tobit was lying wet in the ruined wall. This was obviously the place where Marine stored his drinks. Cough cough. With a cough, he couldn't help but vomit blood, and Tobit's face turned pale. Tekai and Buso's Hoku did not defend against this fist. Boom! With the sound of footsteps approaching, Tobit stood up and looked at Cows in embarrassment, then disappeared in vain and appeared in front of Cows. Shigan! I saw Tobit's index finger and middle finger closed, quickly stained Buso's Hoku, and stabbed Cows in the throat like lightning. This is a killer blow. Even a decimeter thick steel can be easily penetrated. Cows Kanbunshoku can keep driving, easily tilting his head and taking a step forward. The right fist turns black and hits Tobit's abdomen in amazement. At that time, an air pressure rushes out from the back of Toby and directly penetrates pieces of buildings, finally allowed the sun to shine in, damaging the entire battleship accommodation. Oh! Tobit bent his body, covered his abdomen with his hands and couldn't help kneeling on the ground. The whole flushed face was bulging with blue veins and his eyes Baotua gradually became red with bloodshot eyes, as if the next moment would stare out. The whole body has lost sensation, and it is difficult for Tobit to perform other actions except for vomiting blood. It is indeed much weaker than Sakazuki. Cows looked down at Tobit, completely different from what Sakazuki gave him. There is no pressure at all. Outside in the sky, the golden giant sword moved laterally beside the battleship, quickly splitting a golden chain into the hole, and directly tied Tobit to the giant's sword. There are also 10 seamen. Cows stepped on Jeppo and flew onto the giant's sword, looking at the remaining marine on the pirate ship. Remember, my name is Golden Emperor Gaia Cows. Go back and report to your boss to make my bounty, and I will tear up the ticket if it is 100 million bell, and help me say hello to Sakazuki. The golden giant sword soars into the sky and quickly disappears into the clouds, leaving only a group of seamen stupefied. Chapter 33. In the old forest of Mocktown mountainside, at first the mountain stream where Killer Zebra was tied. There was a sky-splitting sound from a kilometer high, and then a golden giant sword fell quickly, and finally it floated on the river and splashed a huge splash of water, then moved horizontally to the shore and stood upright. 10 seamen threatened and cursed, but none of them were afraid. Cows waved his hand gently, the gold chain was loosened, and Tobit paled on the ground, and rushed towards Cows as soon as he landed. Cows clasps his shoulders with his hands on his shoulders and looks playful, like a cat playing with a mouse, but the chains on the golden giant sword fly out with sky-splitting sound, entwining Tobit and forcibly dragging up. Tobit's shigan is only a decimeter away from Cow's eyes. Hateful pirate! The whole body was suspended uncontrollably, and Tobit was pulled by a chain in a large font, and the violent struggle was just the sound of the golden leather. Let go of Torbit, Rear Admiral! Damn pirate! The 10 seamen tied up are also struggling, Cows just watching. After a glance, the chain entangled 10 seamen's mouths, leaving only the sound of woo-woo. What do you want to do? Tobit is very calm, but his eyes are full of anger. Don't be so angry, we can talk about a deal. As long as you tell me Rokushiki's cultivation method and insights, I will let you go after my cultivation success. My Golden Emperor came out and talked about the word faith. I don't want to use any torture methods. After all, I am very kind, not a pervert. So hello, me, hello, everyone. Cows is still so simple and neat, and simply doesn't conceal his purpose. Tobit stopped struggling, staring at Cows, and suddenly laughed sarcastically. You, pirate! Speaking of credit. If you want to kill or kill, you want Rokushiki impossible. Tobit's face is full. It was ironic, those eyes were firm and firm. Even if he died, he would not let this pirate succeed. The 10 seamen behind him also looked at Cows sarcastically. Cows was not irritated, first glanced at the 10 seamen tied up, then chuckled around Torbit. You seem to be loved by your subordinates very much. I can feel that it is the love from the heart. Based on this, you should be a good marine. Calm down and talk to everyone. Let's talk. What I'm after is different from the hackneyed pirate that kills innocent people. They don't have any cultivation at all, so I'm different. Cows reached out and sent the pieces back, his face was full of disdain. Those pirate. Come at me if you want to kill. Tobit gritted his teeth and glared at Cows. This guy is too mean. 10 seconds for you. My patience is limited. If you hesitate for a second, I will kill one. If you hesitate for more than 10 seconds. You have a total of 20 seconds. Even if I kill you all, I can find other marines, it's just a waste of time. Cows shrugged indifferently. Woo-woo. 10 seamen kept shaking their heads at Tobit, they were not afraid of death. Never bow to pirate. Tobit's eyes are full of struggle, and he can't make him watch these men who followed him get killed. But... okay, the time is up, what choice do you choose? Cows yawned with his hands on his shoulders, not looking in a hurry. You let them go first. Tobit gritted his teeth, and he will bear all the consequences. WWW. The 10 seamen behind them were struggling, and some of their eyes were red. They have expected it more or less. After all, this is their Tobit Rear Admiral, a good sir who is willing to consider them. But they don't want to drag down Tobit Rear Admiral. Even if they can return safely this time, Tobit Rear Admiral will be punished, and may even be jailed. This is Mocktown, even if I let them go, I can't get out of here without battleship. Cows spread out both hands. Then how do I believe you will keep your promise? Tobit looked coldly. Do you have another way? Or I will kill one now. The chain stretched over, a young seaman fiercely looked at cows fiercely, wishing to kill with his eyes dyed cows. Stop it, I promise you. If you can't keep your promise, even if you die, I will pull you. Tobit looked worried, still compromised. It's so good, it's a waste of my many saliva. Cows smiled and waved his chain to return to his position. From the sun sets, the time slips through the fingers like unholdable fine sand. In a trance, half a month passed quietly. At tropical hotel, Cows is topless, with strong muscles full of lines. While looking at the newspaper bounty in his hand, he smiled at the corner of his mouth with red wine. Golden Emperor Gaia Cows, Devil Fruit Ability User, Bounty 123 million. That's right, Cows is holding his own now. Bounty, 123 million. Although there is a lot of gap with the expected 200 million, but the first time he debuted Bounty 123 million, which is considered a small peak. In addition to my bounty amount, there are many other pirates' news. Now the sea is still calm and tranquil. Cows released Tobit and other marine 5 days ago. At first Tobit and the others can't believe it. After all, pirate is cunning and cruel, but Cows really let them go. Up. In Cows's view, he can be perverted, cruel, and frenzied, but he must maintain one advantage, that is, credit. If you don't believe it, you won't stand. This is important to Cows in his previous life. Even if the society is impetuous, Cows always attaches importance to credit. Say one is one. It's the same for people. Like those with high credit, others will subconsciously and unconditionally believe, and the road to life will be much smoother. Because of this, in the previous life, Cows has a true close friend, the kind who will help out when selling a house. If there are not many friends, as long as there is such a close friend, then in this life even the friendship is very successful. At the same time, neighbors trust Cows very much. These are all established by Cows with credit bit by bit. It's still the same in this life. In addition, Cows can bounty 123 million at one time this time. It is estimated that there are also Tobit reasons. Otherwise, impossible has such a high bounty. According to normal conditions, it is estimated to be only 70 to 80 million. Of course these are nothing to do with Cows. In this half a month, he has got what he wants, Shigan, Tekai, Rankyaku, Kami, he has all initial mastery. It's not wrong, just half a month, he put Rankyaku into several types of cultivation success. At first Tobit and other marines seem to have seen a ghost. Even Cows himself is a little unbelievable. Finally think about it, thanks to crossed over to make the innate talent stronger. At the same time, the foundation laid in 3 and 5 months, in fact, those have reached a critical point. As long as Cows is given a direction, the water gathers into a natural awakening. For example, Tekai, Cows has been beaten for more than 3 years, even more how Busos Hoku has been awakened. Tobit just talked about some skills and insights, Cows learned even initial in a day mastery. Kami, Rankyaku, etc., are all like this. Kami, needless to say, as long as Kanbunshoku is awakened, it is relatively simple. Rankyaku is also an extension of shaved, and Jeppo is also easy. The solid foundation laid over the past 3 years is now accumulating. It is mainly the soul innate talent brought by crossed over. It's time to go up and have a look. Cows put down the wine glass and looked towards the blue sky outside the window. His gold fruit has a big flaw. At present, he can only turn physique into gold, and then manipulate the gold that he touches. In other words, Cows must carry gold with him at all times, otherwise he can only turn physique into gold, which will weaken his battle strength a lot. Unless gold fruit awakens, so that he can temporarily assimilate the surrounding environment, As for making gold out of thin air, it is still very far away. So Cows plans to use the gold on Skypiea to develop gold fruit, such as the number of controls, flexibility, and so on. Moreover, gold is very heavy, so it can be cultivation with weight. It is now like the sea calendar at the end of July 1496, and there are about 5 months left until 1497. Cows intends to be stable again and wait until 1497. Roger has not yet entered the New World in this period, but it is coming soon. Chapter 34. Shiu. A golden rainbow at a height of 100 meters is like a rocket soaring into the sky. Cows stepped on the giant sword and shot straight towards the sky. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. The air began to become thinner, and at the same time the stern wind was very strong. Penetrating through the layers of white clouds, suddenly a vast and boundless sea of clouds appeared in front of Cow's eyes, but this was not Skypiea's white sea, but just a vast and uncultivated sea of normal clouds. The reason why Cows stopped is because there is a very dreamy small island floating on the sea of clouds, with a rainbow reflected behind it, which is composed of most clouds and a small part of land. It looks like immortal realm floating in the air, which is much more beautiful and real than those special effects in the movie. It can be said to be a miracle. Visalia. Cows shoots towards the island. If I remember correctly, this should be the island of Nami cultivation in the future. All those who live here are a group of old scholars who study meteorology, and they have not left Skypiea to float with the wind and the world. When Cows appeared, some of the old men above discovered it. After all, such a big golden giant sword, it's hard not to notice it. Cows fell slowly on the green grass exuding the fragrance, behind which the golden giant sword stood and moved along with Cows. It is very visual. At a glance, you know it is a powerhouse. Did your excellency come from the blue sea? Harada and more than a dozen old men walked out of the weather room and looked a little nervous at Cows on the grass. They are all a group of old men. Although they are much younger than 20 years later, they are still some 60 or 70-year-old old men, and they are just meteorological scientists, but they have no battle strength. I don't know what's going on in the last year. There were no blue sea people coming up for more than 10 or 2 decades, but some time ago, a group of pirates came up, like Roger pirates. I have also had a drink together, and they are very hearty. How long has this passed, and how come someone has come up again? Cows looked at the old man who had a waist and split into 2 fish-tailed snow-white beards, dressed in a robe and pointed hat similar to a western wizard. Although he was still young, Cows recognized it. It is the old man scientist who will rescue Nami and teach meteorology in the future. What is it called? Yes. Cows showed a sunny smile, very kind. He plans to learn a little sailing knowledge. He doesn't need to be proficient. He can probably judge the weather and direction, and he will use it in the future. The most terrifying thing about One Piece world is the weather, especially Grand Line and New World. Getting lost at sea is even more dangerous. Even cows can fly. Should you be seriously injured after fighting with the enemy and flee in the wrong direction, won't you be done as soon as your energy is exhausted? So it is safe to learn a little sailing knowledge. If he didn't get here, he would really ignore it. My name is Gaia Cows. I heard that there are a group of the most powerful meteorological scientists in the world in Visalia, so I came to visit and want to learn some knowledge about weather and navigation. Cows didn't blink his eyes, and he said the same thing. My name is Harada, that's how it is. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, as long as there is no hostility. In this way, Cows stayed in Visalia for 10 days and quickly mastered some basic weather. He has never been so smart. He doesn't have any foundation in meteorological science, so he can learn quickly. Cows is confirmed again. He is a genius. He was a scumbag in his last life. If there is an innate talent in this life, wouldn't it be easy to get a national champion in the college entrance examination? The past is unbearable to look back. Probably mastering some meteorological knowledge, cows bid farewell to Harada and the others, soaring into the sky and shooting towards a higher firmament. At the same time, a permanent pointer is added to the right-hand wrist. It is exactly the same as the one worn after Nami cultivation. Passing through the layers of white clouds, the gale is stronger and the air thinner. Following the route given by Harada, cows did not rush into the White Sea directly, but flew to the edge of the land. Be aware that there are two pieces of White Sea on Skypiea. The first one is at an altitude of 7,000 meters, called White Sea. The other is at an altitude of 10,000 meters. This is called White Sea, where the real Skypiea is located. It's really a miracle. Standing under the sky, cows came directly to the White Sea. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. A green island can be vaguely seen in the special sea of clouds. It's like a dream and a magical work. The vastness but the beauty is hard to describe in words. Calculate the time. At this time the god of Skypiea should be Ganfall. Looking up, an island full of greenery and a lot of mud is located on the entire White Sea. Island of God Upper Yard, known as Sacred Domain, the place where God lives. Part of Gaia Island. Cows continued to fly upwards, a slight discomfort appeared on his face, and the environment here was a bit stressful for him. But as long as you adapt, physique will definitely strengthen a lot. Luxury enough. Under the sun, a huge palace of gold and jade in glorious splendor is all made of gold. Even the square floor tiles are gold. Cows landed on the ground, squatted down and covered it with his right palm. The gold fruit ability was used, and the entire building complex was under control. Places like this are simply tailor-made for cows. Gold fruit can not only turn physique into gold, but also manipulate gold, provided that the gold cows has been touched before. Just when cows just stood up, a team wearing armor and holding a long spear came out of the palace, headed by a thin little old man. I also wear armor, with a giant sword slung around his waist. Ganfall, a god who loves his people, allows the residents of Skypiea to live a happy and healthy life, and is also a god loved by his people. A lot younger than the future. Blue Sea people. Ganfall frowned and saw cows' identity at a glance. They are very similar to Roger. After all, Skypian and Blue Sea people can be seen at a glance. Who broke into the sacred domain? A priest does not have the good temper of Ganfall. Some time ago, the pirate group was not polite at all. If it weren't blocked by an adult, that group must be good looking. Now that this guy sees God, he is not polite. Schnauzer. Ganfall stopped the priest and looked towards cows with a peaceful face. Is your excellency from the Blue Sea? Don't mind if I take the gold from the entire Skypiea. Cows shrugged. The gold longsword erected behind his back made a lot of priests and warriors look at him frequently, just because the giant sword was suspended, standing just above the man's back. Very shocking. The greedy Blue Sea people really came for gold. Zenari showed such an expression as expected, and immediately ordered catch him. Those who don't know think he is God. Isn't it good to have a pleasant conversation? I just want to use military force. Cows looked at the soldiers rushing and said that these people are stupid or stupid. With a light hand lifting, the entire golden ground vibrated, and several tributaries quickly stretched out like octopus tentacles, which immediately tied everyone in the air. How is the ground? Hateful. Cows just waved his hand and wiped out these groups with no difficulty. Simple and effortless. Please don't hurt them. Ganfall is in a hurry. He is safe and sound alone. From this point of view, he is a powerhouse like Roger and the others. Can we talk about it now? Cow's mind moved, and the golden branches of the demons danced back to calm, and the entire square remained the same. Chapter 35. See calendar 1497, February. The whole sea is surging as always. Weak are prey to the strong, killing and looting every day, all are on stage. The life and death of a huge kingdom, maybe a pirates can be destroyed. Personal military force is one of the factors that caused the collapse of this world order. Above 10,000 meters, Island of God Upper Yard. In a lush forest, the vegetation here is very tenacious. The thickest trees need more than 30 people to turn around hand in hand, and because of the environment, they are as hard as ironware. Boom boom! The entire jungle was suddenly shaken, and I saw a golden mountain in the distance. People are terrified. On the palace square, Ganfal looks at which direction you can see the golden mountain. At this moment, the old face is not strange, and his eyes are full of admiration. 998. 999. 1000. Below the golden mountain, Cows was naked doing push-ups, the whole person was sweating, and the strong muscles were beating with veins, especially the blood vessels in the neck, which looked extremely hideous. Pang! Cows dropped the golden mountain and fell to the ground. The mountain range around was a jump. Lying on the ground to take a breath, Cows's broken hair damply rested on his head, very tired. At this moment, the birds and beasts in the distance startled, and a large area of grass vegetation broke and collapsed, as if there was some wild beast running, and it was indeed a beast. Crack! The giant tree broke and collapsed, and a terrifying head of Orakai sprang out of the forest, at least the size of a house. Following the head of the snake, the body of the snake spreads into the forest, but the head is not visible. You may think it is a small mountain range, and the size of the snake is big and scary. SISI. Such a huge snake, walking in front of Cows at this moment, erected his upper body to cover the sun, and there was no cold blood in his blood-red eyes. But with a hint of flattery, even fear. It's not wrong, this giant snake is the Nola Python, the Lord of the Sky. 20 years later, Luffy and the others thought it was entering the cave, and brought out 300 million belly worth of gold from it. 7 months ago, when Cows first came to Skypiea, he used overwhelming strength to clean up Ganfal and the others. Cows did not rule the king and said that he would cast Ganfal off the altar and become the god himself. On this 1-acre 3-point field, only Enel can be regarded as the whole world. Cows does not have the time to be the god of a small island, but also the god of the sea below. Skypiea is at best a place for him to rest, and it may become his second base camp when he builds up power in the future. As long as Cows has a word, Ganfal still dare not defy, and can only execute Cows' orders obediently and honestly and respectfully, but the residents of Skypiea don't know it. The priests and warriors of the entire island of God actually acquiesced. Fortunately, Cows didn't ask too much, at most he asked for some food. I didn't do anything wrong or kill innocent people in Skypiea, for 7 months in addition to cultivation. Nola is the giant snake. Cows almost roasted it when they met for the first time. At the crucial moment, Ganfal pleaded for mercy. With Nola's pitiful begging for mercy, Cows was kind and relieved. Up. Since then, Nola has become Cows's little follower, just like Little Tiger, Little Lion and Little Jaw, and will accompany Cow's cultivation from time to time. Practice new tricks with me. Cows stood up and stretched, his wet hair grew longer, a little messy and sloppy. He doesn't know how long he hasn't cut his hair, and even Island of God rarely does it. The right hand grabbed at the mountain of gold, and then 1/55 of the gold separated and floated in midair. As Cows grabbed it, it exploded like fireworks, and immediately a large piece of golden powder was spilled, all the around is rendered golden. The innocent-looking Nola was drenched in soup, and his body was stained with a lot of gold powder, but the strange thing is that these gold powder melted into the body silently. Not waiting for Nola to take any action, the huge body flew uncontrollably. Nola panicked this time, and the giant Orakai showed a flustered expression on his head and kept roaring towards Cows. But Cows directly ignored it. With the continuous manipulation of his hands, Nola's huge body began to transform into various shapes of a bifj in the air, as well as love, bows, and so on. Now whether Nola is flat or round depends on cows. After playing for more than 10 minutes, as the ground shook, Nola hit the ground, shook his huge head and complained to cows. Just now, he was so hard to toss him that his waist was almost broken. But cows ignored it again. At this time, he held his chin and looked at the sky. The densely packed gold powder formed the 3 big characters Golden Emperor, which burst open for a while to form various words, even pictures. God's Control, this is Cow's style name. It is to copy Guild Tesoro's golden water splash, turn the gold into powder and integrate it into the organism, and then control the organism by manipulating the gold powder. Just like Doflamingo's parasitic line. Oh! Cows couldn't help sighed, then said, whether it was gold fruit, rokushiki, or 2 haki in the past 7 months, all have become a lot stronger. But gold fruit still hasn't cultivation to awakening after all, and see may kicken. At first I planned to cultivation for 5 months, but it turned into 7 months in the blink of an eye. Cows always feels that time has become very fast, maybe the cultivation is too ecstatic. Unconsciously he has been in this world for 4 years, plus 2 months. It's a long time. It's almost time to leave Skypiea and die. How can you increase battle strength faster if you don't die? How can the whole world know about Daimyo of his Golden Emperor? At the same time, cows also saw Roger's words engraved on the golden clock. He also knew from Ganfall that Roger Pirates had not left for a few months before he came. At that time, he hadn't been to Mocktown yet, if he could meet him a few months earlier. In Cow's view, Roger is really not a good person, just like Marine said, he belongs to the heinous pirate. No matter how decayed the rule of the world government, it can at least maintain a certain order. From a general perspective, the existence of world government is necessary and important. After Roger turned on the great age of pirates, the number of pirates in the world increased day by day. I don't know how many orphans, widows, burning, looting, blood flowing into a river, etc. have been caused. And it lasted for more than 20 years. Regardless of Roger's starting point and purpose, whether it is good or bad, it is absolutely heinous for more than 20 years in the future. The innocent people who died because of him are counted in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Cows is looking forward to meeting this fierce person. Golden Emperor, it's time to eat. A group of soldiers pushing 3 carts of food in the distance. It is obvious that the skilled appearance has not done less in the past 7 months. The time is no more than a second and no less than a second. The happiest thing is Nola. The originally wronged snake face suddenly became energetic, opening his mouth and dripping saliva, even corroding the ground. It is obviously poisonous. Too excited, the venom confiscated. Know that there is a car in it that belongs to him, although he can only stuff his teeth to try it. N. Cows nodded, turned around and sat cross-legged to start enjoying. There are all kinds of meat legs, fruits, vegetables, and drinks, very comprehensive. Little brat, I'm leaving tomorrow. Cows chewed on his legs, just like a bone, looking towards Nola while chewing. Nola, who was happily enjoying his share of food, raised his head and blinked, making him even more cheerful. The beast is finally leaving. You seem to be very happy. Cows squinted his eyes slightly. He thought that they were already friends. After all, they had been together for 7 months. Shouldn't it be reluctant to give up? Why does this guy want him to leave? Si hiss. This evening, Cows taught Nola a lesson, the kind of passion and warmth. Chapter 36. Dawn breaks, as the sun rises. The entire 10,000 meter high sky scenery is magnificent. Above the white clouds, the rainbows are like the Star River at night, bright and gorgeous. Suddenly there was a sky-splitting sound, a large shadow covering the sun. When the lens was pulled in, it was a goddess. A golden, godly beauty, noble, and no trace of dust. The eyebrows, white teeth, exquisite features, and beautiful lines, have a peerless look, a seat of waist-length golden hair flying in the strong wind, that is as lifelike as a misty tadayo skirt made by stitches and threads. Vividly and thoroughly showed the huge weapon and the waist that was gripped with fullness. An exquisite gold ribbon is held in both hands and wrists. Although it is made by Jinken gold, it dances like reality in the strong wind. The delicate, dainty, and delicate bare feet are even more integrated. At the same time, there is a huge yellow golden light circle erected in the space behind. But the most shocking thing is that this slender goddess is full of sacred and noble temperament, but she is 50 meters tall, which is taller than ordinary buildings. Look for another hour. If you haven't found it, then give up. On the slender palm of the goddess, Cows wears an open-chested shirt showing 8-pack abs, and the front of the forehead a strand of bangs and many gold knife earrings swayed, looking at the white sky with his hands on his back. On this line of things, it is no longer arrogant and high-profile to describe it. It is full of visual, subversive, mysterious, and dreamy. From afar, Cows is God. At this moment, the goddess behind him can also be said to be the Golden Goddess. After all, she is made of a lot of gold. It's just that the arrangement of the Golden Goddess does not sound very hacky, so Cows is named the Goddess. Cows is still very satisfied with his 7-month masterpiece. The 50-meter-high gold is all in his grasp. The more gold, the stronger Cows' gold fruit. At present, he can only do as one pleases to control so much gold, no matter how much gold it is. It can also be manipulated. But then there is a big burden. After all, just manipulating so much gold to fly in the sky is consuming Cows' physical strength all the time. Unfortunately, I didn't wake up, otherwise I don't need to carry so much gold with me. Compared with physical exertion, Cows' spirit is the heaviest burden. Since the awakening of Kanbunshoku, apart from rest and sleep, Cows is released all the time, so that the range of Kanbunshoku's perception continues to expand, but there is still no awakening to predict the future, manipulate emotions, sound of everything, and read mental memories. Several extension capabilities. The reason why Cows appeared here is to look for Birka where Enel is located, and see if he can find Goro Goro no Mi. At this time, Enel seems to be only 11 or 12 years old, and may not have eaten Goro Goro yet. No Mi. Even if you eat it, you can cultivate it. Unfortunately, after bidding farewell to Ganfal and the others this morning, he looked for it all morning and couldn't find it. Also, I was looking for this direction according to the direction given by Harada, but I still didn't see the shadow when I was flying around. So Cows intends to look for another hour and not look for it. At worst, wait for the time period when Enel goes to Skypiea to be a god, and then go back to Skypiea to take a look. Now Skypiea is its own domain, so no one can get involved. Marine Ford, located on the Grand Line, is a very large island. To maintain law and order throughout the world with absolute justice, the iconic flag is a seagull carrying a sky bridge, symbolizing the maintenance of world peace and order. It is the base area of Marine directly under the world government, and will be regarded as a symbol of peace in the great age of pirates in the future. Majestic and majestic, you can feel the majestic imposing manner just standing at the mouth of the coast. It is just right to interpret the majesty. Can be seen everywhere battleship ships docked, and the marine team is even more solemn. Especially the muzzle on the defensive device, just looking at it makes people tremble. The most central is the headquarters building, which is even more magnificent. It is not a simple character who can enter and exit it, whether it is a civilian or a combatant. At this moment, in the East Port, a huge battleship like a fortress, many pirates are transporting supplies. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, are you going to pursue Roger pirates again? How many steps out of the headquarters building at this time? Deo Silhouette, it is hero of the Marines Garp who is headed by someone else. Now Garp is in his prime, and his hair is not white. Just walking around, there is an inexplicable powerhouse imposing manner. There is a young man who is hanging around next to him, who is the future Admiral Precognition Cusin. There are also several Lieutenant Commander Vice Admiral from GARP, Rear Admiral, and other generals. A lot of Marine greeted me along the way, and GARP laughed heartily with a grin. Asshole GARP, you pushed me the task again. On the top few floors of the headquarter building, a deafening roar covered the square and quickly spread towards GARP. Many seamen who hears the roar are not surprised. When they hear this angry voice, they know that it is the voice of Admiral Sengoku the Buddha. Everyone is used to it. Haha. Let's go quickly. GARP, who was not in a hurry, heard the roar, turned his head and looked towards the headquarter building and hurriedly speeded up. He got the latest information. The fellow Roger showed up at Sabayati Archipelago, and he probably wanted to go to Fishman Island. So he planned to catch Roger at Sabayati Archipelago. As for his original mission, he could just leave it to Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru. Anyway, he could do the job. It is worth mentioning that Zephyr's current family has been killed by pirate, and now retains the admiral rank as an instructor, and is cultivating excellent marine for marine. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Cusin, Anigamo, Yamakaji have all been cultivated. Although he is in semi-retirement, Zephyr will still go to sea as long as marine needs it. Now he just hates pirate and he has expectations for marine. The most important point is that the arm is still there. This also means that Zephyr's battle strength has not weakened at all, and it can completely compete with powerhouses such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Red the Aloof. Black Arm Admiral is not nothing serious. Even now, Kaido and Big Mom dare not be too impudent in front of Zephyr. Looking at the present and the future, only Garp, Zephyr, and Red the Aloof are the only legends that have become legends. Other legends are almost occupied by Devil Fruit. This is the real tough guy. Vice Admiral Garp is still so headstrong. Admiral Sengoku seems to be very angry. It doesn't matter, Admiral Sengoku will be angry anyway. It's gone. As the giant ship left the port, many marine generals didn't know whether to cry or laugh. At this time, in the headquarters building, Sengoku in the office was yelling at him, looking so angry. Tsuru sighed, then said, also a look of helplessness. Originally, Garp's mission was to go to New World to stare at Golden Lion. Now Golden Lion is becoming more and more powerful, and it can be said to be the most powerful in the ocean. Pirates is in force. But Garp is now carrying the burden, so this task has to be replaced by another person. He also needs to go to New World, and I heard that Kaido is bewitching again. There are also Big Mom, Whitebeard, and some other great pirates, such as the World Destroyer, all of them are restless. We can only let Zephyr go. Sengoku cursed a few words to restore calm, rubbing his forehead and sighed. If possible, he really doesn't want to trouble Zephyr. After all, the pain of the passing away of his family is too heavy. Even if Zephyr has recovered, it is no longer the previously amazing Black Arm. They are also very distressed. Let me go to the academy. In the end, Tsuru took the initiative to say, "Asshole Garp." Sengoku couldn't help but curse again. Chapter 37. Guests, your coffee, fruit platter, and the latest news report. Sabayati Archipelago, the whole island is made up of many large trees on the ground. It is the roots of the trees that will bubble up from the ground. It is located in front of the Red Line mainland in the middle of the Grand Line. It is an island with an extremely important geographical location. Although it is very beautiful and prosperous, it still follows the most basic rules of the pirate world: weak are prey to the strong. Just 10,000 meters below this island is Fishman Island. Like Skypiea, it is full of miracles. In the number 1 mangrove area, in a 5-story outdoor cafe, cows is sitting on the grass on the roof and enjoying afternoon tea. Number 1 to 29, mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. Cows sits on the chair under the sun umbrella, picks up the coffee that the waiter put down, and sips at pirate on the street below to and fro. This area is similar to Mock Town. If you don't agree with each other on the street, you will draw your sword. Most of them are from pirate from all over the world. He didn't find Birka yesterday, so it took a while to come to Sabayati archipelago. He sat here for an hour, and he saw pirate fighting 3 times on the street. There were more than 100 pirate thugs who died or were arrested. Thieves, insults, killing and looting, bullying men and women are more commonplace. On the most bad luck, pirate, who has lost the fight, may now be waiting for auction in the auction. The latter half of my life is considered as a slave. Furthermore, in broad daylight, a few big men might rush out at any time, take sack to stare at those well-being women, put on the sack, and quickly disappear into the alley. 100% will be sold. The sea circle is really messy. Cows tilted both legs, the gold ring on the middle finger turned into a mini fork, and automatically inserted a piece of fruit to feed it mouth. If at first he crossed over to Sabayati archipelago, the ending is really hard to say. Opening the latest issue of the newspaper, Cow sips coffee from time to time while holding both legs and feeding a piece of fruit from time to time with a golden fork. He enjoys this leisurely day. It's worthy of recruiting Pirate King to become his right-hand man. New World's most powerful pirates, there is no one. Most of this newspaper is reported flying pirates, also known as Golden Lion. At present, the power of flying pirates is worthy of the first in the entire sea. Not only tyrannize in New World, but also looking at that posture is to unify New World. From time to time, I will fight against some stubborn pirates, defeat them strongly and then compile them, and make the New World screaming tsuru. Captain of the First Fleet, Predator Axos, Bounty 1.738 billion. Captain of the Second Fleet, King Nose Rubit, Bounty 1670 million. Captain of the 20th Fleet, Horned Dragon Jcat, Bounty, 330 million. Now there are 20 fleet captains under Golden Lion's hands, each of which is the renowned Great Pirate, the weakest captain of the 20th Fleet, Bounty 330 million. In other words, the captain of these fleets, the higher the bounty is, the most basic bottom line is 300 million. In this era, what is the concept of 330 million? In Luffy's time, it was at least 5 or 6 billion. Not counting the subordinates under the command of these 20 fleet captains, there are at least 1 or 2 billion people, and those under 100 million are even more of a cow. As far as power is concerned, if Golden Lion abandons dominance of the world and wants to be Pirate King, there will probably be no Roger. Roger became the Pirate King, nothing more than reaching Raftel. The fact that the power can't be compared with flying pirates is the kind of shortcut. In Cow's view, there are 2 ways to become a Pirate King. The first is to take a shortcut like Roger, and go around the sea to reach the final island Raftel. There is another way to conquer the entire pirate world with absolute strength and influence, which is somewhat similar to the current Golden Lion. Unfortunately, this road is too difficult. After all, in terms of battle strength alone, there are still many people who can face Golden Lion hard steel, and Golden Lion can't help it. Like this kind of powerhouse, they are all walking Big Ivan. The power of Golden Lion will not play a big role. On the contrary, we have to worry that this kind of powerhouse will deal specifically with our subordinates, which is the most troublesome. But Golden Lion's ambition is not only that, what he wants is not to become Pirate King, but to dominate the world and become the king of the world. Isn't this just to overthrow the world government and change the dynasty? That's it. To put it hard, flying pirates is now the absolute overlord of the sea, but wanting to overthrow the world government can only be said to be idiotic. Just a marine can hold down most of the power, not even other hidden institutions of the world government. It is not nothing serious to rule for 800 years, a dying, starved camel is still bigger than a horse. 800 years old, is it so easy to say that there is nothing left? So Golden Lion's ambition will eventually fail. Unless Whitebeard, Roger, Red the Aloof, World Destroyer, Kaido, Big Mom, etc. powerhouses and forces all add up, together to overthrow the world government, there may be some hope. But which one of these people is not a wild ambition powerhouse, whose heart is higher than the sky, and who will acknowledge allegiance golden lion? But it is undeniable that the overlord, the formidable person, and the king golden lion are well deserved. This is a man with a super charming personality. After reading the news about flying pirates, Cows opened a page with other news. Most of them are still related to pirate. Look, that is. My God, why does this great pirate appear in Sabayati archipelago? Suddenly the street is noisy. It's noisy. Most of pirates' faces are dignified, looking towards the street, where a group of people appear from far to near, headed by a 5-meter-tall robust man. His hands are thicker than his thighs, and the ground seems to be shaking when he walks. A fierce baleful aura flooded the streets unscrupulously. Wherever they went, the crowds gave way, all the atmosphere did not dare to pant. Flying Pirates 20th Fleet Captain, Horned Dragon Jacket. Bounty 330 million. 330 million, light it is this bounty that can scare a group of people. Even more, how is the captain of the fleet under flying pirates, even the weakest one, but in the sea it is also a region's overlord. Melon haha. Horned Dragon Jacket is striding arrogantly, behind a group of men carrying knives or guns. They are all extremely arrogant, among which 80 to 90 million are bounty pirates of 1 or 2 billion are everywhere. In Mock Town, the 80 to 90 million pirates, more than 100 million pirates, are all great pirates, but now these so-called great pirates are just other people's hands. Backed by flying pirates, Horned Dragon Jacket can almost walk unhindered on the ocean, as long as it doesn't provoke those powerhouses that cannot be provoked. Captain, why did the Admiral want to subdue Roger pirates? You even let you go to pass the message. The crowds on the street are all separated, and Horned Dragon Jacket is next to him. Pirate spoke, his expression a little impatient. In his opinion, it is enough to send any subordinates. Although Roger Pirates has a small reputation in the sea during this time, compared with their flying pirates, it is the difference between fire insect and Howyu. Gwahaha, no one dares to refuse the will of the Admiral. If Roger Pirates is uninteresting, I will just kill it. Ha ha ha. A kind of pirate laughs unscrupulously, simply not paying attention to Roger Pirates. On another house, a large piece of sand condensed into shape. A handsome young man with a big back, earrings on his right ear, a cigar in his left hand, and a long-sleeved shirt with plaid, looking at the Horned Dragon Jacket entire group on the street. His eyes were full of contempt. The captain of the 20th Fleet of Flying Pirates, 330 million belly, is very suitable to be my stepping stone to New World. Chapter 38. Yi. Originally looking towards Cows on the street while drinking coffee, suddenly turned his head and looked towards the roof in the distance. Cows was slightly surprised when the piece of sand condensed into a body. Although still very young, the iconic big-backed head and cigar smoker temperament is not the old sand crocodile who will carry 81 million berries in the future, but can play with anyone. Yes, Crocodile of this period was still an 18-19-year-old young man, but he had already made a name for himself in the Grand Line. It's just that Bounty can't bear to look straight. Is it 20 million or 30 million? What does this guy want to do? Cows glanced back and forth over Crocodile and Horned Dragon Jacket. The crocodile of this period, like most young pirates, is fearing nothing in heaven or earth. He is on the top of his blood, thinking that Lao Zi is in a state of self-confidence and self-confidence first under the heavens. Hey guys, now only bounty 20 to 30 million belly, and have already targeted pirate of the 300 million belly level. Whether it is bold or confident, it is undeniable that Crocodile is very kind. This is the youngster who didn't have a frivolous youth when he was young. Cows originally wanted to brush up on Horned Dragon Jacket's presence and reputation, but now he plans to wait. As Cows guessed, the young and energetic Crocodile is indeed eyeing the head of Horned Dragon Jacket. Wah! The wind and sand burst and the crocodile elemental transformation disappeared on the roof. When it appeared, it had blocked the path of the horned dragon Jacket entire group. Horned dragon Jacket, I want your head. Crocodile looked contemptuously, with a cigar in his mouth looking towards the paused horned dragon Jacket entire group. The entire street is now audible. Not only the horned dragon Jacket group, but all the other pirates looked at Crocodile in a bit of astonishment. You, what did you say? It took a long time for the men next to Jacket to come back to his senses, peeking out of his ears and thinking that he had misheard. Desert knife. In the face of pirates' sneered smiles, the crocodile people didn't say much, and their right arm turned into a sand blade lifting with a wave of hard ground. Being cut open, Grandiose rushed towards the horned dragon Jacket entire group in one fell swoop. Courting death. A pirate was furious, pulled out his waist with two knives and rushed out, crossing directly in front of him. Following two traces of both feet deep in the ground, the crocodile's slash was forcibly shattered. Who gave you the courage to want my head? Jacket's men who stopped begin to stir, looked at Crocodile cruelly in their eyes. Humph! The great sword of the desert. Crocodile looked cold and arrogant, and did not bother to answer Jacket's question, and the right hand remained in the state of the sand blade. Inserted directly on the ground for a time the earth shook and the mountain quivered, the next moment Jacket's feet shot a big sand sword rushing towards his waist, trying to split Jacket in half. At the time of the Top War, this move cut Sakazuki in half, but it didn't do much. Ding! Without the imaginary separation of flesh and blood, Jacket's waist was stained with a layer of pitch-black material, and the sand sword on it was only splashed with a trace of sparks, and there were no traces left. Being able to become the captain of the 20th Fleet under Flying Pirates, and bounty 330 million, impossible without Haki. In New World Haki is the most basic. Without Haki, it is simply impossible to become the captain of the fleet. Also, Jacket's Busos Hoku Haki rank is not low. An attack like Crocodile that easily cuts the ground or even steel does not even leave a trace on the waist. Crocodile frowned, apparently did not expect his attack to be useless. Brat, I don't know who gave you the courage to provoke me. Thinking of a stupid guy like you, I don't know how many I killed. The oppressive posture steps, like a shadow towards Crocodile. Jacket's fierce face is full of cruelty, he likes to tear these guys who believe oneself infallible to pieces. Desert Spada. Crocodile does not retreat but advances, simply did not put Jacket in his eyes, and actually took the lead in charge ahead. His hands formed four huge sand blades with sky-the-splitting sound rushes towards Jacket. Jacket clenched his fist and died Busos Hoku, and threw a punch without dodge or dodge. The loud blast formed a shock wave, like a hot knife through butter, which slammed the sandy blade towards Crocodile in one fell swoop. Pa! The crocodile burst suddenly, forming a pile of sand splashing all around, but in the next second it recondensed 5 meters away. Logia ability user. Jacket was a little surprised, including pirate on the whole street. Know that Logia is the strongest among all devil fruits. No wonder it's so arrogant, it turns out to be Logia ability user. Jacket was surprised and disdainful. He could tell at a glance that this guy is so arrogant only with Logia, even Haki will not. It can only rise in the first half of the Grand Line. If you go to New World and get into some powerhouses, you may be taught how to behave. 330 million, just this. Crocodile was as arrogant as ever with his cigar in his mouth. Since eating this devil fruit, no one has been able to hurt him, even if he is hit, it is useless. He is invincible. On the open-air roof in the distance, Cows tilted both legs to look at the arrogant crocodile, and couldn't help but shook his head with a trace of sympathy. Still too young. Arrogance must also be supported by strength. In the face of ordinary pirate, Crocodile is indeed qualified to be arrogant. After all, Logia's elemental transformation is completely immune to physical attacks. Crocodile obviously doesn't know Haki yet, even Haki doesn't even know it. Maybe I have heard of it, but I didn't take it seriously. As for the horned dragon Jaket he is facing now, he can feel the overbearing Busos Hoku from far away. Maybe Crocodile will be planted here today. But Crocodile is not an ordinary person, even in the face of hundreds of millions or billions of pirate, he can do a few tricks. This can be considered a manifestation of innate talent and strength. Melon haha. Crocodile's contempt made Jaket extremely angry to laugh back. The guy in front of him obviously thinks Logia is invincible. Boom! Jaket exploded on the ground under his feet and disappeared in place. The original crocodile with a face of disdain was greatly changed in vain. Pu. The arrogant face gradually distorted, and the bloodshot eyes were full of disbelief. Hong long long. A chain of houses collapsed, billowing smoke and dust covering the street. Among the ruined walls 50 meters away, Crocodile was lying at the end of the ravine and his face was pale, and his mouth and nose could not stop bleeding. He felt that the whole internal organs were mixed together, the big back was no longer neat and tidy, and the cigar in his mouth didn't even know where it was flying. How is it possible? Crocodile is a little skeptical of life, he was attacked unexpectedly. Looking at Jaket who walked up with a grinning grin, Crocodile stood up on the broken wall and couldn't help but stoop and vomit a mouthful of blood again. Shalan! Grip his teeth and stretch out his right hand, a small sandstorm spins in the palm of his hand, Crocodile's face is sternly thrown towards Jaket, and the wind speeds up to 50%. The meter-high sandstorm swept the surrounding ruins with destructive power. Chapter 39. But the next scene made Crocodile even more suspicious of life. Jaket still does not dodge, and his whole body is dyed in pitch-black Busos Hoku from head to toe, as if Iron Pagoda is full of oppressiveness and let the sandstorm sweep in. All around the surface is constantly being stripped and lifted, but Jaket is always motionless as mountains. Fisting a fist at the storm, and being forced to break through a hole, Jaket stood condescendingly in front of Crocodile, his eyes full of abuse. Brat, Logia is very strong, but you are too weak. Bargain. Just after Jaket's words were over, Crocodile was stunned roaring, his arm deserted to form a huge crescent-shaped sand blade, and he passed Jaket in one fell swoop. This move is not lethal, and its only purpose is to absorb the water in the biological body. But Crocodile this move failed again. Now Jaket's whole body is covered with haki, impenetrable, simply impossible to lose water. How is it possible? Crocodile's mouth is full of blood, I can't believe that Jaket will be intact. Pang! Suddenly, a huge shadow hit, Crocodile stopped in front of him with both hands, not daring to let Jaket attack as before. The terrifying force is like a mountain. Crocodile's face flew out in pain, unable to stop the body from piercing through the buildings, leaving a ragged gully and then shooting on a mangrove tree, breaking and falling diagonally to the ground on the spot. Splashes of dust and mud, and eventually vomiting blood more than lying at the end of the gully. The elemental transformation has lost its effect. Unless you take the initiative to advance. I didn't wait to catch my breath, but I heard the sky-splitting sound from the head. Crocodile resisted the pain and burst into a pile of flying sand. The next moment the ground was shaken, several hundred meters around the ground burst, and pieces of soil splashed like a meteor shower. The sensation caused many pirates shiver coldly. Shua! More than 10 meters away, Crocodile has just condensed its body, a black whip-leg total annihilation, Crocodile face covered in blood right hand formed a sand blade, and roared against it. But the sandy blade, which had never been unfavorable, shattered with no difficulty when it collided with that whip-leg. While the whip-leg trend continues, it swept across Crocodile's chest in one fell swoop, and as the flying sand splashed the crocodile out of the sky, it continued to roll and hit the mountains bursting and ground splitting along the way. Boom hong long long. Jaket dropping from the sky, one foot after another goes deep into the ground, while crocodile keeps flying with elemental transformation, and it will be rubbed just a little slower. Damn! Desert prison! Crocodile roared. He didn't believe that he had no backhand. After breaking a mangrove, his right arm was deserted. To Jaket, trying to absorb the moisture in the opponent's body again. Jaket sneered, letting crocodile grab his neck. Busos Hoku closed his body to form a barrier, completely blocking crocodile's ability. Pu. The pitch-black fist blasted into crocodile's abdomen in one fell swoop, as if to go deep into the abdomen and constantly agitate. Crocodile immediately bowed his body and rushed out of his feet from the ground. The air pressure shattered the floating bubbles in midair. Brat, weren't you crazy just now? Your Logia has not yet reached home for cultivation. Jaket grabbed crocodile's hair with a big hand, mentioned in front of him with a grin. Now crocodile's face is distorted due to pain, and his eyes are bulging and bloodshot, as if he is about to jump out of his eye sockets. He is constantly bleeding in his mouth and nose. The punch just now almost shocked his body. At first's arrogance, now there is only embarrassment and embarrassment left. You are young. On the open-air roof, cows watched a good show with coffee. The crocodile is really young now, and obviously there is no cultivation to the future realm that no matter it is can show a few tricks. Shishibukai in the future is still growing. In other words, it is the supernova of this era. Looking up, the clouds are floating at an altitude of 5,000 meters. A golden goddess of God, her closed golden eyes opened in vain, and then she landed vertically. At the moment, on the ground, Jaket is pulling crocodile by the hair like a chicken. Brat, because you are a Logia ability user, I can spare your life as long as you acknowledge allegiance. Jaket is the captain of the 20th Fleet, but he wants to take a step forward, such as becoming the captain of the 19th, 18th, or even the top 5 fleet, so it is necessary for him to recruit some powerful men. Although this Logia little demon is still very weak, it has great potential. Only need to cultivation under his guidance for 1 or 2 years, and he will definitely become a powerhouse. Maybe it can also be shoulder to shoulder with Marine's 3 rookies Rear Admiral. And the Grand Admiral appreciates these promising new pirates. Bang bang! There was almost no warning, there was a sudden sky-splitting sound from the sky, and a black dot was constantly enlarged and enlarged, tearing the air like a meteorite, and shocked most of the Sabayati archipelago. Jaket immediately raised his head, his face becoming serious. At the same time, some powerful pirates of Sabayati archipelago all looked up towards the sky, and the ordinary residents also looked up. When they saw the huge figure getting closer, everyone's eyes were all shock and panic. The camera keeps pulling away, and the entire Sabayati archipelago stands on the rough sea, and in the sky only 30 meters from the ground, a golden heavenly lady, full of sacred and beautiful appearance, is huge and full of lines. His ethereal figure is like a big mountain blocking the sun. The breathtaking colored ribbon palace dress, the exquisite gold ribbon held by both hands and wrists, and the waist-length 3,000 gold silk dancing in the sea breeze, behind the huge yellow golden light wheel erected, sacred and inviolable. God! What is this? My God! The whole body is gold, is it? It is 50 meters high visually. Some were attracted by the sacred face of the goddess, and some were attracted by the huge slim body. Glance at Isho, it turned out to be all written by gold. And the gold does not contain any impurities. The most important thing is that she is alive. This is the most shocking and impactful one. At this moment, the phoenix eyes of the goddess are cold and contain no human fireworks, overlooking the entire ground and finally staring at Jaket, who is holding Crocodile. Crocodile is here now. Just because the corners of the mouth of the goddess was drawn in vain, the temperament and charm that she revealed was inexplicably dignified and elegant, even enchanting. But still not profanity. Damn it! Jaket's hair exploded, just because the goddess lifted the slender jade hand in vain and snapped it at him. The sky seems to be dark, and the golden slender hands are like a dark cloud, coming menacingly with the color of breaking through the sky. Crocodile is also considered smart. He immediately blasted a punch, forcing Jacket to let go, and then quickly elemental transformation flew out of the golden hand. Jacket also ignored Crocodile, and quickly flew out of the palm of his hand. Hong long long. Half of the Sabayati archipelago seemed to be beating, the huge palm slapped on the ground, all around the crust all jumped up, and the cracks spread like a spider web. A variety of soil and gravel pierced through the air, forming an overwhelming air pressure, and it was very powerful and overbearing to move everything around to flat ground. Chapter 40. Crocodile and Jacket were all lifted off by the shock wave. When everything subsided, the goddess retracted her delicate hand, and a giant great hand seal appeared on the ground, looking terrifying. Captain! A crowd of pirates covered in front of them with their hands, and when the dust cleared, they all looked nervously towards the center of the battle. At present, pirate in other mangrove areas almost all watched the goddess approaching from a distance. This thing is really too impactful. Giant race. Jacket stood up from the ruins, looked up, and his eyes were full of cold light. The opponent was 10 times his size and he was 5 meters tall. It's a giant, but compared to this golden woman, it's nothing short of a horror. Even the ordinary giant race is not as tall as this guy. Stupid woman, do you know who I am? Jacket's face is fierce, and he can feel the pressure. On the roof in the distance, Cows is sitting in a chair drinking coffee, lifting with his left hand lightly. The goddess' right hand lifted again, tearing the air under pressure in one fell swoop. Courting death. Jacket was furious, his 5-meter-tall figure soared, and scales appeared all over his torn shirt, and he transformed into an adult 3-horned dragon in the blink of an eye. 10 packs of abdominal muscles spread across the broad chest, a thick tail slapped on the ground in the tail section, and cracks spread immediately on the ground in a radius of more than 30 meters. This time, instead of hiding, he took the dragon claw and got Busos Hoku, and slammed it into the palm of the yellow cheat as he roared. The size difference between the two is very large, but Jacket's breath is extremely violent. The captain used his abilities. Zoan ancient species 3-horned dragon form. This golden woman is just big in size. It's not that the captain has never killed giant race. Sea kings larger than this have been killed. Pirates are very confident in Jacket. 50 meters looks very big, but it's very similar to Sea King. The analogy is simply ants. Hong long long. The entire surface burst, the dragon claw in the palm of the hand bombarded, a shock wave spread all directions, huge cracks sprang out from it, all around even pieces of crust upturned. Jacket gritted his teeth and sank his feet into the ground. Obviously, this palm was very uncomfortable. Fuck me. Jacket clenched the dragon claw with his left hand, covering the Busos Hoku and smashing it into the palm of the yellow cheat in one fell swoop. This force actually made the goddess fly a step backwards. As the soil and gravel exploded, Jacket rose from the ground and appeared in front of the goddess in one fell swoop, and his right claw slammed out like a missile. The deafening metal sound rang out, and the 50-meter slender body of the goddess flew out, then raised her body backward more than 30 meters, and when she stood up, a punch appeared on her face. Printed. This bounty's 330 million pirate. Too strong. All pirates are. I was shocked, but I was shocked by Jacket's strength. Such a big body, it was blown away with one punch. But the next moment is even more shocking. Because the sunken face of the goddess regained in the blink of an eye, it was still devastatingly beautiful and sacred and inviolable. Furthermore, as the goddess lifts her hands, the huge yellow golden light ring that stands behind flies across her head, and the roar of a golden iron horse quickly transforms into a blade, spear that is 10 meters long. Sword, halberd, a row in the past is densely packed. The face of the Jacket on the ground changed in shock, and he pointed down before he took any action. The heaven falls and earth rends immediately, the huge 18 weapons roared like a golden meteor shower, hiding the sky and covering the earth fell. Go! Stay away! Some pirates who watched the theater changed their faces and moved away quickly. Even Crocodile, who is face covered in blood, retreats with a look of shock at this moment. But he did not leave here, but continued to watch in a safe place. Bang bang! The entire site was bombarded wildly, just like missile strikes. The gravel and soil were all cracked and splashed. One after another mangrove broke and caused a large smoke of gunpowder. Jacket walked on the ground in it, with a hand behind him. The huge 18 weapons penetrated into the ground, leaving behind one after another pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Barbarian Dragon Collision. In the billowing smoke and dust, Jacket rises from the ground again, this time he is aiming at the slender feet of the goddess. Go to hell! The infinite power was concentrated in his fist. Jacket hit the huge knee in one fell swoop, and with the sound of the huge ka-cha, his calf broke off and flew away. Separated. Run! Where the calf fell, a large area of pirate was panicked, and the sun above his head was blocked. As the golden calf smashed on the ground and rolled, the building complex of a street was turned into ruins, and there were more than a dozen blood stains and corpses splashed. You are not a deist. At this moment, Jacket's face is ugly. If this woman is a giant race, her calf is impossible to bleed. Looking at the gap, she is still gold. In other words, this 50-meter-high guy is just a puppet. Someone is controlling. Faced with Jacket's question, the goddess lifting her right palm is just a flap. Shoo! The speed is too fast, even the afterimages cannot be seen. Jacket is like a volleyball photographed. The corner of the mouth flow blood is full of pain. As one after another mangrove breaks and collapses, Jacket keeps rolling and smashing to the ground, eventually spreading out a huge gully. Lying in the ruins at the end could not help but vomit blood. Gold. It's all gold. This is not flesh and blood. Is this a puppet? I want this calf. Don't grab anyone from me. At this time, where the golden calf is, the pirates around are all blood red. On this golden calf, the minimum value is more than 5 billion belly. Moreover, the gold material has been obviously refined, there is no impurity at all, and the smooth and deep color, 5 billion belly is estimated to be the lowest price. But before the pirates fight, the golden calf soars into the sky and reconnects to the goddess. At this time, almost all the greedy eyes look towards the goddess. This is a golden mountain. Close at hand. Even Marine, stationed at number 60 to 69, was attracted. It was a vice admiral leading the team. Ding keng keng. The previous 18 weapons that went deep into the ground flew into the air, half of which formed several golden chains, which were generally kept intact and shot towards Jacket like sharp arrows. Jacket quickly escaped from the pit, except for spitting blood and looking embarrassed. He was not seriously injured. Neither the breath nor the rest has weakened. Zoan, or the ancient species, is now reflected. Lion King Chappa, Killer Zebra, and Camel Tipiro who played against cows in Mocktown are not of the same grade. The whole area exploded again and again. In addition to quickly evading, Jacket was a weapon that flew over with a punch, as far as possible not to let the golden chain bind him. Master Vice Admiral, the captain of the 20th Fleet of Flying Pirates, the Horned Dragon Jacket of bounty 330 million. Marine came in from a distance, all shocked looking at the 50-meter-high goddess in the sky. They can also see it in the base, but now it is so close to watch, the kind of subversiveness is different. Perfect, sacred, and indispensable. Flying pirates? Still a fleet captain. Vice Admiral frowned subconsciously. Flying pirates is a behemoth. Chapter 41. Hong long long. Huge explosions continue to sound, dust billowing throughout the area, and the original lush and prosperous environment has been reduced to ruins. In the face of such an intensive and powerful attack, if the average person would have died long ago. But Jacket is still resisting. It's just that the situation is not very good. A 10-meter-long dual-bladed halberd was shot. Jacket dodged sideways while grabbing the dual-bladed halberd and flicking his head. The terrifying sound screamed and flew several golden long swords, and the trend was unabated. Heavenly woman's chest. And Jacket took this opportunity to eject and appeared in the abdomen of the goddess in one fell swoop, with his hands leaning back and compressing huge power. Double barbarian dragon collision. The explosion of heaven shaking, earth shattering, the whole abdomen of the goddess was penetrated, and the scenery behind it was completely visible. The group of gold is like a meteorite falling diagonally to the ground, leaving a huge spoon crater buried in the soil, allowing many pirates to begin to stir. Boom! Jaket's attack on the goddess did not hide, and the right palm was pressed down again, completely replacing the injury. The Earth's crust keeps floating with a radius of 1,000 meters, and the hills stand upright. As the most central crater appears, Jacket, face covered in blood, lies in it, rolling immediately on the spot, quickly dodges left and right to avoid running. Behind, a handful of weapons were inserted into the surface, forming a bottomless hole. Damn it! Grasp the ground with both hands and move it horizontally, Jacket panting heavily with his tail flapping. The penetrating abdomen of the opponent has been completely recovered, and the damage he caused is simply useless. This is just a puppet. DNG Ling Ling. Chains of Heaven is like a python constantly attacking. Jacket knows that he cannot be tied up, otherwise it will be difficult to get out. Jacket may be defeated. Up to now, any pirate with a little eye can see the result. The golden woman in front of him is just a puppet, and Jacket can only find the real manipulator if he wants to win. Otherwise, it would be useless for Jacket to dismantle the golden woman. The previous calf and abdomen are the best explanation. Who is controlling it? By manipulating puppets, he can suppress the 330 million great pirate. He has never heard of this person in the ocean. The most important thing is to have so much gold. Many pirates, including Marine Vice Admiral, are looking around, manipulating such a large volume, impossible far away. The culprit that everyone is looking for is drinking coffee elegantly. Not good. As the battle continued, Jacket was still accidentally tied up by a chain of chains of heaven, and before he could forcibly break free, one after another chains of heaven flew, and the barbs inside were constantly squeezing. It's over. Jacket was panicked. Even though Busos Hoku was struggling to cover his whole body, he still couldn't break free. The gold melts more and more, eventually forming a golden ball the size of a house, and Jacket is bound inside, and the nostrils, mouth, and ears are all melted into the gold, destroying the internal organs from the inside. Even if you don't die like this, you will suffocate to death. After being tied up by chains of heaven, the result is doomed. Even if Jacket Devil Fruit is awakened, it is useless. Air is the most terrifying killer. Captain! Rescue the captain! Jaket's men were all panicked, and they shot or rushed out, trying to kill Jacket rescued. The goddess tilted her head, her golden yellow eyes stared silently, her waist-long golden hair, which was like a waterfall, was divided into half to form densely packed golden needles, covering the clouds with a swarm of bees. The sound, shot at the pirate who rushed over in one fell swoop. Ah! Hateful! The sound of fear resounded throughout the scene. Everyone was like cutting wheat and had no resistance. It was the whole that fell to the ground, and the blood stained the broken ground in just a moment. Such intensive attacks are simply impossible to avoid unless Busos Hoku is strong. Even the 330 million Jacket was defeated, even more how are these people? We are the people of flying pirates. Killing our admiral will definitely help us get revenge. The hundreds of millions of pirates who are still struggling to support, reveal in their eyes horrified. Death, everyone is afraid. No. Spare. The ruthless shock of the goddess shocked the other pirates. This is flying pirates, and the opponent has lifted it out of the backstage. This is simply not giving golden lion face. Who the hell is it? All around some pirate looked around. Don't you dare to show up? Is it afraid that flying pirates will make trouble? At the moment, the goddess raised hand and beckoned, the golden ball wrapped in jacket flows, and stands behind to form a huge yellow golden light ring, and jacket falls to the ground covered with blood. The dead can't die anymore. Like at first appearance, goddess is inviolable, 3,000 golden silks and palace skirts are dancing, devastatingly beautiful, inviolable. However, at the next moment, the goddess landed on the ground, knelt down on one knee and bent down in one direction. This posture has said everything. Everyone looked immediately in the direction of the goddess. After passing through the ruins and streets, the man sitting on the platform in the open sky was so extraordinary. Sitting on a chair with both legs tilted up, one end is like a flame burning, a strand of broken hair flutters in front of his forehead, wearing a white open-chested shirt and red and yellow plaid pants, wearing both ears his mini knife earrings fluttered, and his dark eyes were full of jokes. This was a handsome, cold, arrogant, and unruly young man. Just looking at it from a distance, you know it's arrogant. There are many people in this direction, but everyone is immediately determined. Cows gently put down the coffee cup, his fingers with different styles of gold rings, stood up and disappeared in place. Everyone felt a trance, only a few crackles were heard, and then there was a silhouette on the outstretched palm of the goddess. The installation is over, it's time to debut. Who is this man? Is it the real manipulator? Many bounty pirates with hundreds of millions, immediately turned back and looked towards God, the palm of the goddess. There are still a lot of people who can barely keep up with Cows's moving speed, such as Marine Vice Admiral and some bounty pirate of 2 to 3 billion. Sabayati Archipelago is no better than Mocktown. There are many great pirates with bounty of 100 million, 200 million, and 300 million. After all pirates in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line need to go to Fishman Island through Sabayati Archipelago, of which bounty 3 pirate with more than 100 million yuan is not without it. The appearance of Cows made many people frowned. They found out that they didn't know this person. Able to kill horned dragon Jaket, impossible is unknown in the sea. Everyone is remembering. He is a bounty 123 million golden emperor, Gaia Cows. In the end, Marine first thought of it. After all, pirate, which has bounty hundreds of millions of dollars, is the focus of attention in Marine, and it is also a compulsory course for seamen. Golden Emperor. I remember, I saw the arrest warrant 7 months ago. It seems that the first bounty is 123 million. What? 123 million for the first bounty? More and more pirate thought about it, and then shocked and surprised. The first bounty reached hundreds of millions, which is not what pirate can do. It's just a trifling of 123 million, and I dared to provoke flying pirates, but it can kill the horned dragon Jaket of 300 million belly, and it's also capable. This guy has so much gold, can he control it? Is it an ability user? He is alive soon, flying pirates will definitely trouble him. Chapter 42. Cow's appearance really shocked many people. After all, I killed bounty's 330 million bellies great pirate. The most important thing was the captain of the Flying Pirates 20th Fleet. Now Flying Pirates is soaring, so I dare not give Flying Pirates face. It can be counted. With this courage, it is enough to get rid of 99% of pirate at sea. Apart from this, it is possible to kill horned dragon Jaket only by manipulating the puppet, so what is the true battle strength of the Golden Emperor? Or the Golden Emperor's own battle strength is actually not strong. What is strong is only the control ability. Just like the long-range attack is very strong, but the melee ability is extremely poor. But what is certain is that Cows is going to be famous. It will be more famous than the first bounty of 123 million 7 months ago. Hey! What does the Golden Emperor want to do? Pirate's face changed in shock, and the marine camp was horrified. Standing in the palm of the goddess, Cows's vertical hair and an open-chested shirt were windless, and the huge yellow golden light ring behind began to lift off, once again turning into various golden blades, spear, sword, halberd, and they all aimed at the marine camp. This guy doesn't want to attack marine, right? So arrogant? Do it at Sabayati Archipelago? Marineford is not far from here. Some pirate just thinks the Golden Emperor is bold. Damn! Retreat, retreat! At this moment, Oak's Vice Admiral's hair exploded, turning his head and shouting at all seamen. He didn't expect the Golden Emperor to take action against them. The last bounty made me very dissatisfied. Cows raised his hair with his left hand, exposing his smooth forehead, and his eyes squinted contemptuously. The empty 18 weapons rushed towards the marine camp like bullets. Shoot, shoot! Defensively. Ah! The whole surface is frantic, exploding, countless gravel and mud splashed, and immediately flying sand running stone pits exploded, which was accompanied by screams and marines' counterattack. Shoo! In the dense smoke and dust, a silhouette appeared out of thin air in front of Cows. The coat of justice was flying in the violent wind, and a serious face was full of anger at this time. Golden Emperor, you are courting death. Oax was so angry, that powerful aura spread to the audience, his right fist popped out and the air was torn apart, and the boiling Busos Hoku covered the whole. The right arm was filled with explosive force. Cows clenched his fists full of arrogance, and also clashed with Busos Hoku. A shock wave spread, and the goddess retreated 2 steps, and Oax crashed on the ground, leaving 2 10-meter gullies with his feet deep in the mud, and his lifting head was full. Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral are really different. Cows left the goddess and crashed on the ground, looking towards Oax with fighting intents in his eyes. This is the first Marine Vice Admiral he encountered. Hone the 7 months of cultivation. The goddess lifted off the ground, standing at a height of 100 meters and overlooking the entire Sabayati archipelago, while the entire Sabayati archipelago could look up at that huge figure. I have just tried the ability of gold fruit, which can also be said to be a long-range battle strength. Now Cows wants to try physical skills, that is, melee ability. Let me be satisfied, otherwise the dead will not be like that. Cows moves his body, the bombardment of 18 weapons rises into the sky, leaving behind many wailing and seamen corpses flew back to the back of the goddess to form a halo. Oax's face was stern, white steam started to float on his body, and his body temperature kept rising. A storm spreads out with Oax as the center, cracks are constantly being formed on the ground underfoot, and the breath is more than twice as strong as before. Sime Kicken. Cows's eyes lit up, and Oax's state at the moment is somewhat similar to that of Luffy entering second gear. His body swelled slightly, and at the same time wisps rose from his body. Steam, you can clearly feel the body temperature rising. In fact, Luffy's second gear is not Sime Kicken, it just speeds up the blood flow, thereby improving all aspects of physical fitness. After activation, the skin will become red and emit steam, just like using a stimulant. It can be said that it is the unique style of Rubber Man. And this trick will consume lifespan. Marine Rokushiki Sime Kicken is different. The premise of this move is to be proficient in all Rokushiki. It can be said to be an advanced version that integrates Rokushiki. You can freely control your body, hair, and internal organs. After pouring in, you can freely control any place. This is equivalent to becoming a fighter machine, and even a single hair on the body has great lethality, while the speed, defense, attack power, resilience, etc. rise in a straight line. It does not consume life like Luffy's second gear. The original Sime Kicken appeared on Rob Lucci for the first time, and it shined. But there is no white mist floating around like Oax. Perhaps everyone has a different understanding of Sime Kicken, and the resulting state will be different, but in essence it is to improve battle strength, defensive power, resilience, and so on. The only certainty is that people who have Simekikan in everything are almost powerhouses. This is recognized by the sea. Among them, Simekikan is used to blast the sky, hero of the Marine's Garp, Black Arm Zephyr, and the current Marine Fleet Admiral Steel Frame. It can be confirmed that it also exists in the World Government CPO organization. With this kind of powerhouse in Marine headquarters, most of the Vice Admiral who are not Devil Fruit ability users, are almost familiar with Simekikan, proficient in Rokushiki, and 2 Haki. After all, Vice Admiral is not only a position, but also a symbol of battle strength. Chaos has always wanted to awaken Simekikan, Rokushiki, Busos Hoku, Kanbunshoku. Gold fruit, these are all on the right track. As long as they practice in any direction, they will always become stronger. Simekikan is missing now. Of course there is House Hoku, and Chaos doesn't know if he has that innate talent. Be aware that House Hoku is a powerful tool. Because of the crossed over, the innate talent has been strengthened. It can be regarded as 1 in 10,000 genius, but that thing seems to be innate, and it needs some ambition, which is a bit complicated. House Hoku and Chaos are more open. Follow the fate. But Simekikan, Busos Hoku, Kanbunshoku, Rokushiki are different. It must be learned and mastered. Boom! The surface under Oax's feet exploded, forming a 5-meter spider web pit, which instantly appeared in front of Chaos after splashing a large piece of gravel and mud. The big fist of the sandbag wrapped Busos Hoku and exploded vigorously. I can feel a strong wind before Chaos arrives. There was a deafening collision, and Chaos clenched his fist, also infected with Busos Hoku, and collided with Oax in one fell swoop. Immediately mountains bursting and ground splitting, a shock wave rolled up the ground to form a wave of radiation. Chaos had a vertical hair and a shirt flying, while Oax was expressionless, and his left hand fisted out again. Chaos laughed wildly, also punched out. Peng peng peng. Leave a big hole in place, the two appeared 100 meters away and punched again, all around, several mangroves broke, the mud ruins exploded. Before Pirate could see clearly, the two appeared at an altitude of 30 meters, their two elbows collided together, and the white clouds in the sky dissipated. The two shot out. Chaos flipped a few backflips in the air, moving his feet deep in the ground, shaking his fists and feeling the passion of fighting. This kind of tough guy fighting to the flesh and full of hormones is the romance that a man should have. Chapter 43. The surface of a 10-meter radius burst. Chaos disappeared in place after leaving a smoke hole. At the same time, Oax rushed out. Ascending and overlooking the two people like streamers, blinking across hundreds of meters, mountains bursting and ground splitting. Chaos' hands are covered with pitch black Busos Hoku, Oax is covered with steam and Busos Hoku. The elbow strikes, and the two are close at hand looking at each other. Almost at the same moment, Chaos and Oax clenched their left hands and blasted out. The surrounding air seemed to be swept away. A shock wave was set off in the frantic dance, and all around the ground was lifted and sunken. The fist of the two of them is like a missile bombardment, and the crater that collapses under their feet continues to expand. Shigen! Shigen! Busos Hoku pointed their fingers together, and the two shot at a distance. The next second, they flew into the sky. In midair collision, one after another ripples surrounded the two, those sturdy mangroves simply couldn't resist, they all broke and collapsed. It's getting more and more interesting. Chaos laughed wildly when pitch black as ink bumped his knee. The arrogant's eyes are full of excitement and playfulness. On the contrary, Oax is very serious, his face is solemn. This golden emperor actually knows Rokushiki. Peng peng. Hong long long. The two disappeared in midair and appeared on the ground 20 meters. Their elbows collided and shot to the ground. Wherever they went, they exploded with smoke and miasma. When the traces were revealed, Chaos hit the uppercut with an uppercut. Oax put his chin on, and the latter raised his head to spit out blood on the spot. But Chaos also received a left uppercut, and his whole body vomited blood down to the left, and a big pit of more than 50 meters spider web appeared instantly. Time seems to slow down the battle. Chaos supported the ground with his left hand and leaned back and shot out like cannonballs with his feet. However, Oax reacted very quickly, pressing his elbow down while tilting his right foot back, rolling up a large piece of dirt and rock and kicking Chaos in the chest. Chaos can only resist this kind of counterattack with his right hand. The fierce collision between the blasts caused a sensation. Chaos flew all the way and rolled. After leaving a huge gully, he flipped back and flipped with his hands one after another. Finally, his feet sank deep into the ground to relieve the strength. Oax soared into the sky, and as a large blood drop fell, he stepped on Jeppo to control his body. A high look at each other, Chaos smiled nervously, spit out the blood in his mouth, stepped forward and bent down slightly. The whole ground burst into a sensation. Chaos went straight to Oax. Rankyaku. Oax kicked out 2 feet quickly, forming a meniscus slash of more than 20 meters, forming a cross slash one after the other dive, and at the same time the whole person disappeared up in midair. The surrounding air currents are exploding. Chaos's body shifts and avoids one after another, but Oax just appears at this time. Pressing down, momentum is big, power is deep with 1 foot. Chaos, as if he had expected it, disappeared 1 step ahead of time and appeared behind Oax, with the same kick of total annihilation. It's been lost. Only Oax afterimage was scanned. The air on his back exploded, and the corners of Chaos's mouth rose proudly. Shua shua shua. Continuous afterimages wandered in the air. Every time the two attacked, they were the afterimages of the other. Kanbunchoku and Shave had already reached their extremes. They prejudged and evaded in advance, and quickly counterattacked. This kind of silent confrontation is the most exciting and thrilling. Fast speed. Can't keep up at all. Is this Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral? The melee ability of the Golden Emperor is so strong. At this moment, all those who watched the show, looking up at the constant roar in the sky, often could only glimpse the dissipated afterimages. Only those strengths, only a strong pirate can see some details. The Golden Emperor is so arrogant that he does not use his abilities, but fights Oax with his physical skills. Is it because he thinks he can defeat the opponent with his physical skills? Pirate looked up at the goddess. The death of Horned Dragon Jaket made all pirate understand that it was not an ornament. I admit that the Golden Emperor is very powerful, but I want to defeat Oax impossible in physique. Marine Rokushiki is famous for physique, and Oax is not a general marine vice admiral. P. That's not necessarily. If you don't see the Golden Emperor, you can also Rokushiki. This is the most terrifying. Pirate's exclamation and diversity. This kind of speculation did not affect the battle. Shoo! Hong long long! At this moment, at an altitude of 30 meters, Chaos cupped one fist in the other hand with both hands crashed down. Jaket blocked his head with both hands, followed by a huge explosion and fell straight. A small mushroom cloud rose, and various squalls roll up dirt and gravel grandiose. Chaos panted heavily in the air, and raised his feet in succession to form a Rankyaku. In one fell swoop, he swept away the dust covering the clouds. You can see Oax's corner of the mouth flow blood standing in the big pit, all over his body. The fluttering steam was staring at Chaos sternly. The meteorite hit Earth, and the ring shock wave reappeared. The dazzling afterimage collision, every hit is equivalent to the missile explosion. Pu. Chaos flew out and broke one after another mangrove, and finally fell sideways in the town and kept rolling, and a large house exploded and turned into rubble. Many screams and screams came and went one after another. Oax followed him into the thick smoke, but the next second a big hand suddenly grabbed his big foot, and then the center of gravity lost control and was forcibly lifted, hitting the ground in one fell swoop, forming a shock wave that lifted all around the dust open. Even if Oax is covering Busos Hoku with his hands in an emergency, he still can't help but spits out blood. Peng peng. Cows smiled bloody, clung to Oax's ankle and smashed back and forth on the ground, and the surrounding debris continued to splash like bullets. At this moment, Oax, face covered in blood, can no longer care about defense, forcibly twisting his right foot and sweeping towards Cow's head. Cows escaped at the critical moment, but this also gave Oax a chance. Rokushiki secret skill Shigen. Oax slams his face, his hands are stained with Busos Hoku, the raised veins and blood vessels are like small snakes while swimming, the fingers shine with cold light like the tip of a gun. Cows didn't panic, even showing contempt on his face. I saw Cows bulge his chest and quickly golden transformation, Busos Hoku covered it to form black gold, and Tekai was also used to form Busos Hoku, golden transformation, Tekai third layer defense. He is confident that he can resist the opponent's attack. For this, the right fist clenched and rushed towards Oax. Tekai. In the face of Cow's counterattack, the Oax attack remains unchanged, and Tekai and Busos Hoku are also used for defense. This is to meet force with force, it depends on who has stronger defense and higher attack power. Boom! There was a heavy metal collision, and the attacks of the two fell on each other at the same time. Cows showed a slight pain on his face, but Oax's entire face was distorted. And quickly turned his head and sprayed blood, forming a streamer and flying out to produce explosive screams. Cows gritted his teeth and sank his feet deep into the ground, and he held up his black gold chest. The strength of the two defenses is obvious. Oax is only a dual defense of Tekai and Busos Hoku, while Cows has Tekai, Busos Hoku and Golden Transformation third layer defenses. Shoo! A fan-shaped shock wave formed behind him. Cows flew out to catch up with Oax, and fell heavily into Oax's abdomen, then quickly rotated his body for a roundabout kick, not waiting. Oax flew out and grabbed his hair, kicked his knees hard in the face, and the sound of bone cracks continued to sound, and Cows emptied his foot again. Fang Yuan several hundred meters sank, and the huge shock wave continued to spread. Cow's combined punch attack has just begun. Chapter 44. All kinds of earth and gravel splashed, and a huge chasm continued to spread. Oax was unable to suppress the impact, his face was painfully smashed one after another mangroves and buildings, and his image was very miserable. Boom! The huge explosion sounded in shock. Oax spouted blood from his mouth and nose and forced his body to fall to one side, followed by a huge impact behind him, and saw Cows sinking his right foot in the mud. The surface centered on him, it sinks quickly, and the flying sand running stone is full of neuroticism. Cough cough cough. Oax rolled to the ground and coughed up blood constantly. Before he climbed up a dangerous attack, he could only passively cross his hands in front of him, and in a moment a pitch-black whip leg like a hot knife through butter. Oax's face covered in blood's face twitched, and then he couldn't control it and flew out again. Marine is defeated. The Golden Emperor actually defeated Oax with his physical skills. Damn it, too strong. P. Now as long as it is not blind, it can be seen that Oax is defeated. Under the swift attack of the Golden Emperor, he can only passively defend. If this continues, it is impossible to have a chance to come back. Shiu shiu shiu. There is only a blast in the air, and you can see that Oax is like a ball, being kicked back and forth by the Golden Emperor. The miserable degree cannot bear to look directly. Too weak. Cows appear out of thin air, the excitement before has faded now. Oax has been unable to hook out his desire to fight, but it is undeniable that the opponent is very strong, but he is still a bit worse than himself. The right foot is pitched back in darkness. Cows intends to end the fight with one kick. He only needs a stronger opponent. As for whether this foot Oax will die, it depends on good luck. If he does not die, he will not make another move. The agitated air was emptied, and Cow's feet like a hot knife through butter. You can feel the sky-splitting sound from far away. Boom! The dull impact sounded abruptly, and the huge impact broke and spread. A cloak of justice flew in the air pressure. Cow's somewhat embarrassed face changed drastically in vain, and his dark eyes shrank sharply. A big hand firmly grasped Cow's ankle, and the firm face that was close at hand was full of gratitude. Not good. Cow's was cold all over, and all the hairs on his body exploded. He didn't want to quickly golden transformation. At the same time, Busos Hoku and Tekai formed the thickest defense, holding both hands in front of him to meet the sweeping whip. Leg. Crack. A very loud bone cracking sounded. Cow's complexion was distorted, and then the mouth and nose sprayed blood. Simply unable to control his body, turned into a streamer, fell obliquely on the ground, pushed all the way to form a huge gully, press forward lying down at the end, his face turned pale. At this moment in midair, Garp carried Oax to the ground, and after handing it to Marine who had caught up, he strode towards Cow's with his big hand. Hiss! Damn it, it's Monkey D. Garp! Run! Captain, quickly withdraw! Golden Emperor is about to end. The appearance of Garp made all pirates' heart beat all of a sudden. No one can calm down. If Garp strikes them, no one can escape. Cow's was the one with the greatest pressure on the scene. Standing up from the ruins, Cow's looked at Garp, who was walking by the dragon walk, tiger steps. Although the opponent did not emit any imposing manner, as each step approached, Cow's felt a pressure. On the shoulders, the forehead could not contain the cold sweat. He didn't expect to meet so soon. Now Garp is in his prime, and his short black hair is not white yet, and he is in pinnacle state. In this period of Garp, it is not an exaggeration to say that it was walking unhindered on the sea. I haven't seen it face to face, and I simply can't feel the pressure. Whew! Cow's took a deep breath. Even though he knew there was a huge gap with Garp, he still wanted to die. In his eyes, Garp is a wild beast. Although I am not afraid, I feel a little palpitating. Dong dong! My feet are heavy like lead. Cow's walks towards Garp. As the distance gets closer and closer, the air all around seems to become thicker. At the same time, the pressure Cow's felt became heavier, and even breathing seemed to become difficult. Cow's movements aroused Garp's interest. The imposing manner on his body began to actively arouse, like a group of invisible mountain ranges. As a result, Cow's face became more and more cold, and the ground under his feet began to sink, and his upper body began to move. Bend down. Although this is not House Hoku, the imposing manner of a peak powerhouse, the pressure caused is almost substantial. Ding ding clang! Cow's transforms into gold from head to toe, and at the same time, the goddess in the sky separates a strand of gold, forming the sound of gold and iron horse. On the body, and quickly dyed arms to form a black and gold battle armor. Boom! The two stopped 3 meters away, and Cow's also raised his imposing manner to the extreme, but compared with Garp, it was the difference between a child and an adult. Haha, it seems that Oax was not unfairly defeated, but I was met by the old man today, so you can spend the rest of your life in Impel Down. Garp put his hands on his shoulders, the coat of justice is flying behind, laughing heartily with a grin. At the same time, the imposing manner continued to fade, and pirate in front of him was a bit brave, and he would definitely be able to make a difference in the sea in the future. Whether dragon or insect, you just need to try it. Able to withstand his imposing manner, instead of immediately escaping, but facing up to stand in front of him, there are not many in new generation, whether it is marine or pirate. That's not necessarily. Cow stood proudly, her black and gold vertical hair fluttering in the fierce wind, and her eyes were sharper than ever. He will go all out to fight this guy, even if he knows that the result is bound to be defeated. As long as you can't kill yourself, you will definitely make yourself stronger. Fear, pressure, and fear, these are the obstacles on the way to the powerhouse. Kick it away and you will see the light. If you can't kick once, then kick twice and 3 times, and one day you will succeed. There are not many ruthless talks. Cows took the lead. Blinking and appearing in front of Garp, his right fist clenched grandiose and smashed at Garp, but Garp only stretched out a hand to block it. Except for the cracked ground under his feet, he simply didn't take a step back. Chaos's black and gold eyes are full of fighting spirit, turning his body and right foot to total annihilation. Garp still keeps his arms upright. Even if Chaos' attack is extremely fast, it is useless. The ground under their feet continued to collapse and expand. Garp's coat was flying fast behind him, and a shock wave fanned everything and destroyed everything. The most important thing is that Garp was pushed back. Chaos took advantage of the victory, appeared out of thin air, swept once again in front of Garp. Another fan-shaped shock wave appeared. Garp's body began to dissipate, and it turned out to be just a shadow. Not good. There is a sound of air pressure on the right side, and Chaos can only defend passively. Pu. In the immediately collision, Chaos spurted blood in his mouth and flew out, broke one after another mangrove and hit the ground, quickly turned over and grabbed the ground with both hands. A pair of Lang Jun's eyes showed the picture of Garp disappearing. Hong long long. The surface exploded over a kilometer in a radius. Chaos disappeared in place and appeared in midair. Garp looked down on the pit and kicked out 2 rank Yakus in succession, but Garp just hit it and broke it in the air. The wind was blowing in the ear again, and Chaos's whole heart hung up, and she disappeared without thinking about it. 30 meters away, Chaos just appeared with a whip leg facing him, in a flash crouched down to avoid it, and at the same time quickly counterattacked with a sweeping leg. But Garp moves faster. He leaps off the ground and rotates his body, turning his right arm around with a swipe. Chaos stopped in front of him with both hands, while pressing one knee against Garp's chest. A storm burst and swept across. Chaos moved out with 1 foot deep into the ground, and his black and gold arms couldn't control the shaking. While Garp blocked Chaos's knee with his left hand, he flipped in the air and stood on the ground lightly. Chapter 45. Hoo. Chaos's chest is constantly rising and falling, and his breathing is very short. The huge gap. With just 2 short moves, Chaos can feel the gap. The other party didn't even take it seriously. The black and gold right hand reaches into the sky, and the goddess who originally stood still begins to change, transforming from feet to head into a golden giant sword connecting to heaven, penetrating the earth, standing on the palm of Chaos's palm. Breaking the clouds. Chaos took a step forward, and the right hand slammed down at Garp. The sky nays immediately, and a large shadow covering the clouds is like splitting heaven and earth apart. Boom! Hong long long! The smaller half of the Sabayati archipelago began to shake, and a huge gap appeared in the entire area. The scenery that was revealed when the dust dissipated made the pirates who watched with telescope from far away swallowed their saliva and looked shocked. Chaos' eyes sank. I saw at the end of the giant sword, Garp held the golden giant sword with one hand, standing on his head, unable to sink a bit. The king's treasure. Chaos rushed to the ground and rushed towards Garp, while the golden giant sword Jinji iron horse shining with sparks, forming a blade, spear, sword, halberd shoots at Garp. The whole area was bombarded wildly, and the dust covered the sky. Faced with this intensive attack, Garp laughed heartily, and a layer of dark green substance began to flow on the surface of his body, like a thick liquid. This is Busos Hoku Haki, the flowing haki. It is called Ryu Sakura in Wano country and is a symbol of peak Busos Hoku. You can see those 18 weapons, which were bounced off before they touched Garp. Looked towards Chaos who rushed over. Garp grinned and slammed a punch in the air. The next moment the air was evacuated to form a shock wave, causing the ruined ground to turn into a chasm, and Grandiose rushed towards Chaos like this. Chaos, who was forced to stop, was like facing the yellow river that had broken its embankment. Everything where the shock wave went was flying ash annihilation. Bang bang! Chaos' pupils shrank sharply, and his right hand slammed on the ground. Those 18 weapons flying around formed a huge gold gate, which turned into 5 road defense stopped in front of him. Crack! Without any accidents, the first 3 gold gates were destroyed by Gula, and the 4th one exploded after only a stalemate for more than 30 seconds. Damn it! Chaos supported the last gold gate with both hands, his feet sunk deep into the ground and kept backing away. When the naked eye was visible, a densely packed crack appeared on it. It will be forcibly broken soon. Shiu shiu shiu. Chaos did not sit still, the blade, spear, sword, and halberd all around still shot at Garp, while constantly strengthening the gold gate. This Busos Hoku Haki shock wave is too powerful. Compared with Chaos's blush, Garp is not too relaxed. Simply ignored the golden weapons that were shot, anyway, they were bounced away by the flowing Busos Hoku before they got close, and the right hand clenched tightly and blasted out another punch in the air. The previous gully widened sharply and hit the gold gate in front of Chaos in one fell swoop. Pu. Blood spurted from the mouth and nose, and the gold gate shattered on the last side, forming various golden meteors lazing all around. Chaos only felt a meteorite hit. The sound of bone cracking came from the entire chest, turning into golden streamer, pushing horizontally and exploding again and again. The most solid defenses such as golden transformation, Busos Hoku, Tekai, etc., are like tofu at this moment. The end of the ruins was densely covered with dust. Chaos knelt on one knee and kept bleeding. His face was pale and his eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. The gap is bigger than he imagined. His attack can't even be close, and the defense is easily broken by the opponent, which makes Chaos's restless heart suddenly cool. It is too early to fight against these powerhouses. Now that you know the gap between the two sides, there is no need to stay here. All the golden weapons hovered over the head, and finally split into a strand to form chains of heaven, piercing the dust and shooting towards Garp. Faced with these attacks, Garp clenched his fist, and the extremely hard chains of heaven broke apart. Followed by chains of heaven one after another, there are various blade, spear, sword, halberd escorts. But these still cannot stop Garp. But my body! Vice Admiral Garp, get away! Hateful, I can't help myself. Seaman, who had been tainted with gold dust in everything before, flew towards Garp uncontrollably, and swung his weapon towards Garp without money, or he would cling to Garp tightly. In short, it is procrastinating. Chaos didn't hesitate either, all the gold left was turned into an awl and stepped on it, soaring to the sky and quickly fleeing, without even leaving a harsh word. Those broken chains of heaven and blade, spear, sword, halberd are regarded as gifts to Garp, as well as those uncontrolled seamen. In order to prevent Garp from catching up, those blades, spear, sword, halberd also attacked seamen, and seamen also took the initiative to move forward. Even if Chaos escapes, the chains of heaven, blade, spear, sword, halberd, and seamen are still attacking Garp. Unless Chaos's Kanbunshoku range is exceeded, these cows can still be manipulated. This kind of remote control is simply tailor-made for retreat. As all the gold and the seamen lose their ability to move, Garp looks at the Busos Hoku on the horizon and dissipates. It's just that his face is very ugly, because there are a lot of corpses lying on the ground. The opponent is already ready to escape. Very mean. But very useful. Chaos is not stupid, Marineford is so close to Sabayati Archipelago, you don't know how to die without leaving a hand. At the same time, a large group of seamen rushed from a distance, directly under Garp. And Kuzan. Vice Admiral Garp. Oax is now covered in bandages, his face pale and weak. With the support of several seamen, he saluted Garp. The crowd then returned to the marine base. The news that Garp appeared in Sabayati Archipelago spread across the island. Many pirates ran away in a hurry, or kept a low profile. In short, there was a lot of peace. 10 minutes later. In Oax's office, Garp put his feet on his desk, and kept throwing donuts in his mouth, looking at the newspaper in front of him. Below, precognition, OX and many other people like Vice Admiral or Lieutenant Commander also have a news report in their hands. It is the newspaper from a few months ago, it is the bounty of cows. How long will it take for the battleship to be coated? Garp dropped the newsletter on his desk, chewing donuts, and looked towards Lieutenant Commander. He came to Sabayati Archipelago to catch Roger, but he didn't expect the guy to escape first. It was Fishman Island. This time he must catch that guy. Cows is just an episode. Maybe Garp will forget after today. As for those seaman casualties, Garp is actually used to it. It can also be said to be numb. This world is so fucking, life is like a waste. At least 5 hours. So long. Garp was a little unhappy. At the same moment, Marine Headquarters Marine Ford. Asshole Garp. Sengoku sat in a chair, yelled at first, then frowned as he looked at the information in his hand. Tsuru below is also meditating. What they are holding is the information of Sabayati Archipelago, among which the most important ones are Horned Dragon Jacket and Golden Emperor Gaia cows. It seems that Golden Lion is eyeing Roger pirates. Sengoku rubbed his forehead. If it was just a Horned Dragon Jacket, he simply didn't pay attention. Most important is the guy behind Jacket. Now Flying Pirates is expanding, Marine Impossible just sit back and watch. And Roger Pirates is also getting stronger and stronger. If Golden Lion really incorporates Roger Pirates, Flying Pirates is like a tiger that has grown wings, and I am afraid it will be more difficult to deal with in the future. What do you think of this Golden Emperor? Tsuru looked thoughtful at the information without looking up. Not only can you kill Horned Dragon Jacket, but also defeat OX, your strength is not bad. But then you may face the pursuit of Flying Pirates, with Golden Lion Nagako character, either take it or kill it. Sengoku didn't pay too much attention to it, because if nothing else, the Golden Emperor would only have a dead end, unless a powerful shelter was found. Golden Lion will not kill him. Tsuru's face is serious. Chapter 46. Unsurprisingly, the Golden Emperor's devil fruit should be that one. Tsuru's words made Sengoku frowned, and his face began to look ugly. Gold fruit. Pretty close. Tsuru put down the information and looked solemn. This devil fruit cannot fall into the hands of Golden Lion, otherwise his power will expand faster. Whether it is Sengoku or Tsuru, they all know what gold fruit stands for. If the Golden Emperor is conquered by the Golden Lion, it means that Flying Pirates will get a lot of wealth, and when the time comes, it is easier to recruit troops. A great influence, the most fundamental bond is money. On the Devil Fruit illustrated book, gold fruit is not the most powerful, but it is the most important. Especially for a power. Mastering gold fruit means that you can easily find gold buried in all parts of the world, which is equivalent to mastering wealth and world economy. Any ambitious will not let go. And gold fruit hasn't appeared for a long time. As soon as it appears now, it will certainly arouse the prying eyes of many kingdom forces such as ambitious and strategists. It's a bit late. Sengoku sighed then said, now it's too late to dilute. It can be expected that the Golden Emperor will become famous in the next few days. Just because Horned Dragon Jacket is the captain of the 20th Fleet of Flying Pirates, everything involved with Flying Pirates means that there is huge news. This matter can no longer be suppressed. Aside from other things, it is said that the Golden Emperor has a bunch of golden mountains, which is enough to make cows a household name in the sea. Don't you all come out for wealth, fame, and power? So big a golden mountain, even if you buy a kingdom, you still have no difficulty. Wealth and silk are touching, not nothing serious. Since the news can't be suppressed, let's push it. Tsuru knocked on the desk with one hand, and soon there was a response plan. Do you want to? Sengoku understands Tsuru's plan just by looking at it. Unfortunately, it's a pirate. Tsuru was nodded first, and then his gaze became fierce as he watched the bounty order. The next day, a news report spread to the sea. Extras. Extras. The captain of Flying Pirates 20th Fleet, Horned Dragon Jacket of Bounty 330 million belly, was killed by the Golden Emperor at Sabayati Archipelago. The Golden Emperor called out the Golden Lion from the air to take his head. The bounty of the Golden Emperor rose from 123 million to 560 million, thousands of millions. Golden Emperor Gaia Cows, Paramecia Gold Fruit Ability User, 2 Haki, Rokushiki. Paramecia Gold Fruit, the richest devil fruit, is capable of turning physique into gold, manipulating gold and investigating gold across the ground. The Golden Emperor once manipulated tens of billions of bellies gold. In battle, as long as you control the Golden Emperor, you can become the richest man in this world. One stone stirred up waves in just one day. The reputation of the Golden Emperor spread all over the world, Grand Line and New World. Almost all pirate watched the news greedily. The picture above is amazingly the picture of cows standing in the palm of the goddess, the 50-meter-high goddess, golden bright and dazzling, full of temptation. Especially as long as you control the Golden Emperor, you can become the richest person in the world. This is the same as the great age of pirates becoming a pirate king in the future. It has a very strong impact. Now that the great age of pirates has not yet started, all those who go to sea as pirates are all for wealth, women, power and fame, and now wealth is in front of them. Just control the Golden Emperor. Having money means having power, women and fame, and even the whole world. Recruiting troops and buying horses, there is nothing money cannot do. The whole sea is crazy. Now the Golden Emperor is the one piece of the future. That is a naked treasure. I don't know how many pirates started turning around and heading to the Grand Line. A certain piece of sea territory in New World. 10,000 meters high in the sky. Various large and small strange islands of hundreds of meters, kilometers, or even tens of thousands of meters are suspended in the air. Star Robo Chess is like immortal realm. Especially the closer you are to the center, the larger the island. This is different from Skypiea. Skypiea is suspended in the air because of the White Sea, but these islands do not have the White Sea. They are just suspended in the air, as if there is a mysterious power and force field. These islands are very strange. There are islands full of water and islands full of rocks. In short, all kinds of islands are suspended in the air, making them magnificent. There are rainbows across the back of some islands. High mountains and flowing water, falling waterfalls, you can see many flying birds such as white tsuru, as well as the roar of beasts from the jungle. The picture keeps getting closer, and there is a large island among the various islands located in UZ. The building complex above is endless. The towering, tall, luxurious, and magnificent, the front is a huge grand plaza. From time to time you can see a lot of pirate. At the moment, there is a gathering in the most central palace. At a glance, it was all the famous great pirate. The lowest bounty to be able to sit here is more than 300 million belly. The closer the bounty is to the throne, the higher the bounty. At the same time, the strength is stronger. However, the original lively banquet is now a bit quiet, and many great pirates are watching the newspaper in their hands. On the forefront of the throne, sat a man watching all things, with lions roaring all over the world, and a domineering imposing manner man determined to swallow the world. He is the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki in the future, and he will soon threaten an attempt to recruit Roger, destroy Marineford single horses, and let Sengoku and Garp work together to defeat the super strong existence. In terms of current fame, Golden Lion Shiki is a well-deserved overlord. Whitebeard, Red the Aloof, Roger and the others are incomparable. In this period, the Golden Lion was vigorously attempting to rule the entire sea. Whether it is power or strength, they all stand at the top of the pyramid. I didn't lose my legs, and I didn't plug in the rudder on my head, which means there is no restriction on the strength. He can look down upon the heroes, or monarch overlooking the whole world. Jahahaha. Gold Fruit Ability User. Golden Lion looked at the newspaper in his hand, smoking a cigar and laughing constantly. "Admiral, give me 10 days, and I will bring you the Golden Emperor." On the banquet table below, a man with his left eye is blind and he has 3 beards. Man, after filling the bowl of wine in 1 sip, he looked towards the wildly laughing Golden Lion. "The captain of the 15th Fleet, Lone Wolf Spander, bounty 710 million, Zoan inu no me dachshund form. 10 days? I only need 5 days." A voice of contempt came. It was a naked, muscular bulge 6 meters high and full of lush chest hair. "Big guy. Captain of the 13th Fleet, Big Vajra Omit, bounty 960 million, Zoan ancient species Vajra form. Pucci." As soon as Vajra Omit finished speaking, a sneer came from the seat next to him. This is a sexy bearing and charming temperament, wearing a 3-point style glamorous woman, smearing purple lipstick, accompanied by a chuckle. The 2 E-rank murder weapons are constantly trembling. "Christos, what are you laughing at?" The big Vajra Omit was glaring, and compared with Christos, he was a wild beast and a beauty. If you look closely, you will find the woman, Vajra Omit, somewhat dreaded. This woman is no one else, she is the captain of the 12th Fleet, the title of Cruel Queen Christos, bounty 15 billion, Paramecia Wang fruit ability user. He likes to kill enemies, looks coquettish and sexy, but he is a snake-hearted. The cruelty is one of the best in the entire Flying Pirates. Chapter 47. Haha. A trifling Golden Emperor, needs such attention. Horned Dragon is embarrassing. Unexpectedly he was killed by a bounty, 123 million pirate, and his fleet captain lost our identity. Tarika, now the Golden Emperor is 567 million. 567 million? A lot. Okay, stop making noise. The whole banquet hall is noisy. There was a fierce sound from the 3rd row. An ugly woman with a centipede scar on her face, a fat body and a height of 7 meters, glanced at the audience with cross brows and cold eyes, and suddenly suppressed the noisy crowd. Captain of the 3rd Fleet, Empress Kara, Paramecia Bone fruit ability user, bounty 1.610 billion. Despite the ugly face, the battle strength is ranked 3rd among the 20 fleet captains of Flying Pirates. There are 2 more places in front of Kara, but they are now vacant. Not surprisingly, it should be the position of Predator Axos of the 1st Fleet and the captain of the 2nd Fleet Rubit. After all, the seats for the entire banquet are arranged according to their ranks. Gudong. Gudong. Kara raised the bowl in front of him, drank it, and exhaled. Very rude. I will catch the Golden Emperor myself. Kara looks rude and vicious on the surface, but also not a brainless fool. She knows what Golden Lion wants. The ability of the Golden Emperor is very important to them, and anyone with a little brain can see it. It's just a Golden Emperor, you don't need to be dispatched. In the 5th position, the charming idol Groth spoke. He is an unusually handsome and well-mannered man with silky long blonde hair and wearing aristocratic clothes. Simply can't tell it is a great pirate with a bounty of 1.556 billion. The Golden Emperor is very handsome, and his concubine deserves it. In the 11th position, a man with long multicolored hair, wearing a pony jacket and short shorts, is single with her perfect face in her hands, her bright and big eyes flickering and her little cherry mouth rising. She is a very lazy woman, like a fairy who provokes crime. Sweet Princess Jessica, the captain of the 11th Fleet, is a beauty pirate who is not just in name only, but also in reality. Bounty 1.1 billion 93 million, Paramecia Bubble Fruit ability user. Mantra, concubine body. Although he is very beautiful, his personality is very ruthless. I like all kinds of handsome men, and all men will be killed after a night of romance. Flying Pirates has a total of 20 fleet captains, and the number of female pirates counted down is 5. Captain of the 3rd Fleet, Queen Kara. Captain of the 8th Fleet, Black Widow Eliza. Captain of the 9th Fleet, Queen of Jelly Annie. Captain of the 10th Fleet, Demonis Loria. 11th Fleet Captain, Sweet Princess Jessica. 12th Fleet Captain, Cruel Queen Christos. From this ranking, it can be seen that these 6 female pirates are also ranked high in the entire Flying Pirates. It belongs to the middle and upper reaches. But now there are only 4 in the hall. Jahahaha. You don't have to fight, the Golden Emperor will leave it to you, Spander. I will give you 10 days, I want to see the Golden Emperor here, remember live is alive. Golden Lion took a sip of his cigar and looked towards the 15th Fleet Captain Lone Wolf Spander after spitting out the smoke. Yes, the Admiral. Spander, who has only one eye, stood up, poured out the spirits in the bowl, and then the dragon walk, tiger steps walked out of the hall. In his opinion, it is easy to capture the Golden Emperor. Grand Line, a snowy island. In the town tavern, in the corner, there is a man with a dark green head and unable to see his face. I am looking at the news. Golden Emperor, gold fruit. There was a hint of excitement in the self-talking. With the help of the slightly dim light, I could inadvertently see that this man has no eyebrows. For this reason, it looks a bit fierce. A slight breeze rolled up the news report, and the man disappeared in the next second. Almost at the same moment, many people all over the world were holding newspapers. As a protagonist, Cows is currently in the mangrove area at Sabayati Archipelago 66. The area from 60 to 69 has marine station government entrance and exit, etc. It is the most peaceful and safe area in Sabayati Archipelago. But Cows is now in a tavern on platform, sitting swaggeringly in a chair while drinking coffee while reading the news. The most dangerous place is the safest place. So after escaping last time, Cows cautiously changed direction and returned to Sabayati Archipelago. Fortunately, Garp simply didn't put him in his eyes. Once the battleship was coded, he couldn't wait to go to Fishman Island to pursue Roger pirates. A closer look, Cows's face is still a little pale, and it is obvious that his injuries have not recovered. When did I say I would take the head of the Golden Lion item? 567 million, very reasonable. Cows looked at the newspaper in his hand, and the news reported in it made him curl his lips. He felt a strong malice. Marine's malice towards him. Not only did he clean up his information, but he was still killing him. Now you don't need to think about it and know that many people from the outside world are watching him. As long as you control the Golden Emperor, you can become the richest person in the world. I also took the head of Golden Lion. No matter how you look at these news, they are attracting hatred. Marine is going to murder a person with a borrowed knife. Cows subconsciously squeezed his chin, but actually doesn't hate this kind of news. From the side, he is now a sweet potato, almost well known in the ocean. I definitely have a name. The next step is to deal with various pursuits, and the hard mode has risen directly to the hell mode. After all, he still embarked on the road of the world's enemy. Then let rainstorm come more violently. After reading the news, Cows leaned back on his chair, tilted both legs and took a sip from time to time while holding the coffee, looking towards the street where people coming and people going in the distance. All kinds of thoughts collided in his mind. This brief encounter with Garp made Cows aware of the gap with peak powerhouse. Especially Busos Hoku Haki used by Garp. Almost destroyed his attack and defense. Cows couldn't bear to look directly at the Busos Hoku of the two. I need to improve Haki as soon as possible, or awaken Seimeikikan and gold fruit. Cows has a sense of urgency, especially now it is almost universally enemy. The whole world does not know how many people want to enslave him. This time it was a little bit loud. The limelight is exhausted. The associated trouble is not small. But it's exciting. It is also very interesting. In the next 2 days, Cows will be very low-key, and will also dress up when going out. After the injury recovers, it will be different. He feels like he can do it again. Mangrove Area Number 5 is mainly human trafficking shops, auctions, illegal areas, etc. A bubble car was slowly driving down the street. Cows wore an open-chested white shirt, showing strong 8-pack abs and a pair of colorful beach pants. Binaural pendant wears small sword gold earrings, one of his vertical hair is dyed gold. Wearing sunglasses, with a cigar in his mouth. At first glance, it does look different from the photos in the Bounty News. For example, if the earrings are changed from a small knife to a small sword, the black vertical hair is even easier. It only needs a little partial golden transformation, and the color is a little lighter, then it is equivalent to burn the head. There are a lot of sunglasses in the streets and alleys. Cows learned cigars in the past 2 days. In his last life, he actually smoked, but he was not very addicted to cigarettes. In the past 2 days, he returned to his old business, upgrading from the ordinary cigarettes he smoked in his previous life to cigars. Just like this, there is quite a rich and gangster fan. The temperament of leverage. Very vulgar. To add Cow's handsome face and golden ratio figure, as well as that arrogant and defiant temperament, this is not bad. Chapter 48. Shiu shiu shiu. Kill. Stop me and shoot. Ah. Slowly travel walking on the street, Cows has seen waves of robbery or raging drama. Regions 1 to 29 can only be said to be the most chaotic. Pirate, thugs, gangsters, thieves can be seen everywhere. There are also some slave hunting groups that specialize in single-handedly. Just now Cows saw 3 fierce big men carrying sacks in the street in broad daylight. Unfortunately, they met a fierce person and killed them in the blink of an eye. The ugliest situation can be seen everywhere. It's like this during the day, even more how is night. Yee! Cows, who used to breathe out smoke rings with a comfortable face, suddenly looked in a direction. He felt a familiar breath in Kanbunchoku. This guy hasn't left Sabayati archipelago. The bubble car changed direction, and Cows went straight into the alley, that aura was a little far away, in the mangrove area number 8. Brat, robbery. Hand over your money. As soon as you entered the alley, 5 people with knives and guns gathered. The thugs all surrounded Cows like a wolf and a sheep. Zai zai zai. Cows didn't bother to take a look, as if no one moved on, and the 5 thugs all fell to the ground with cruel smiles on their faces. A blood hole appeared on everyone's forehead, white and red liquid was dripping, and the body was still twitching from time to time. It took more than 10 minutes for Cows to move from the number 5 mangrove area to the number 8 area, during which he encountered 7 waves of various robberies. As the dazzling sunlight cast, Cows came to a wide field. Not far away, more than 30 pirates were besieging one person. Damn Logia! The captain will Busos Hoku, shoot and cover. Desert knife. Ah! My hand, save me. The whole venue is chaotic. It is Crocodile who is surrounded by more than 30 pirates. Cows thought this guy had already left, didn't expect to be still at Sabayati archipelago. Who? Cows slapped his cigar. Although Crocodile is still very young, Logia deserves to be the strongest devil fruit in the early period. Now it does not look like more than 30 pirates. Beat Crocodile, but Crocodile besieged these 30 pirates. Fortunately, Captain Pirates will meet Busos Hoku, otherwise it would have been destroyed by the Crocodile group. Cows didn't plan to end either, leaning on the bubble car with his feet on the steering wheel, looking lazily at the fight. I knew that I should bring some peanuts and melon seeds. In this situation, watching melon seeds and eating melon seeds will give you a soul. Almost half an hour later, after Cows yawned several times, Crocodile took care of all pirate. It's just that the methods are a bit cruel. Those pirates have become corpses, and the dirt and sand on the ground have also become deserts. It is estimated that if you want to regrow plants, none of them are impossible for 4 or 5 years. This guy Crocodile is good at destroying the environment. After solving all pirate, Crocodile gasped and did not leave immediately, but looked towards Cows. Cows appeared swaggering since at first, watching the battle up close. Simply has no meaning to hide. It's you. A piece of sand condensed 3 meters from Cows, and Crocodile also observed for several minutes before recognizing Cows. It's also your life-saving benefactor anyway, should you respect your tone. Cows put his face on one hand and looked sideways at Crocodile, very lazy. The gaze Crocodile under the sunglasses is not real. Humph, I can run away even if you don't take action. Crocodile is coldly snorted, a bit arrogant, and obviously doesn't appreciate it. Can you be a real person? You were almost beaten to death last time. It's still a brat Crocodile, really a little cute. I will remember this favor, and I will return it to you in the future. Crocodile's face was dark, and his hands clenched the urge to give this guy a punch. There is no reason, but it is very uncomfortable. You don't have to pay it back, just follow me in the future. You should be glad that you are still very young. You should be able to become a big boss instead of becoming a disabled person in the future. Experience. Cows waved his hand, very disgusted. Now Crocodile is at most 18-19 years old, and has not yet battled Douglas Buretto, the descendant of the devil, nor has he challenged Whitebeard, has not broken his hands, and has not finalized the path of life. Cows is confident that Crocodile will definitely be more dazzling than the original under his cultivation. It's also Logia anyway, it's unreasonably weaker than Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kuzan. If the original work is crippled, you can make a few gestures with various big figures. If this is cultivated by him, you can't fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? He wants to become the most arrogant man in the world, how can he not have his own brother and influence? What are you kidding? Crocodile's eyebrows are cold, looking at that posture as he is ready to do it. This guy wants to subdue himself as a subordinate, which is an insult to him. He is the strongest Logia ability user. He is destined to become a crocodile of a region's overlord. How could he be a kid? Crocodile was anxious and angry. Youngsters are very angry, basically proud and arrogant, they have not encountered setbacks yet, so they are a little immature. Is pirate talking about fighting and killing? Wrong. It's about humanity and sophistication, and fight backstage. If I were you, I would run away immediately, or I would lower my head. This world is cruel, what do you think? Cows took off his sunglasses, squinted his eyes and smiled gently. Bargain. Crocodile's complexion changed drastically, and his reaction ability was very fast, so he took the lead without thinking about it. In this case, the opponent obviously won't let him go. If that's the case, it's better to start first. The desertification of the right arm forms a huge crescent-shaped sand blade. As long as it touches the flesh and blood, it will immediately absorb water and become a dry corpse specimen. The pirate corpses in the distance are the best evidence. I have to say that Crocodile's very ruthless, even if Cows rescued him, he launched a fatal blow. Very ruthless. No wonder I can live in this era of billowing waves washing the sand and become Okashi Shibukai. Shoo! Cows disappeared in the bubble car, and the next second Crocodile's hair burst. Before he waited for elemental transformation, the whole big face was twisted and hideous in vain, and he couldn't help bending down and spits out blood. That very ruthless within both eyes was full of pain. The ground exploded and formed a pothole, and the sky-splitting sound of tearing the eardrum started. Crocodile flew out and broke one after another mangrove, causing a large explosion and then lying in the dirt and gravel. Cows has vertical golden hair and flying earrings, and his hands are neatly in his pockets. As the dark and slender right foot retracted, Cows disappeared out of thin air. As for the bubble car behind it, it has been destroyed by Crocodile's bargain. Cough cough cough. In the ruins, Crocodile blushed and couldn't help spurting blood again, and the entire collar was wet. I got up very embarrassed, feeling that the intestines in my abdomen were all mixed together. Obviously this kick is very uncomfortable. Not waiting for him to breathe, a new crisis is coming again. Crocodile immediately elemental transformation formed fine sand and left the pit, the next moment violent explosion fan-shaped peeling off the ground, and finally formed the goba for a long time. Cows revealed his body, watching the fleeing sand and kicking it directly, wrapping Busos Hoku to form a black crescent-shaped Rankyaku press forward. Chapter 49. The mud and rocks are constantly splashing, pitch black Rankyaku like a hot knife through butter, leaving a smooth ravine in one fell swoop and blasting into the flying sand, forcing Crocodile to forcefully form a body and roll to the ground. You can see an extra wound on the left arm, dripping with blood. Damn Busos Hoku! Crocodile turned pale, gritted his teeth and shot out again. The opponent can kill Horned Dragon Jaket, simply not what he can deal with now. But just more than 10 meters out, there is a pitch-black whip leg on the face. I don't know when Cows will appear first, but he is still contemptuous with his hands in his pockets. Desert Spada! Crocodile roared, his hands turned into huge sand blades, and he slashed at the whip leg that Cows swept over in one fell swoop. There is no shocking collision as imagined, some just destroy the ancients. Vetra's treasure knife was deadlocked for only a moment, and then was ruthlessly kicked off, but Crocodile escaped dangerously during elemental transformation at the crucial moment. But before he could stand firm, Cows appeared out of thin air, kicked again on the left. Crocodile's face was immediately distorted, his whole body was bent into shrimps, his ribs kept making caw-caw noises, and the blood in his mouth spewed out. The ground was torn to pieces in an instant, and Crocodile flew out and lay in the ruins, with no backhand strength. Shiu shiu! The afterimages of Cows continue to explode, erratic left and right approaching quickly. The Great Sword of the Desert. Crocodile refused to accept the defeat, his hands were stained with blood and slapped on the ground, forming a sand blade that continuously rushed towards Cows, but this kind of attack was unavailable under Kanbunshoku. Concealed. It can be seen that the sand blades are all just cut off the afterimage of Cows. The fast-moving sky-splitting sound kept coming, Crocodile's anger was wide, and the eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. He is the strongest Logia ability user, and he was forced to this point for the second time. But now no matter how angry it is, nothing can be changed. Cows flashed close at hand, still an ordinary total annihilation. Crocodile only had time to keep his hands in front of him, and then the whole person exploded, forming a wind and sand, and quickly fled. Hong long long! The blast continued to spread. Crocodile revealed his body from elemental transformation, falling to the ground with a painful face, and the ground sank in a radius of 50 meters, forming a big hole in the blink of an eye. Cows stood on the edge of the big pit and stretched out his index finger to gently press down. The sky exploded and 10 golden blades, spear, sword, halberd fell from a height of 1,000 meters, and they all aimed at Crocodile and exploded in the air, turning into a large piece of golden powder covering the entire pit. Crocodile can only watch all this. His body can't recover for a while, now there is only pain and numbness. As the golden powder dyed Crocodile golden, Cows took out a cigar with a pinch of index finger and thumb, and then the index finger was like a red soldering iron, and the cigar ignited when it touched it. A new application of Shigan. Very fancy. It's also trendy. This kind of dazzling way of lighting a cigarette is really not something ordinary people can think of, or can have. Cows lit his cigar and blew it on his index finger, and the red index finger returned to normal. Then Cows waved lightly, and Crocodile, sinking deep in the soil, began to fly towards Cows uncontrollably. The rest of the golden powder reintegrated into one, becoming several blade, spear, sword, halberd flying upside down beside Cows. What did you do to me? Crocodile is panicking now. Cows did not answer. He held the cigar in his mouth and gently waved his hands to the side. The next moment Crocodile stood in the air in a large font, just like the fish on the chopping board can only be slaughtered. Cows stretched out a gold long sword and automatically fell into his hand, and immediately died Busos Hoku without the slightest hesitation, stabbing Crocodile's heart. The fatal crisis assaults the senses. Crocodile's entire soul seems to have fallen into the ice cellar. It will die. He will really die. Pang! Crocodile has a strong desire to survive. It exploded and formed fine sand scattered on the ground. Finally, it escaped 5 meters and could not maintain the elemental transformation. After forcibly regaining its body, it had one knee kneeling on the ground constantly coughing up blood. He was hurt a bit badly. God's manipulation is really useless. Cows frowned, looking at the scattered gold powder on the ground. It was surprisingly separated from Crocodile's body. Since the development of the control of the gods, as long as any creature is invaded by gold powder, the power of life and death is in the hands of cows. In fact, cows is prepared for this trick to be useless for Logia ability user. After all, Logia ability user can elemental transformation, which can completely discharge the gold powder in the body. And cows' god's manipulation is through which gold powder enters the human body to achieve manipulation. Since the gold powder can be discharged from the body, it naturally loses its effect. Not only is Logia ability user, it is probably useless for those powerful characters of Busos Hoku. There is also powerhouse that knows Sime Kikan. He just experimented just now to avoid making mistakes in the future. DNG Ling Ling. Blade, spear, sword, halberd collide to form chains of heaven. One end is held by cows in the hand, and the other end shoots towards Crocodile like a poisonous snake, and it quickly dyed black and gold. Even if Crocodile was once again elemental transformation, it was forced out of the body and bound. Standing again in front of cows, the crocodile heartbeat slowed a few beats. Isn't this guy trying to subdue him? Why did you kill him just now? He can really feel that if he didn't elemental transformation just now, he would definitely die. 2 roads, choose by yourself. 10 seconds. Cow's nostrils puffed out smoke rings, leaving only Crocodile sideways, looking into the distance, thinking about the next plan. At this time, Crocodile's big back head was messy on top of his head, his mouth full of blood and his face pale, looking at Cow's profile face raging to the sky. This guy's attention is simply not on him, and there is nothing to ignore him. The difference? 2 ways. Either live or die. How to choose? Crocodile gritted his teeth. Although his heart was full of anger and unwillingness, the reality was still so cruel. He can't change any ending. Come on, talk about your choice. After almost 5 minutes, Cows came back to his senses, looked towards Crocodile. This thought gave Crocodile a few more minutes. I don't know that these extra minutes will make Crocodile suffer. Are you not afraid that I will only give in for a while? Crocodile still wants to struggle a bit, trying to save the country by curve. I just like those despicable, ambitious, cruel rebels. After all, to suppress these talents will have a sense of accomplishment, so I advise you, don't try to kill without 100% certainty. Otherwise it will end badly. Cows grinned, showing white teeth flashing cold light. Although he was smiling, Crocodile had a sense of horror inexplicably. This guy is either a madman or an arrogant man. Or conceited. You will regret it. Crocodile coldly snorted. He seems to have seen hope. After all, arrogant guys generally don't live long. You don't understand. I play with excitement and heartbeat all my life. Old sand, your pattern is too small. Cows looked at Crocodile pitifully. He felt lonely as snow. I don't know when I will meet someone who understands him. Chapter 50. In 1 hour. The 8th Mangrove Area. A pub with a splendid decoration. It is still the rooftop. Cows put his feet on the table, holding red wine in one hand, and flicking cigarette ash in the other, looking towards the distant street, not knowing what he was thinking. The opposite Crocodile sullenly eats, wearing a white bandage. He compromised after all. But he will not give up hope. As long as he has the opportunity, he will wash away the shame. Take a good rest today. I will go to the marine base tomorrow. I need a little karaoke. Standing up from his seat, Cows finished drinking the red wine in the glass. Planning to go to New World. I want to get some karaoke from marine and use it for cultivation. Karaoke is a nemesis of ability user, but it is also a cultivation aid. In addition to making the devil fruit ability temporarily unable to use the ability, it will also make the ability user lose strength. In addition, karaoke is extremely hard, comparable to diamonds. The key is that karaoke also has purity. The purer karaoke suppresses ability user more powerfully. But devil fruit ability user can use karaoke to cultivation. Although it cannot restore devil fruit's abilities, it can invalidate the suppressive effect of losing strength. For powerhouses like Yonko, karaoke doesn't actually have much effect. The only effect is to disable devil fruit's ability, but it cannot make these people lose their strength. Be aware of this level of powerhouse. Except for devil fruit's power, physical skills, or physical fitness are peak. Devil fruit's abilities cannot be used, but physical skills can. Cows wants to smooth out this weakness, lest you fall into trouble in the future. In the past, many forum posts said that when Luffy played Kaido, he used karaoke to cultivation Busos Hoku Haki. I don't know true or false either. This is also another purpose of Cows' cultivation with karaoke, to quickly upgrade Busos Hoku. Because the animation update is too slow and protracted, Cows just saw where Luffy defeated Katakuri, and the episodes have been raising. Usually, I use Baidu on my mobile phone and browse the forum posts to understand the plot trend. For example, Busos Hoku Flowing Sakura, Cows learned about it through forums. It seems very cowhide. You don't need to touch the opponent, you can destroy it from the inside, and Busos Hoku can flow around the body like a water stream, and the special effects are very high. If nothing else, the Busos Hoku that Garp showed last time should be haki at the level of Flowing Sakura, or even above it. Many pirate fans also assigned a rank to Busos Hoku. The first stage belongs to the first stage of awakening and can only be partially covered. It belongs to this stage of hardening. Rank 2, you can wind Busos Hoku around the weapon, which belongs to this phase. The third stage, changing the shape of the weapon, forming a shock wave, the solid water chestnut is distinct, and it can wind Busos Hoku in the air, which belongs to the stage of external release. 4 stages. Busos Hoku Haki is like a 3D flowing liquid, which can penetrate the surface of the object and directly damage the inside of the object. Very general, after all, these ranks are guessed by pirate fans, and the official does not give clear data. The first stage and rank 2 are easy to understand, but this third stage is a bit bells and whistles. For example, changing the weapon form appeared in the Pirate King special, Adventure on the Island of Fog, and it was a Marine Vice Admiral named Kong Ming. It's just an ordinary feather fan, which can be turned into a variety of weapons through Busos Hoku, and it is extremely lethal. This means that a small grass, branch, or hair can be turned into 18 weapons through Busos Hoku, which is a bit too much. There is no need to explain the shock wave, it is a pure Busos Hoku shock. There is also Busos Hoku from Katakuri, which looks like a solid when used and has a distinct water chestnut, which is hard just by looking at it. Such as these should be a kind of profound application of Busos Hoku. In addition to the 4-stage classification, there are also many pirate fans who retorted below. Especially Flowing Sakura. Some pirate fans gave different opinions, thinking that Ryu Sakura is not the strongest Busos Hoku, it is just an application of power and skill. After all, in the Wano Country chapter, Busos Hoku Haki is called Ryu Sakura. Maybe the third stage is Busos Hoku Peak. After all, it contains the effects of shock waves, solid water chestnuts, changing the shape of weapons, and so on. And Luiying is just a name, not a rank, just a different application technique. But it is undeniable that internal destruction is very boastful. These ranks are only roughly subdivided. To put it bluntly, it is a guess. Pirate King at the later stage, House Hoku, Busos Hoku, and Kanbunshoku walk all over the floor, and various Busos Hoku applications are also bells and whistles. Luffy, the king of the 5 emperors, also owns House Hoku. It would be very difficult to deal with a few small soldiers. It takes a few minutes to breathe just for breathing. Cows didn't think too much, anyway, he just practiced Busos Hoku to death, no matter how many stages you are in, as long as you are stronger and tougher than the enemy. Do you know? Crocodile stopped eating and looked at Cows like an idiot, but was interrupted by Cows before he finished speaking. How do you call it? Boss. Crocodile has a dark face, it is very difficult to change the name, take a deep breath, accentuate the tone and continue. Now there are many people who want to catch you, and it's very close to Marine Ford. Is it too arrogant for us to go to the Marine base? Crocodile feels that Cows is dying. I don't understand the current situation at all. If he hadn't been able to beat this guy, he would have controlled himself to dig gold for himself. To get the Golden Emperor now is to get wealth, power, women, fame, and even the world. You can imagine the situation of Cows now. Everyone wants to integrate Cows into his body. Swagger. I pursue high profile and swagger. Cows looked at Crocodile contemptuously, coldly said, "Follow me, your life will be colorful. I know you are not a fearful man, otherwise you will not become a disabled person in the future. You call me boss and I will shelter you. Now let your courage come out, otherwise you will not be able to keep up with me. When the time comes, you can only get rid of it." Crocodile doesn't know what to say. He felt that Cow's spirit was a little abnormal, and he liked to talk big. A colorful life? I am afraid that I am not going to wander the sea. Still shelter me? Maybe they won't survive a month. You have little courage? What a joke. Crocodile's face is gloomy and uncertain. He seems to have seen the sad days of rats crossing the street in the future. His heart is higher than the sky, but he is not stupid. IQ is still online. This guy in front of him is sweet and sour pork, and all the forces in the sea want to take a bite. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the enemy of the world. Following him by myself, it didn't end well. The more you think about Crocodile, the cooler your heart becomes. He is not yet 20 years old, so he shouldn't have died so early. Old Sand, it's time for you to go out. Just when Crocodile's heart was cool, Cow stood on the edge of the roof, smoking a cigar, with vertical golden hair and wide open hair. The chest shirt was fluttering in the wind. What? Crocodile came back to his senses. I didn't understand the meaning of Cows. The above speculations about Busos Hoku Haki are all found on the internet. If you have any contradictions or comments, please leave a message. I will absorb more views from the other side. Chapter 51. Are you sure that the Golden Emperor is on top? I'm not sure, but the similarity is more than 80%. That guy can also control golden weapons. I saw it with my own eyes. At this moment, there are several pirate groups in many streets and alleys under the tavern, all staring at the tavern with greed. Many pirates hold newspapers and repeatedly confirm the photos above. It is obvious that the battle between Cows and Crocodile has been seen. Even if Cows has been dressed in disguise, his ability to manipulate gold in the end reveals his identity. If it is really the Golden Emperor, you can become the richest person in the world by catching him. When the time comes, the entire world must catch him. Remember to live. Yes. Action. A large number of fierce pirate or thugs, all cautiously approaching the tavern. As long as when I think of the richest, countless gold, etc., the heartbeat speeds up uncontrollably, and my breathing keeps getting heavier. Greed and desire have eroded reason, let alone Golden Emperor bounty 567 million, even bounty 1 billion, 2 billion, they dare to do it. Now there is a saying in the ocean, as long as you get the Golden Emperor, you will get everything in the whole world. And many big pirates in New World are returning. The competition is fierce. They never thought that the Golden Emperor hadn't left Sabayati archipelago. This was simply a feast in their mouths. I would be sorry if I didn't go to enjoy it. The longer it takes, more people will know that the Golden Emperor is here, and they must do it quickly. I don't know that all of this is in Kao's eyes. His Kanbunshoku was released around the clock. He found out when he was fighting Crocodile, but he didn't stop it. You are still too weak. Kao sat down on the chair again, tilted both legs and raised the wine glass, looking at Crocodile with a confused and unfathomable mystery. He became even more disgusted. This guy is just a Logia who can handle it. It's really a waste aside Logia. If he didn't know the future achievements of this guy, he would really be too lazy to accept it. Crocodile dare not say anything, because Kao's expression is too dazzling. What does it mean to wink like a waste? Are you saying that he is trash? Those little ones, you go and solve them, as for these few, I will come. Kao nodded his index finger to his feet, looking towards the roof in the distance. Where are more than a dozen silhouettes flashing or jumping, and everyone exudes a powerful aura, at least 10 times stronger than the little ones downstairs. Crocodile followed Kao's gaze, his face changed slightly and then recovered his composure. He understood. Did you find it with Kanbunshoku? Crocodile looked back towards Kao very seriously. Want to learn? I will teach you afterwards. Kao took a sip of his cigar. I will solve them all. Crocodile burst into flying sand, and quickly disappeared on the rooftop. Immediately afterwards, there were various gunshots or screams. Sure enough, it is the Golden Emperor. On the surrounding rooftops, there are already more than a dozen silhouettes, one of which is a bald man smoking a cigarette, constantly comparing it with the newspaper in his hand. Kao's. It was found that except for the wrong hair color and earrings, everything else was consistent. How could he escape his eyes with such a clumsy disguise? 16. No pressure. Kao leaned back on the chair, touched the small sword earrings with his index finger, and then drew a cigar on his side and moved his left hand gently with the next wave. A sky-splitting sound came from an altitude of 1 kilometer. The goddess who originally closed her eyes suddenly fell. The sun was gradually blocked, and the shadows enveloped this area. Half of Sabayati archipelago, regardless of their identity, all raised their heads to look up at the sky, first lost their color, then shocked, and finally crazy. Golden Emperor. It's the Golden Emperor, he didn't leave Sabayati archipelago. Grabbing the Golden Emperor means grasping the whole world. This direction is the number 8 mangrove area. Quickly catch up, don't let others catch the Golden Emperor. Action, action, inform the captain. Haha, I want to become the richest man in the world. As long as I catch the Golden Emperor, I can recruit soldiers and become the king of the world. Climbing up and looking at it, you will find that countless pirates, slave groups, thugs, and gangsters, and even some civilians are running towards the number 8 mangrove area in all directions. Now everyone has only one idea, and that is to catch the Golden Emperor. All crazy. It is definitely the Golden Emperor. Hands. The appearance of the goddess completely confirmed the 16 people. They are all pirate with bounty over 100 million belly, or pirate hunter who can capture 100 million bounty. Some are sharpshooter, some are sword hero, and some are devil fruit ability user. At this time, they all turned into hungry wolves and rushed towards Kao's, a white and tender lamb. In the face of such a situation, Kao's plays with Isho. Still sitting on a chair with both legs tilted, chin resting on his chin, drinking red wine and smoking a cigar, the goddess suspended in the sky at an altitude of 50 meters, behind which the huge yellow golden light wheel rotates and separates one. The strands formed 16 huge blades, spear, sword, halberd, 10 meters long and half a meter wide, and flew to 16 courting death players with sky-splitting sound. Be careful! Ding ding! The 16 players looked shocked and were forced to stop to resist the flying weapons. The huge power made everyone's complexion changed. Pa! As Cows snapped his fingers, the 16 weapons sounded like a golden horse and iron horse, and then they split into small blades, spear, sword, halberd. Everyone is fortunate to share 30 pieces, and every 10 pieces form an encircling circle, which is divided into 3 layers and aligned at the center. Several people couldn't help swallowing their saliva and felt a huge threat. Kill! As the angry roar sounded, blade, spear, sword, halberd and 16 players collided. Ding ding pa! Hong long long! Deafening metal crashes and explosions fall, buildings within a radius of 100 meters are riddled with holes, all kinds of panic screams resounding in the sky. That golden weapon is like a tracking missile, regardless of 16 people. Wherever he escapes, he will chase after him. Pu! Blood splashed all over the ground, and one of them was penetrated by dual-bladed halberd, nailed to the tattered ground and spurting blood constantly, grabbing dual-bladed halberd with both hands and twisting his face. At this time, despair and fear appeared in his eyes. Followed by one weapon after another, it was finally nailed into a hornet's nest. And downstairs, Crocodile is also slaughtering cannon fodder. The desertification of the entire building began to collapse, and a golden tributary fell from the sky, which quickly became a precious and exquisite golden throne, which replaced the wooden chair before floating in midair. Cows changed his posture and found densely packed crowds in Kanbunchoku's perception, approaching quickly. It seems that most of the pirate thugs in Sabayati archipelago were alarmed. Golden Emperor, acknowledge allegiance me. The excitement voice is close at hand. It is one of the 16 pirates. At this moment, the left hand is grasping towards Cows, and the right hand is holding the long. The face of the knife is full of hideousness. Cows squinted with contempt. Dng ling ling. A chains of heaven catapults like a poisonous snake, entangled pirate's left hand in one fell swoop. Before the latter struggles, the second, third, and third, the 4 chains of heaven entangled the right hand and feet, forcibly pulled into a big font, and left Cows suspended in midair. Hateful! Pirate kept struggling, but his limbs were tied and simply couldn't get rid of it. Pu! A golden long spear penetrated from the back of the head, blood and brain splatter splashed, dripping continuously along the twitching body. One after another, the blade, spear, sword, and halberd are all inserted on pirate's back, and the tip of his chest is bright red. Chapter 52. This smell is really sweet. Cows closed his eyes and took a sharp sip. He could smell the hotness and freshness in the blood. The expression is very nervous. Then it was just a thought. The chains of heaven in the air was untied, and the blade, spear, sword, and halberd were pulled out of pirate's body and suspended in the air. The body crashed on the ground and was covered by dust in the blink of an eye. It's too slow. Cows opened his eyes and wiped the right hand in front of him with a golden vertical hair flying. The goddess in the sky stretched out a slender hand and pointed at the back. The huge yellow golden light ring all turned and split, and the entire sky was covered by shadows for a time, and under the shining of the sun, the cold light lingling flashed with the cold color. Not good. Quick retreat. The remaining pirates who are still resisting, looked up at the densely packed blade in the sky, spear, sword, halberd. His complexion changed with shock and cold. Shiu shiu shiu. The golden meteor shower hiding the sky and covering the earth, neighing the whole sky and falling indiscriminately. Damn! The scared witless roar sounded, followed by various explosions and screams. That rain of arrows is a missile. It hits the ground to smash a hole, and then shoots away the rock mountains, bursting and ground splitting for a while, and the entire area is reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. Forgive me. When everything dissipated, various ruins spread, and more than a dozen pirates were nailed to the ground, all staining the ground like a hedgehog. At a glance, all directions are all inserted with golden weapons. These people never even touched cows. A piece of sand was condensed into a body. Crocodile looked at the ruins filled with golden weapons and the blossoming blood stains. He looked up at the man sitting on the golden throne, feeling inexplicably palpitating. Keng clang! Countless blades, spear, sword, halberd began to take off. Some were spotless, some were stained with blood, and finally merged into one to form a wheel of light, standing back and spinning behind the goddess. The goddess who should have been sacred and inviolable, because the blood-stained light wheel began to look a little bit evil. Look, it really is the Golden Emperor. Haha, I will order these golds. Grab the Golden Emperor. Wealth and silk are touching, human beings will die for riches, just as birds will for food, greed does not end. Even if this place has been reduced to rubble, there are still many corpses lying there, but these people still haven't been sober. There are more and more pirate thugs coming from other areas. Kill. There is nothing to talk about. Now everyone has only one purpose, which is to snatch gold and snatch the Golden Emperor. Faced with the pirate thugs like the magnificent army with thousands of men and horses, Crocodile was a little panicked. I can't see the head in the past. All the evil spirits are full of greed, as if a wild beast who has been hungry for days and nights meets a lamb. The degree of madness is no longer afraid of life and death, and most of them have lost their reason. If you were an ordinary person, you would have been scared to pee your pants. Pa! The crisp and loud snaps sounded, and Cow's eyes were calm. These people are all damn. It should be said that pirate of the entire world is all damn. Luffy, the king of pig's feet, is also burdened with great sin. No one in this world is clean. There are only ignorant children or civilians in remote areas. There is no psychological pressure to kill these people cows. It is just to clean up the harmonious insect for the world. Cows is not a lofty person either. After all, he himself is also a harmful insect, or a large harmful insect, and will become a hegemon harmful insect in the future. Clang clang clang! The sound of the golden horse and the iron horse resounded under the sky, and the huge body of the goddess exploded, forming a torrent of weapons, like a dark cloud completely covering the sun, all falling down in midair, covering the entire 8-number area. It's dark. Many rushing pirates stopped, looked up at the sky and looked at the almost impervious golden cold light. After a sudden awakening, the whole body was cold. Look, what is that? Arrow rain. Golden arrow rain, covering the entire area on the 8th. It's getting dark in the 8th area. So many golden weapons are the Golden Emperor. Are you going to destroy the entire 8th area? Quickly leave. The roar of all directions is hysterical, but still can't resist the pirate who rushes. Shiu shiu shiu. The endless meteor shower fell, and it looked like heavy golden rain from a distance, screaming and blood flowing into a river wherever it went. Ah! Help! My hand! Run! The purgatory on earth is constantly being staged. All kinds of residual limbs and broken arms and viscera began to stain the ground in piles. Eventually, the corpses gathered like a mountain into a bloody river. The thick bloody smell continued to spread, and soon the surrounding area's a mangrove area is covered. The golden raindrops are still falling and flying. This is simply massacre. In just a few minutes, the entire scene is corpses everywhere across the field. The densely packed gold inserted on the corpse is so scarlet at this moment. Thousands of people, including all kinds of pirate, thieves, and so on. Now they are all buried here. Some pirates who hadn't rushed up from the periphery, all turned pale, looking at the corpse mountain and blood in front of them in horror. Shiu shiu shiu. Flying blood-red weapons into the air, entangled with each other to become the goddess again, but now the goddess is covered in blood, with the wet head, her long golden hair and palace dress, all turned into scarlet, dripping with blood. It is no longer the sacred and noble. On the contrary, it is a snake and scorpion demon from hell. Golden Throne passed by, and finally stopped over the mountain of corpses. Chaos supported both legs with one hand on his chin, looking down at the audience without staining the slightest dirt. Looks extremely cold-blooded and cruel. None of the pirates dared to look at him. Even some bounty pirate of 1 or 2 billion. The method Chaos just showed is too terrifying. It's all scum, it's boring. These pirates are already scared, and they don't plan to take action anymore. A golden giant sword flew in front of Crocodile. Crocodile was taken aback first, then stepped on it, and then quickly disappeared into the 8th area behind the cow's golden seat. At the same time, there is also the goddess who is covered in blood. The noise is so loud, it's time to leave Sabayati Archipelago. But before leaving, I have to take a look at the marine base stationed in Sabayati Archipelago. The needle falling in the audience can be heard, and hundreds of eyes just watched cows and crocodile leave. At this moment, Marine is stationed in the mangrove area at number 60. The highest sir is still Oax, and there is still a bandage wrapped around his body, but his injuries have mostly recovered. After all, I know Sime Kicken. After a few good meals, I will be alive and kicking after 2 sleeps. The Golden Emperor is still in Sabayati Archipelago. In the mangrove area No. 8. Oax Vice Admiral, are we going to capture? At this moment in the office, 5 Rear Admiral and some captains are all looking at Oax behind the desk. Vice Admiral Garp has gone to Fishman Island. I am not an opponent of the Golden Emperor. Oax frowned and did not hide it. If you are not an opponent, you are not an opponent. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Report to Marineford that the ability of the Golden Emperor is very important to any power. Oax has a solemn expression. Now it is not only pirate, but Marine also wants to control the Golden Emperor. In hands. But now Sabayati Archipelago is a Vice Admiral. It is difficult to win the Golden Emperor, and it needs the support of the headquarters. Yes. A liaison officer in the office directly dialed Den Den Mushi. At this moment, a seaman broke in, looking a little worried. Oax Vice Admiral, the Golden Emperor killed a large number of pirate thugs in the mangrove area number 8, and is now coming to our side. What did you say? The expressions of everyone in the office changed. Chapter 53. Marineford, the headquarters building. Vice Admiral Tsuru, just now the Sabayati Archipelago stationed base called, saying that the Golden Emperor is still in Sabayati Archipelago, and it may be possible to take action against them and ask for support. Office door being pushed away, a communications soldier looked towards Tsuru who was working. What? Tsuru, who was approving the document, put down the quill, his serious face was full of fierceness. Let the 3 Rear Admiral, Anka, Domir, and Canis prepare, and leave for Sabayati Archipelago in 5 minutes. Vice Admiral Tsuru, you have to personally to catch the Golden Emperor. The communicator was a little surprised, after all, Vice Admiral Tsuru hadn't been out of Marineford for half a year. Go and inform. Tsuru nodded, immediately took out Den Den Mushi in the drawer and started to call. Now Garp and Zephyr are outside, and even Sengoku has gone to New World. In order to be foolproof, she needs to personally capture the Golden Emperor. Never thought of sending other Vice Admiral to arrest. Because the value of the Golden Emperor is too great. Blue. Hey! Den Den Mushi switched on, and there was a deep and majestic voice. Fleet Admiral Kong, the Golden Emperor is still in Sabayati Archipelago, and may attack the stationed base. I have to go personally. I got it. Sora didn't say much, and agreed directly. Obviously, he also knows the value of Golden Emperor. Actually, the 2 offices are separated by 2 floors, and Tsuru didn't bother to report in person, so he could solve it with a phone call. Don't look at the future Tsuru with white hair and a look like an old and weak woman. In fact, battle strength is very strong. The current Tsuru is only about 50 years old at most, and is still full of valiant and formidable looking battle strength. 5 minutes later, an army headed by women, a huge battleship with a large tsuru written on the marine battleship flag, left Marineford Port 1 and soon disappeared on the sea horizon. Tsuru is wearing a pale pink shirt, a red-white dot tie, hands with gloves, standing behind the bow of the boat, dancing in a justice coat, and a weather-beaten face, vaguely able to see the beauty of his youth. Although the aura has converged, the temperament of Deo Fruit broken, valiant and formidable looking is still full of oppression. Master Vice Admiral, what is our mission this time? 3 female rear admiral came up on the deck, all dressed in justice coats. One wears sunglasses, the green afro head is extremely dazzling, he is a bit fat, and he is carrying a giant knife on his back. The other wears a marine cap, has short yellow shoulder-length hair and a long knife on his back. The last one is black short hair at home, wearing a blue shirt, 3 pistols and long sword on his waist. These 3 are called Anka, Domir, and Canis. They are Tsuru's capable generals and lieutenant commander. Although the 3 are just rear admiral, they have the battle strength of vice admiral level. It is well known that almost all of Tsuru's battleship are female soldiers. Every time they perform a mission, they are a beautiful scenery. However, this scenic route is not easy to provoke, and it is true that the battleship led by Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp. So far I underestimated this group of pirates, who formed the battleship with female soldiers. Now they have either sunk into the seabed or entered the Impel Down. They are famous on the sea. Catch the Golden Emperor. Tsuru explained the characters briefly and clearly. The Golden Emperor who escaped from Vice Admiral Garp. I haven't left Sabayati Archipelago yet. Here, battleship rides the wind and waves, while the marine station of Sabayati Archipelago is now with swords drawn and bows bent, ready to do it at any time. Who are you calling? Sitting on the golden throne, Kao stared at Oax on the ground with his chin, and the goddess stared at the sky behind him, suppressing the whole atmosphere. Pole. Crocodile stood on the golden giant's sword, watching a large number of marines on the ground holding flaming guns, as well as various majors, rear admiral, and other generals with anger. It seems that only a command from Oax, they will rush up and hack the Golden Emperor to death. Oax. Oax was calm and didn't feel annoyed by Kao's arrogant. Since everyone is so familiar, then I don't bother to talk nonsense. Give you 2 choices, hand over your inventory of Karoski, and you come with me. Or I will kill you all, and then go get Karosaki by myself. Kaos reached out and nodded several colonels and rear admiral around Oax. Aloof and remote is like the emperor who has the power to live and kill. Vision. Trifling pirate. Many marine generals snort disdainfully and simply won't compromise. Although I know it's not your opponent, marine will never compromise with pirate. Oax took off his back coat and started to steam out of his body, intending to fight to the end. Marineford has been notified, as long as you drag the Golden Emperor for a few hours, you can get support. When the time comes, the Golden Emperor cannot escape. Since you are going to sacrifice their lives, then I will fulfill you. Kao's cold and severe issue, use his ass to know that this guy notified Marineford, maybe it's possible it was Zephyr or Sengoku who took the shot himself, and he saw through Oax's battle plan at a glance. Procrastinate time. So he must do it quickly. As Kao snapped his fingers, the bloody goddess exploded and turned into densely packed blade, spear, sword, halberd, whether it was on the head or all around, they all aimed at the entire base. Almost inescapable net, airtight. The Marines who originally wanted to fight to the end have all changed their faces. If this falls, few can survive. The entire base will even be reduced to ruins. Wait. Oax's face was ugly, and the steam on his body began to fade. Kao's was about to wave his hand to stop, a smile on his face. Karoski can give it to you, and I can also obediently surrender, but you are not allowed to shoot at them. Oax is obviously not a hawk, nor is it the kind of Sakazuki that cannot tolerate a trace the Sandman, as the highest sir of the base, is responsible for these hundreds of seamen no matter what. Even more how this is a piece of fresh life that upholds justice. Let him watch these seamen die, he can't do it. OX Vice Admiral, at worst, fight him. Master Vice Admiral, we are not afraid. Many seamen blushes, all fierce and unafraid of death looked at Cows, there was no fear in his eyes. But most of them are still a little afraid of panic. After all, anyone is surrounded by all kinds of weapons that flash with cold light. Above the heavens and under the earth all directions are airtight. If you have a intensive phobia, she fell to the ground and fainted. The gap is too big. I'm just making fearless sacrifices. I will bear the consequences. OX is very calm. In his opinion, the bad effects caused by compromise are not these hundreds of lives are important. Master Vice Admiral. Despicable Golden Emperor. Many seamen cursed. Talking to smart people is easy, giving you 3 minutes. Since I can achieve my goal without bloodshed, Cows doesn't mind saving some time. I'm still too kind. Go and take out the Karoski from the inventory. Master Vice Admiral. Go. Yes. Several seamen glared at Cows fiercely, and then ran into the base. The whole scene calmed down. The blade, spear, sword, and halberd falling from the sky were like death god's sickle on the neck, leaving many seamen without any sense of security. At the same time, there are a lot of pirate watching outside. I believe it will not be long before the Golden Emperor will be famous again. Chapter 55. Captain, there is news about the Golden Emperor. Somewhere in New World, a pirate ship with a skull and crossbones flag is being coated. A group of fierce pirates on the shore are different from ordinary pirates. The baleful aura and the smell of blood are very heavy. One of pirate handed the news bird belly, and then exchanged for a stack of newspapers. There are a lot of news mentioned above, and there is news about Golden Emperor in one of the sections. Where? The lone wolf Spander is wearing a one-eye mask, pinching his 6 beards and looking sharp. The Admiral only gave him 10 days, which was a bit rushed. The Golden Emperor killed thousands of pirates in Sabayati Archipelago, and also captured Marine Vice Admiral Oax and several generals. Spander received the news report about the Golden Emperor. The pattern of the block is astonishingly the scene of Cows sitting on the sea of blood on the corpse mountain. The photo has a strong sense of shock. The other photo was taken away from Oax's entire group. No matter how you look at it, it is extremely arrogant and bloody, especially when you are sitting above thousands of corpses. Is there anything moving in Marine? Spander was coldly snorted, and his 6 beards trembled and looked a little disdainful. I heard that Marine Vice Admiral Tsuru personally led the team to capture the Golden Emperor. What? Spander's pupils shrank subconsciously, and then facial expression graved down. That old woman is not simple, and she is not necessarily an opponent. This is not Spander's ambition to extinguish his prestige, it is the old woman who has a reputation, but it is a woman who is afraid of even the 3-fleet captain Empress Kara. Pirate caught by that old woman, not to mention bounty 5 or 6 billion, even 8 or 9 billion is everywhere. Any pirate who underestimated that old woman is now either imprisoned in Impel Down or buried in seabed. That is a woman who is so ruthless that even the Admiral dares to be upright. It can be said that it is a benchmark for women in the world. Now there are many famous or powerful female pirates in the sea, but the first recommended characters must be Marine Vice Admiral Tsuru, and great pirate Charlotte Linlin, which is Big Mom. These 2 stinks are monsters not just in name only, but also in reality. How long will the coding be completed? Although Spander is afraid, he is not afraid of fear. We will be able to set off in half an hour. The Golden Emperor is still in Sabayati Archipelago. There is no news yet. Go to Sabayati Archipelago through Fishman Island first. Yes. At the same time, this news report quickly spread to the sea. The Golden Emperor is famous again. but this time is famous for being vicious and merciless, cruel and cold-blooded. Thousands of corpses, enough to pile up like a mountain, blood flowing into a river, coupled with the capture of generals such as Oak's vice admiral, are simply blatantly hitting Marine in the face. But it didn't scare anyone. Each great influence was still looking for the Golden Emperor. Sabayati Archipelago No. 34 Mangrove Area, in a clearing on the outskirts of the violent wind, a tall silhouette in a cloak appeared, followed by a strange wave centered on the body, quickly spreading towards the entire Sabayati Archipelago. "Are you late?" There was a pity in his voice, and he disappeared before he could see it clearly. In other areas of Sabayati Archipelago, there are several powerful figures lifting their heads, looking thoughtful in the direction where the cloaked man appeared. They were under prying eyes. It was the extremely powerful Kanbunchoku. New World, a pirate ship has left Tato land port of Totland. In a certain sea territory kilometer high in the sky, a shadow of divine dragon can be vaguely seen in the thunderous clouds. Somewhere on the top of a mountain on the Grand Line, a thin, tall man wearing a plum shirt and blood-red trousers, wearing a scarlet cloak, has an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. The breeze blew, and only one newspaper fluttered with the wind. Holy Land Marie Joyce, a silhouette of 5 people standing or sitting in an office, casually threw the newspaper on the tea table. Com Belt, on the more fringe island. Cows sits cross-legged and is cultivation. Ox had no choice, he had to give in. After all, Cows has put the threat on the surface. In the depths of the island, Crocodile is fighting with some wild beasts in an attempt to cultivation Busos Hoku and Kanbunchoku. Cow's plan is to understand Seimeikikan first, and then through Karoski cultivation. According to your innate talent, as long as you have a direction, it should be easy to learn. After all, the foundation is already very solid. It seems that since crossed over, he has been cultivation in addition to cultivation. But there is no other way, all for the future. At this moment, Cows is thinking about Seimeikikan, combined with the insights and methods Oax said. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels that Seimeikikan is not simple. If he develops according to his own ideas and succeeds, he might become an undying body. As a modern person, imagination must be very rich. It is well known that Seimeikikan can freely control all parts of the body, hair, internal organs, etc. after awakening. Although Cows was a scumbag in his previous life, he also knew that human tissue is made up of cells. This means that Seimeikikan can control cells, such as division, regeneration, healing and so on. When the time comes, is it possible to rebirth, change the shape and appearance, an undying body when the time comes? The more I think about it, the more exciting it becomes. This idea is a bit too bold. Aside from the above imagination like a heavenly steed, soaring across the skies, Cows must learn to control his body freely. Just 3 words, endurance. This is the eternal pain of men. Think about how you can control any part of your body. It is not a dream to fight half a month for 10 days. Even if there are 3,000 beauties, they can lose their helmets and remove their armor. Cows will not admit why he is so obsessed with Seimeikikan. To ask is to fight. In this way, a month passed quietly. A lot of things happened this month. Especially Sabayati Archipelago, there have been several great pirate or other powerful figures. They all have the same purpose. For a whole month, there is no news about the Golden Emperor. This month, whether it is the sea or Sabayati Archipelago, there is no shortage of excitement. For example, on Mermaid Island, Lone Wolf Spander met Roger pirates, and some skirmish happened on both sides. If it weren't for the captain of the 15th Fleet of Flying Pirates, plus Roger was too lazy to kill, otherwise Spander would have to the finished apprenticeship died before getting ready. But this is not the worst luck. Roger pirates just left Fishman Island with his front foot. Spander is recovering from his injuries on Fishman Island. As a result, his men accidentally provoke Marine. The key leader is Garp. You can imagine what the end will be. In the end, the injury worsened and almost did not survive. Fortunately, Zoan ability user was awakened. Otherwise, I will really fall asleep. But the men suffered heavy losses, leaving only 11 or 2 large and small fish. This should also be fortunate that Garp is anxious to pursue Roger pirates and doesn't take him too seriously. Say bad luck. He saved his life in the hands of the future pirate king and hero of the Marines Garp. Is this a symbol of strength or luck? Or maybe there is Golden Lion behind. Think this is over? No. With 12 men, Spander landed on Sabayati archipelago. On the third day, there was a conflict with Big Mom pirates, but it was not Big Mom who led the team, but eldest son Charlotte Sparrow. The two sides only fought for a short time, and there was no result. Then clashed with an arrogant pirate named Gecko Moria. The opponent's abilities were very strange, and he suddenly fell into a big somersault. But with his tenacious desire to survive, he is still alive and well. I wanted to take revenge when the injury healed, but the guy went to Fishman Island with a coating. The following days were not very peaceful either. The most important thing was the Golden Emperor. He waited for a full half a month, and he didn't even see a shadow. This makes the Admiral very unhappy. The captain of the 9th Fleet, Jelly Queen Annie, has been dispatched to capture the Golden Emperor, and he has to obey her. This is the worst. Chapter 56. San Pablo Island. Grand Line is still a prosperous island. It is an island among 7 routes. Anyone who mixes at sea knows that there are 7 routes in the first half of the Grand Line, each with a certain number of islands. San Pablo is one of them. 1,000 meters high in the sky, a huge gold longsword pierces through the clouds, and 11 chains of heaven are hanging below, with people tied at the end. Cows stood at the end of the sword, looking at the island of San Pablo from far and near, quickly falling in suspension over the port. 11 chains of heaven made DNG ling ling metal collision sound. OX and 5 Rear Admiral and the Colonel were thrown to the ground. Chains of heaven was recovered and merged with the golden long sword. Cows lost with one hand. Looking down proudly with his back. On the ground, OX's faces were gloomy and uncertain, and there was even amazement and disbelief in their eyes. You are free. The gold earrings and a black hair are flying, and the gold longsword turns around and Cows prepares to leave. You. OX doesn't even know what to say. My Golden Emperor came out and talked about credit. Remember to go back and raise my bounty a little bit. Cows turned his head back at several people with his nostrils, with an extremely arrogant and contemptuous attitude. In the end, it turned into a golden streamer and soared into the sky, disappearing on the horizon in the blink of an eye. That guy actually let us go. Notify Marine Ford first. OX retracted his gaze, his face calm. I don't know if I should be happy or worried. He must report this month. On the other side, Cows returned to the island on the edge of the calm belt as quickly as possible, taking Karosaki and Crocodile to exchange for an island. Boss, why did you let them go? The new island is bigger than the previous one, and the weather is worse. Crocodile has become more haggard than a month ago. Especially the dark circles, just like wearing sunglasses. He is puzzled about Cows letting OX and the others go, if he would definitely kill it. This is the reason why I am the boss, and you can only be the younger brother. Cows took his gaze from Karosaki and turned around to watch Crocodile burn a cigar. Righteously continue to say, you must have a bottom line when you come out. This is called personality charm. Credit is the most basic if you want to be bigger and stronger, and create brilliance. Forget it, tell you that you don't understand, it's still too young. Seeing Crocodile's disdain, Cows didn't bother to educate. There is no reason why this guy became a disabled person in the original book. No wonder you can only mix trifling Okashi Shibukai. From now on you will bring it for cultivation. Cows kicked the box with his foot. He has been cultivating Seimekikan during this period, while Crocodile has been cultivating Busoshoku and Kanbunshoku, but unfortunately there has been no progress in 1 month. Compared with his innate talent, it's a scum. Karoseki? How can Karasaseki be used for cultivation? Crocodile was taken aback first, then looked at cows like a fool. Devil fruit ability user is too late to avoid it, how can it be used for cultivation? Don't know that ability user will be weak when encountering Karoseki? No common sense at all. He has been guessing what cows is doing with these Karasaseki. Now as the water recedes, the rocks appear. Nonsense that many. Put it on. Cows breathed out the smoke ring, dashing eyebrows slightly frowned, and his tone became a bit dangerous. Crocodile gritted his teeth and cuffed one of his hands. I fell to the ground at the moment of contact, although only one wrist was handcuffed, but the body still couldn't lift the slightest strength. Cows didn't talk too much nonsense, and also grabbed his left hand. Sure enough, gold fruit couldn't sense the ability, and the original surging strength disappeared. It was like a serious illness. The limbs were weak and it was a bit difficult to move a finger. However, cows is much better than crocodile, and it staggers without collapsing to the ground. The gap between the two sides is obvious. Karoseki was also handcuffed, but crocodile collapsed to the ground like mud, but cows could still stand. It's just that my legs are shaking a little. And his face looks very strenuous. That kind of weakness is like losing contact with the body, very powerless. There is a sense of emptiness, and it's boring to everything. From now on, it's such a cultivation, starting from learning to walk. Cows took a step, a little bit difficult, and after a while, he stepped out one step after another. This feeling of weakness is really uncomfortable. There is no sense of security at all. Whew! With a slight exhalation, Cow's body suddenly swelled, his body temperature began to rise a little, and finally a wisp of white steam came out. Then the pace is much lighter. Try haki again. Using Karoseki to exercise is really useful. Crocodile slumped to the ground behind him, looking at Cows who was walking, gritted his teeth and cursed, and started to act. It's just crawling on the ground. Looks very embarrassed, even a little pitiful. After waiting, Crocodile more than once thanked him for sticking to it at this time, and followed in the footsteps of that man, embarking on an arrogant and high-profile road that has never ceased to be the enemy of the world. It was a life of death, frantically tempting on the edge of death, with the head hung on the waistband. Fully experienced the meaning of life. I can only say that it's good to be alive. Cows and Crocodile entered a new round of cultivation here, and on the island of San Pablo, Oax and others waited for a day to come to the rescue. It is Tsuru who is not someone else. In the battleship office, Tsuru sits behind a desk, and a group of people in Oax sit on chairs below, reporting on the comm belt this month. Tsuru knocked on the desk with one hand after listening, his expression gloomy and uncertain changed quickly. Vice Admiral Tsuru, I am willing to be punished when I return to Marineford. Oax knows exactly what mistake he made, even if it is excusable. You all go down and rest first. Tsuru didn't blame anything, punishing generals at Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral. Only Fleet Admiral has this power. As Oax and a few people quit, the office suddenly became quiet. This result Tsuru had expected before, not too strange. However, the Golden Emperor's emphasis on credit is really a bit unexpected. But what shocked Tsuru the most was that the Golden Emperor awakened Sime-Kiken within 25 days. This was the most terrifying. Don't think that learning all of Rokushiki will definitely awaken Sime-Kiken. That is wrong. Marine that masters 1 or 2 or even all of Rokushiki, Marineford is not lacking. But those who master Sime-Kiken can actually be counted on one's fingers. It can be said that the difficulty of awakening Sime-Kiken is the same as that of Haki, or even higher. The Golden Emperor only took 25 days, which is different. In Tsuru's mind, Cows now attaches importance to rank to a higher level. If you continue to grow, you must be another Kaido and Big Mom. Second day, cows increased from 567 million bounty to 783 million. The increase speed is a bit too fast. The news of the Golden Emperor's appearance on the island of San Pablo also spread. San Pablo Island is naturally lively. Every day there are a large number of pirate ships docked, and various killings, robberies, fights and deaths occur frequently. Unfortunately, these pirates and forces are destined to be empty. No one didn't expect the Golden Emperor to cultivate in the Calm Belt. Tsuru followed the route given by Oax to find the previous island, but there was nothing on it. Chapter 57. New World. A certain piece of sea territory only 10,000 li was cloudless a moment ago, but the next moment there was lightning and the waves rolled. A pirate ship is advancing on the turbulent sea. Although it is extremely dangerous, there is a brightly lit banquet in the ship. All kinds of laughter and noise came out, making this dark and dangerous sea territory not so terrifying. Ka! Split the white thunderbolt. The pirate flag is painted with a skull with a curly beard. This pirate ship is called the Oro Jackson. Boom! The hatch was violently pushed open. A fat fishman holding a harpoon opened his thick lips a little eagerly. Captain Roger, Monkey D. Garp is catching up again. The original lively banquet suddenly quieted down. A pair of vision looked towards fat fishman, then touched a wine glass and laughed again. The atmosphere is simply not affected. Sangbol, take a sip of liquor first. The first man wearing a plain shirt and a black beard picked up the pirate hat and red coat next to him. Go to the hatch and point to your position. The personality is very easygoing. Okay. Sangbel didn't refuse either. He put down the harpoon and sat in the first place without worry. Just what it is. You drink first, I'll go out and have a look. Roger put on his coat, picked up the long knife at the door, and walked out of the hatch. I'll go out and have a look. The main player started, a man with short blonde hair, white light glasses, and a black trench coat stood up. This is no one else. It is the deputy captain of Roger Pirates, nicknamed Dark King, the legendary man who will be known as Pirate King's right arm in the future. Dark King Silver's Rayleigh. That fellow Garp is really soul of a deceased has not yet dispersed. On the opposite seat, a man wearing sunglasses, a magnificent body with black hair, pour a bowl of wine foul-mouthed. You guys continue to drink, Gaban and I will go out and have a look. I might not fight. Rayleigh signaled everyone to continue drinking drink, this kind of scene is not 1 or 2 times anymore. At this moment, there was a violent wind roaring outside, and the entire sky was dark with heavy rain. From time to time, there was a thunderbolt shining in it, and a huge battleship could be vaguely seen behind the pirate ship. Roger is standing at the stern, greeting Garp on the battleship. Garp, we are having a banquet. Would you like to come up for a drink? Roger grinned, even though several hundred meters passed the voice clearly. Asshole Roger, you don't want to run away this time. I'll have a drink with you at Impel Down. Garp puts his hands on his shoulders, his coat of justice is swaying in the wind, and a man behind him. The marine generals looked serious, all let the rain wet their bodies, and their eyes were very sharp. This kind of dialogue is somewhat familiar. Isn't this hero of the Marines Garp? Smell catching up again. At this time Rayleigh and Gaban walked to Roger by his side, waving his hands is like seeing an old friend. It's just that the greetings are a bit special. It feels like cursing. It's Silver's Rayleigh and Scopper Gaban. The generals on the battleship are more serious. You two bastards are not dead yet. Garp digs his nostrils with his little finger, and strikes back with a look of disgust. Haha. Garp, you still don't want to be a marine anymore. Let me stir the entire world into heaven and earth turning upside down. Roger laughed heartily, though knowing that the result will not change the slightest, but he still said so. Nonsense. Garp didn't bother to talk nonsense, so he leaped up from the battleship, clenched his fist and died the boiling Busos Hoku directly. Roger grinned and kept smiling. He was already in the air when he appeared, his right hand holding a long knife and banging with Garp's fist. In an instant, the entire sky of electric thunder and black clouds was washed away, and the golden sunlight was shining down all at once. It was just a collision, and the weather in the surrounding sea territory was changed in this way. Haha, your fist is still so hard. Let's land on the pirate ship again. Roger looked towards Garp at the bow of the battleship, and put the weapon away directly. Little ones, run. Asshole Roger, never want to run away. Haha. With pirate ship and battleship one after the other disappeared in this sea territory, the clouds that had been washed away by the collision once again returned to the scene of all black, no daylight flashes of lightning. Not long after, news of Garp and Roger collided on the desk of Marineford Fleet Admiral. In fact, Garp is not the only one who acts. Like Zephyr and Sengoku are actually in New World, even Sakazuki and Borsalino are also on the Grand Line to capture pirate or suppress a sea territory base. Apart from this, Kaido, Big Mom, World Destroyer, Shinjao the Drill, Moria, etc., and the others, or Kingdom forces are all in trouble. These are the famous characters in the original book, but there are even more powerful and even matched great pirates than these, all chasing freedom, power, wealth. The Golden Emperor is undoubtedly the sweet pastry. The whole world is looking for it. But the Golden Emperor has disappeared for a month. Although it appeared on the island of San Pablo, it was a short-lived one. But this is just the beginning. If nothing happens, cows will have to disappear for a while. Then I think I can do it again, and then I will make trouble. In the early morning, the red sun rises from the horizon. What can bring is not warmth, but coldness. I don't know when there will be clusters and clusters of snowflakes from the blue sky, like countless torn cotton balls. Half of the island is already covered with snow. On a mountain cliff, Cows was naked, looking into the distance. A lot of steam floated all over his body, and the snow was melted by the rising body temperature before it fell on his body. The left hand is still wearing a pointing pin, while the right hand is wearing Karosaki handcuffs on the wrist. Compared with the weakness of 3 months ago, it has obviously improved greatly now. Yes, it took another 3 months to use Karoski cultivation this time. The results achieved are naturally huge. Old sand, let's go dry. Cows stretched out, turned to face the cave behind and kicked in the air, and in an instant a crescent-shaped black slash swooped down. With the huge explosion, the entire cave seemed to collapse. You can see that there are various other gaps in the hole. Obviously, Cows did this. When the dust dissipated, Crocodile came out with a dark face, and his upper body was also naked with 8-pack ABS, and the pitch-black Busos Hoku on his hands quickly disappeared. Compared to 3 months ago, more mature and tougher. Karoski handcuffs are also worn on the right-hand wrist. Looking at the man who turned around, Crocodile had mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't know whether he should thank this man, hate this man, or admire this man. He has been living in hell for these 3 months. But there is no denying that he has become stronger, and he is not a little bit yet. Busos Hoku and Kanbunshoku are already initial mastery, and now they won't lose all their strength even if they are caught by Karosaki, at least they won't collapse on the ground like mud 3 months ago. Thank you, because this man made him stronger. Hate it because this man made him see the bridge of helplessness many times, and almost swallowed breathe one's last. I admire it because this man is crazier than him, and the pressure of cultivation is several times that of him. Now both sides are wearing Karoski handcuffs, and he can't hold on for 10 seconds if they fight. This is really a monster. Also work harder than him. Are you out of breath? Chapter 58. Boss, what is today's cultivation? Crocodile took a deep breath and stood beside Cows looking towards the snowy mountain range. You untie Karoski to grab a sea king, and you should leave after eating. Cows has a black vertical hair and no wind automatically, and the floating steam on his body begins to disappear back to normal. Are we leaving? Crocodile reacted slowly. 3 months are almost the same. Next, I need to go out and apply for the test. By the way, do something. Cows has always been cultivation for a period of time, and then go out for a period of time. After all, fighting experience is more practical. Even more how I haven't been out to make trouble for 3 months, I always feel a little uncomfortable. In the bones, he is not allowed to be low-key. Now that the capital is more and more abundant, it is not more arrogant and high-profile. I am sorry for so many days and nights of desperate cultivation. He is the most arrogant man in the world. No problem. Crocodile unwrapped the handcuffs on his wrists, immediately felt his body relaxed more than half, and finally left. But still a little bit sad. Because the feeling of strength growth is really cool. Now he can beat him 54 months ago. As Crocodile disappeared, Cows also unlocked Karosky's handcuffs. Whether it is physically or mentally, I relax more than half, and at the same time, the feeling of gold fruit has returned. The goddess who was not far away closed her eyes suddenly and stood up. Because of the battle with Garp in Sabayati archipelago, a lot of gold was lost, so the goddess couldn't maintain the height of 50 meters, and she looked a lot thinner. In the past 3 months, Cows not only took Karosaki to repair body refining technique, haki, etc., but also took time to develop gold fruit at night. The 50-meter high goddess, Cows is no longer satisfied. Without awakening, the more gold Cows manipulates, the stronger the battle strength. Now that he is stronger again, he can naturally bear and control more gold. A gust of wind spread out around Cows, and Kanbunshoku quickly covered the entire island. In some mountains or underground, as long as there is gold Cows, it can be sensed. The island has gold, but the quantity is very small. Cows is too lazy to dig. Skypiea still has a lot of gold, but Cows does not plan to go back. It seems that it is time to fight other forces' ideas. By the way, it happened to promote myself back out of the arena, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Who is going to take the knife? Cows pinched his chin, his brain flashed suddenly. World government, with more than 170 participating countries, is the largest international organization in One Piece world. It stands to reason that these joining countries are equal. But the real situation is a bit cruel. Because all franchising countries must provide Celestial Dragon with heavenly gold, the most intuitively celestial gold is various treasures or important resources of some countries. Such as spices, gold and silver treasures, various rare minerals, etc. All kinds of precious resources. But the most valuable thing is gold. And the gold here is pure gold, without the slightest impurity. This is also the reason why the civilians of the One Piece world joining countries live in such poverty. It is because the country pays Celestial Dragon to the world government, Celestial Dragon, every year. In the end these heavenly gold fell on them. If you meet those mediocre kings, the days will be even worse. Gilgamesh Kingdom, located in the first half of the Grand Line, is one of the participating countries of the world government. The king is a wise king, so the people of this kingdom live happily. The kingdom is also rich. For this reason, the heavenly gold donated this year is almost all gold and silver jewelry. At this moment in the port of Gilgamesh Kingdom, a merchant ship is moving supplies, and there is a battleship next to it. Now these people are carrying heavenly gold, which contains gold and various gold and silver jewelry or spices and so on. The escort was not marine, but a man in strange clothes and a strange mask. CPO, World Government's direct secret spy agency. Since it is a CPO personally escorting, it means that this ship is extremely precious, otherwise it will be escorted by Marine Colonel or Rear Admiral. If it is some special heavenly gold, there will also be Marine Vice Admiral escort. Or it may be the escort of the franchise's own army. In the end, the reason still depends on the value of heavenly gold. Now it's not just the Gilgamesh kingdom that is preparing for heavenly gold, the other 170 countries are also starting to prepare. All are 6 months in advance. Most of other kingdoms are still escorted by their own army, or marine sent generals to escort them. Everything with a CPO followed by a ship indicates that the gold in the sky is very precious. And these merchant ships transporting heavenly gold need to pass through Sabayati archipelago. It can be found that in the past month, a large number of Marines have started to settle on the island at the marine station of number 60 to 69 of Sabayati archipelago, as well as at the entrance and exit of the government. Among them, Rear Admiral abounds, such as Borsellino, Momanga, and the others are among them, and Vice Admiral also has several. Even Tsuru came back temporarily. Sengoku of New World also returned to Marineford. On the other side, on the calm and tranquil sea, the Gilgamesh Kingdom merchant ship sails side by side with a battleship, and is constantly approaching the Sabayati archipelago. This battleship is led by Rear Admiral, but it only obeys the orders of the CPO on the merchant ship. The original 10,000 li cloudless sky suddenly turned black. Whether it is a merchant ship or a battleship, the guards and seamen lifting their heads above, when they see things that block the sun, they all have dumbstruck with their mouths slightly open. Yellow, Golden Emperor. It's the Golden Emperor. Everyone on the deck lost control of their expressions, looking at the sky and the sun. The goddess of God felt her own insignificance. This visual luxury appearance is unique in the entire world. Damn it, how could the Golden Emperor appear here after 3 months of disappearing? The CPO and Rear Admiral in the cabin walked out, looking at the sacred and inviolable face. God's goddess, especially the golden throne held by the pair of slender hands, the one with both legs upturned, one-handed on the chin, naked upper body and looking at them playfully, who is not the Golden Emperor? As for Crocodile standing next to him, he was simply ignored. Because Crocodile hasn't released the arrogant, every-minute temperament. Good luck. Cows looked down at the merchant ship, especially when the CPO and Rear Admiral in the Code of Justice came out. Cows probably knew that this ship and the battleship were what are you doing? He can be escorted by CPO and battleship, and more than 80% is what he is looking for. Heavenly gold. It's not wrong. Cows had the idea of heavenly gold since he left Combelt. He originally planned to go to Sabayati archipelago to wait and see. He didn't expect to meet him on the road. With a light pressure on the index finger of the left hand, the golden ribbon on the elbow of the goddess's elbow is like him, which is his Hun Tianling, grandiose shoots out like a golden stream. The thick neighing sound of the air made everyone's scalp numb. Shoo! It exploded very quickly. The masked CPO suddenly appeared in the air, and the entire right arm swelled in a circle and wrapped it in Busos Hoku. Momentum is big, power is deep. Boom at the front end of the golden ribbon. With the huge rumbling sound, a shock wave spreads, and both the merchant ship and the giant sword are shaking violently. My lord! CPO fell on the deck, cracks torn apart. Looking up at the golden ribbon floating in the air, I couldn't see the expression under the mask. Rear Admiral next to him was shocked. Chapter 59. Notify Marineford and send someone to support. The CPO has a low voice, looking at cows held by the goddess, and feels great pressure. Yes. As soon as a major answered, the golden ribbon rushed down again with sky-splitting sound, just like a python, agile and fast, and a group of seamen shots one after another, but the bullet shot on it only spattered sparks, leaving no traces. CPO shot again, hit Shigen and collided with the ribbon, leaving a guide on it. Cows is not in a hurry, watching CPO collide with the ribbon with interest. For a while, CPO used Shigen, Soru, Jeppo, Rankyaku, and Busos Hoku, and perhaps Kanbunshoku and Kamii, Tekai, etc. It can be determined that it is not Devil Fruit ability user. This battle strength is a bit worse than OAK's Vice Admiral, but it is still maintained at the level of Vice Admiral. From here, you can see the tip of the iceberg of the world government CPO agency. Maybe this CPO is the weakest CPO. Crack, boom. Under the successive attacks of CPO, the golden ribbon started to produce spider web cracks, and eventually all burst into pieces of golden fragments and fell towards the sea. But as Cows lifted his hand lightly, all the fragments merged and recovered. CPO landed on the deck, his chest rising and falling violently, breathing heavily. The ribbon he worked so hard to smash was restored with no difficulty. The look under the mask is very ugly. It's a little bit less apt to make me take it seriously. Cows flirted with the gold earrings and made a clear and loud sound. The whole golden ribbon began to be dyed with a layer of black material when naked eye was visible, and finally turned into a black gold ribbon. This is Busos Hoku. One of Cow's achievements in 3 months. A few months ago, it was discovered that Cows was not infected with Busos Hoku when he manipulated gold to attack. It's not that Cows doesn't want it, but Busos Hoku hasn't cultivation to the extent that it can be covered by air. It's different now. As long as it is gold that Cows can control, it can cover Busos Hoku in the air. With the blessing of Busos Hoku, the long-range attack power of Cow's gold fruit will increase several levels. For example, now, the eyes under the CPO mask shrank subconsciously. But the real danger has just begun. DNG Ling Ling. The empty and loud metal collision, the huge yellow golden light wheel behind the goddess of heaven splits out to form 10 chains of heaven, which quickly transforms from head to toe into black and gold, standing around the golden ribbon. It's like a python carrying 10 poisonous snakes, all facing the CPO coldly. Zai zai zai. Like a sharp arrow flying, the golden ribbon and chains of heaven block the surrounding sky, all strangling or piercing toward the CPO. CPO stood up all over his body and immediately disappeared in place. Rankyaku. It flashed into the air and kicked out several kicks in succession. The huge crescent-shaped slash swooped down, but Chains of Heaven was very flexible, rubbing Rankyaku and strangling toward the CPO. CPO popped out with a punch, and a Chain of Heaven was knocked into the air, but it was humanized in the air and shook its body, and then shot at the CPO. After bursts of gold and iron horses and sparks exploded, the CPO was able to fly Chains of Heaven, but it couldn't be broken like before. Chains of Heaven blessed by Busos Hoku is very hard. Pu. I was hit by a golden ribbon without notice, spurted a mouthful of blood under the CPO mask, and fell towards the battleship, and was buried in the debris in the huge explosion. Shoot. Shoot. Hateful, it's useless. Many seamen on the deck opened against the golden ribbon or Chains of Heaven. The gun is of no use except for a gleam of sparks. Even the golden ribbon has a wagging tail. Many seamen are like being hit by a Mercedes locomotive. All of them have broken bones and flew out into the sea. DNG Ling Ling. 10 Chains of Heaven rushed into the cabin of smoke and dust. Under the cover of Kanbunshoku and Cows, the location of the CPO was unobstructed. As for the golden ribbon, leaving the battleship directly through the merchant ship, and swiftly attacking the storage area of heavenly gold, Cows sensed a large amount of gold. Damn it! The only Marine Rear Admiral shot, holding a long knife in both hands and cutting it on the gold ribbon, also leaving no trace. The golden ribbon is unreasonable, just like a python running through a merchant ship wantonly, and finally breaking through the wall to the place of gold. All the gold touched by the golden ribbon is integrated into the ribbon and becomes a part. Cows wants to control the gold, you must touch it with your hands first, otherwise you can't control it. The current gold ribbon is like an extension of Cow's body. As long as it is touched by the gold ribbon, it is equivalent to being touched by the hand. It can be seen that Cows has actually developed gold fruit to a certain extent. The golden ribbon that has grown into a larger circle, leaving behind a merchant ship that has been pierced with hundreds of holes, it quickly strangled it toward the battleship. CPO was very embarrassed and soaring into the sky, stepping on Jeppo and looking at Chains of Heaven, which was constantly drifting all around, looked towards Cows with sorrow. He knew that if the Golden Emperor was not solved, this kind of attack would never end. Even if it is broken, it can heal again. But Scipio looked at the goddess standing behind cows, her heart was cold. The crocodile next to the throne is meticulous, looking towards Scipio with a hint of sympathy. This kind of battle is simply not equal. Old Sand, we have about 20 minutes left. You go and clean him up and apply the 3-month cultivation to actual combat as soon as possible. Cows single with a wave of the hand, the golden ribbon and chains of heaven turned into various blades, spears, swords, halberd and opened a distance. Above the heavens and under the earth formed an encircling circle to aim at the Scipio, and then looked towards Crocodile. Okay. Crocodile can't ask for it. In the past 3 months, he was the only one he could play against cows. He usually ended up with bloody nose and swollen face. He hasn't fought with anyone yet. Suffocated early. The elemental transformation disappears in the hands of the goddess, Crocodile is condensed on the side of the Scipio, and the Busos Hoku on the right foot is a total annihilation. Scipio has no choice but to fight with Crocodile. Cows just sat on the golden throne, knocking on the chair with one hand and making a dull sound, behaving like an aloof and remote emperor, and in the sea beneath his feet, many people are struggling. Go to hell! The justice coat was flying, the previous rear admiral holding a long knife, appeared on the right side of cows in one fell swoop, with a successful expression on his face. Ding! Cows didn't move, and saw a dual-bladed halberd separated from the goddess, which firmly blocked a large shadow from coming. Rear Admiral's successful face it turned pale all at once. Hateful! I don't know when the third hand appeared behind the goddess, she grabbed Rear Admiral like a ham and gently squeezed it. The scream stopped abruptly. It is no different from pinching a fly. This episode didn't affect Cow's mood. I was watching the battle between Crocodile and Scipio. Now it would be nice to have a pack of melon seeds and Coke. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Crocodile still hasn't won the Scipio, but it has the upper hand. If this was Crocodile who wouldn't have hacky 3 months ago, it might have been kneeling. Many seamen on the sea also watched. Both the merchant ship and the battleship have lost the ability to sail, but it will take a while to sink. And they have notified Marine Ford, I believe there will be support soon. It only takes Scipio adults to delay for a while, when the time comes, you will be able to catch the Golden Emperor. Chapter 60. Hey! Cows, who was watching the show, suddenly turned his head and looked towards Sabayati archipelago. In Kanbunchoku's perception, a golden light was surpassing it was shot at a high speed, and it had already crossed 10 kilometers in just over 10 seconds. The dazzling photons condense in midair and finally form a silhouette. Cow slightly narrows the eyes, the appearance of this man was unexpected. Wearing a black round hat, a white lined suit and a blue tie, a coat of justice fluttering behind his back, a cigarette in his mouth and black gloves, Borsellino of this period is a little bit stubborn and looks stubborn. Did not develop in the obscene direction. It's really terrifying, isn't this the bounty 783 million Golden Emperor Gaia cows? Borsellino spread out both hands, spit out a cigarette ring in his mouth. Some eccentric. He had been staying well in Sabayati archipelago, but he was notified that the Golden Emperor was robbing the kingdom of Gilgamesh and needed support. He was just one step ahead, and then Vice Admiral Tsuru had already followed up on the battleship. The above command is to catch the Golden Emperor. Aya, isn't this monster Borsellino, Marine's 3 rookies? I feel so stressed. Golden Throne transfers, Cows is tilted both legs faint smile looked at Borsellino with contempt in his eyes. That's really an honor for me. Borsellino stretched out his index finger, with a cross-shaped golden light flashing on it, lightly tap it casually. In an instant, a laser beam penetrated, and it was simply not empty. Hong long long. A huge explosion resounded under the sky. Cows sat on the golden throne. A strand of black hair fell on his head slightly. The chest of the golden throne and the goddess was pierced in the back, and finally a big explosion occurred behind. It's really dangerous. Cows tilted both legs, ears yellow golden small sword, earrings swayed, tilted his head to learn the tone of Borsellino, erected behind the goddess the aperture, flying to the head to form various blades, spear, sword, halberd, all aimed at Borsellino. Faced with such a intensive offensive, Borsellino face doesn't change very calmly. But when those blade, spear, sword, halberd all turned into black and gold, the lazy face became a bit stiff. Shiu shiu shiu. The air was torn and swept into nothingness, and the densely packed blade, spear, sword, halberd, with sky-splitting sound, rushed towards Borsellino in one fell swoop. It's all covered with Busos Hoku. Borsellino immediately disappeared from photonization and appeared above Cows, pinching the orchid with his hands and crossing his fingers, shining with a cross-shaped golden light, just like a golden sun. Yasakani no Megatama. A large number of golden light bullets form a meteor shower, hiding the sky and covering the earth towards the blade, spear, sword, halberd, and slamming past. Immediately, the entire sky exploded again and again, forming a thick smoke-billowing heavens line. The battle between Scipio and Crocodile was forced to stop, and all the survivors on the sea below grabbed the ruined walls to prevent being lifted out. When the blast of billowing smoke hit, Cows still maintained Wang Zhi's contempt, and didn't move. But the goddess stretched out her hand to stop him in front of Cows. Those storms simply couldn't get close. When everything dissipated, Borsellino's photonization appeared in the distance. When looking at the safe and sound Cows, he slightly squinted at the goddess. Borsellino, when Marine has no future, come and follow me. Wealth, power, women, whatever you want. Let's work together to become the most arrogant man in the world. Cows's brain circuit is novel, and he even opened his mouth to solicit Borsellino. He remembers that many forums speculated that Borsellino was actually the undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, but it is difficult to say whether Monkey D. Dragon has built a revolutionary army or not. In addition, this solicitation declaration is a bit shameful. Fortunately, the wealth, power, and women in front of me can be said to be the most arrogant man in the world. Also very fresh and refined. In short, Borsellino's expression is a little bit astonished. It's very tempting. Borsellino dangling a cigarette, the photonization appeared in vain in front of Cows, his right foot was raised high and dazzling golden light, and the justice coat was behind flying in the squally wind. I was so carelessly lazy to, but have you ever been kicked by the light? Hong long long. A small mushroom cloud lifted into the sky, filled with billowing smoke and flames, and a vortex pothole was formed on the sea below your feet. In the distance, Scipio and Crocodile stared closely at the gunpowder smoke. After a gust of wind swept through, everything inside was exposed. I've been kicked now. Cows's head is golden, and the slender hand of the goddess in front of him is broken from his wrist, and the back of the golden seat is also missing a large part. Block, but the black and gold arm is firmly in front of him. Borsellino's eyes were cold, and the photonization appeared 10 meters away, his face a little gloomy and uncertain. While Cows straightened up, the hands of the goddess and the golden seat were restored. If you have about 1 minute, let's learn how to teach the fastest man in the future. Cows retracted his gaze from the direction of Sabayati archipelago, and could feel a wave very dangerous atmosphere. Standing up from the golden seat for the first time, Cows was dyed black and gold from head to toe, while a lot of steam fluttered. This is full firepower as soon as it comes up. Shoo! The atmosphere at his feet exploded, Cows disappeared in vain. The next second Borsellino's ears blew wind, Cows swept across his feet with cold eyes, as if evacuating the air. Borsellino was immediately photonized and disappeared, and a large fan-shaped shock wave shook and roared in an instant. At this moment, the sky is dark. Borsellino, who reunited his body, looked up, and the hairs all over his body exploded. The ribbons and light wheels of the goddess, all turned into blade, spear, sword, halberd, fell down, like a rain of swords. Borsellino pinches the orchid with both hands and crosses her fingers again, wanting to use Yasakani no Megatama. But at this moment, a huge crisis struck, and cows appeared with a dangerous face, and the black and golden feet swept across like a mountain range. Borsellino resisted immediately, but his face turned green at the moment of the collision. The huge force made the hands blast on the face in reverse, and with a mouthful of blood spurted, it immediately turned into a golden beam and flew out. But before he could control his body, there was a huge storm behind him. The goddess just appeared in that direction, as if waiting for him exclusively. But the most terrifying thing is the changed form of the goddess. Although her size has shrunk to 20 meters, she suddenly stretches out her densely packed arms behind her, like a Valakitesvara pushing everything horizontally, like a hot knife through butter shoot at him. And all palms are wrapped in Busos Hoku. Damn it! There is a golden emperor in front, a goddess in the back, and the treasure of the king on his head, so I can only avoid it. I have to say that Borsellino's speed is very fast, and the attack of the goddess is completely empty. But I'm just waiting for you. Not good. Borsellino is too late for photonization, and Cows is waiting for the rabbit. And Cows is also insidious, no longer barehanded, but holding a black and gold long sword in the right hand, slashing straight towards Borsellino's neck. A chill rushed directly to the top of the head of Borsellino, and he smelled a death crisis. But Borsellino is no ordinary person. Forcibly leaning back in a flash, he dodged the blow dangerously, but there was a hole in his left cheek, and hot red blood was splashing.